Hey, how's it going? Hope you're having a shit one. Since it is nearly the end of the year, I thought we'd celebrate by compiling every single roasting and editing episode into this 5-hour long compilation. Plus, we also have an episode that we add to our members only inside the Discord. If you haven't checked out the Discord yet, trust me, you're gonna want to. Inside the Discord, we run live streams, photo comps, and right now we're giving away an awesome prize every single day for this month of December for our members only. Except for the grand prize on Christmas Day, we're giving away this Sony A1 Mark II bundle, which will come with pro-grade SD cards and this 16-inch MacBook Pro to anyone who has any digital products from my website, bought from Black Friday onwards, or again, if you're a member. If you want to know more about that, it's all linked in my description. With that being said, sit back, relax, and enjoy the roasts. Ice and Spicy has sent me a really cool shot. Probably one of the hardest colors on a car ever to edit. If you've ever shot one of these mint green Porsches, definitely bring some shadows up so we can see the car. If we select the sky here, oh yeah, there is some details to work with actually. If we just make it really stormy. I'm gonna bring a radial filter over this side. Some highlights going. Let's get those bushes, try and get those to a slightly different color. Not going to be able to remove them. Thinking the tone curve, I want to just crush the blacks a little bit, bring some highlights down, a little bit of a cooler tone to it, something like that. This is such an awesome shot. Clarity going on the ground here, and also bring some temp down. Yeah. Now we want to make sure we don't screw up the color of this car too much. If you want to know how to do this, by the way, you just click Y on your keyboard. Really great for getting your colors right. See what other colors we can bring in with the tone curve here. What about a radial filter over the car? Just want to see what this does out of interest. And I'm going to subtract it from the sky because I still want sort of this area to be pretty bright. I'm really trying to draw the attention, even though that I don't really have to do that because this massive wing is over here doing that job for me. Nice, let's come do a bit of color boosting here. Okay, I want to bring it into Photoshop. I wonder if AI, generative fill, can do this for us. It's always the moment of truth, this last bit of loading. Oh yeah? Oh, that one's the best, I think. You wouldn't even know. Before, after. So happy with that. Thank you, Joe. Ice and Spicy, sending me a very spicy pic. That was awesome. There's a lot going on here. With the chain. This dude is dressed way too hard for the beach. No one goes to the beach dressed like that. He should be standing like next to this car. Yeah, that's better. Maybe over here, he's like leaning on his car. Should we make him really short? Yeah, bro, that's it. Can we make him like leaning? Maybe the shadow's supposed to come this way because that's the... Oh, there's like a couple shadows. Yeah, bro, you stand next to his car now. That's better. I mean, how much better does that work? Let's try and mix some colors together here. Is anyone watching? Can we see anyone? Is anyone on their balcony? Oh shit, I just let Photoshop do the select job. It did a great job up here, and then it did the jankiest job. What do we think? Let's just move on. 24mm though. Good lens. Nice choice. I'd like to make this edit a bit more iced out. Lot of yucky oranges and yellows that just don't need to be there. Little subject selection here. Let's try and play with this light here. It's falling down onto the car. A nice juicy, oh, it's probably a bit too juicy actually. Never thought I'd say that. Decently sized radial filter here. It's gonna be acting as our sun. Graduated filter from the bottom. Darken that ground a bit. We're gonna add some as well in the corners here and maybe along the fence line. Actually, no, we're not. That looks shithouse. Never mind, I said nothing. Let's bring a bit of texture up, get those beads going. Not too much clarity as well. Like, I'm not a fan of the look. I think a little bit of clarity is nice and can work well. I think a little bit of fade. Just bring those blacks across, crush them a bit, bring up the shadows in our image, and dunk the highlights a bit. Try now start bringing a little bit of gentle color into our picture. Ooh, sexy. Try just a brush tool across this side of the car. Try and give it a little bit more light. Nice, make those chrome wheels stand out a bit more. That fitment is nuts, by the way. That is crazy. I don't even want to know how much time and effort went into trying to make that fit. Make those highlights pop a bit more. Same with the mid-tones, just get them popping. Sometimes I just literally like to bring the sliders, the luminance up. Let's just do a little color boost here in the camera calibration. It's mainly what I like to use it for. Pretty happy with that. Sick photo, by the way. Thanks for sending it in. And whoever owns this car, great work. Oh, gonna need to take a second for this. Bro, I can see you in the reflection. Oh, it's a JPEG as well. Oh, come on, bro. I said RAW files. Man, the perspective is all warped as well. Like, I don't know if that's actually helping. Please don't do this to your car. I get it's like for advertising, but this is very ugly. Yeah, no, thank you. I would like to edit something else. It's not the sharpest photo, unfortunately. I want to do a lot of 2x1 cropping. I just think it works really well because it makes it look like a frame out of a movie. Next, I'm going to come into my colors here. We're definitely going to take out ugly oranges and yellows. So I just noticed this quickly as well. I'm going to try and fix the highlights here in the light. Get into the brush tool here. So we can drop those shadows. So we're taking out some of the ugly yellows, but we have to be cautious because we don't want to take out all the color in the wheels. There will be a separate mask that will go over that and increase a little bit of saturation there. Lightroom has this AI feature to select subject. I'm gonna hit subtract and use a brush. Gonna get it out of the wheels because we have a separate mask for that, as I've just done. Let's take some saturation out because we want this car shining silver. I think we need a graduated filter, come from the top there. Bring out a bit of darkness there in the image and maybe a radial filter around the car. Invert and just bring a little bit of central focus. Drop the temperature a little bit. Nice, let's bring another one from the ground here. Maybe bring some saturation out of the ground there. Let's jump into the tone curve here. Let's bring that down a bit, highlights up. A little bit of fade maybe. Yeah, I'm liking it, mate. I'm gonna add a little bit of blue tint. Sometimes I just like to go around and just make a rainbow and I'm just sussing out what's gonna look good. I just want the faintest bit of blue. I think we can actually bring another mask in here. I use a lot of masks, by the way. I think masking is one of the most important things when it comes to editing. And I'm just gonna pump a bit of clarity for the pipes and stuff at the top here because that's really grungy. Fuck it, we're gonna do a denoise as well. But that way it literally just cuts out the grain. I've tried it on some portraits. Doesn't really work that well. Can't really figure out what a human being is or what skin is. But for paint and for cars, you have to be using denoise, especially on darker images like this. Let's try one more radial filter from the top here, just to bring a bit more light onto the top of the car and bring the temperature down a bit. Maybe just bring the overall temperature of the image down. Before, after. I'll take it. I'll take it. Get your shots in focus next time. Apex D Media. What is that? No. No. Okay, this is a really nice picture. I just fixed like the most important part, really. If you've ever gone out and taken photos like during a snowstorm, you would just know it's just bliss. It is the most fun you can ever have with photography. Well done. Just for taking your cameras out in the snow and just having a good fun time doing that. He doesn't even have gloves on. He's got all the other gear except for gloves. That's hardcore, man. Okay, let's get a bit of inspo happening. Gonna add a little bit of color in there. The tone curve. Fuck it, we're doing 2x1 crop. Yeah. The best. 18 mil. Okay, it's definitely shot on a crop sense. 1/322 shutter. I'm guessing this is handheld, that's why you shot it at such a high shutter speed. You're shooting on a Sony, that's fine, but because the image is so underexposed as it is in camera, you could have gone down to 1/150th, bro, and just spammed it on burst mode until you got one in focus. You don't want to be seeing that, man. You don't want to be seeing that. Yeah, my recommendation is to shoot on a lower shutter, open up that aperture, and then if you absolutely have to, try it at 3000. Anyway, I will try and save it for you. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can get some inspo here. Let's bring some highlights up. Let's bring some shadows. Let's just Kills me, man. Ugly oranges and yellows, they need to come out straight away. Okay, S-curve, here we go. Copy that. Paste. Paste. Much purple, apart from all the noise that it's affecting. I don't need bird shit just looking at me. Okay, I'm gonna try and start fixing this, to be honest. And I'm gonna take out some clarity, crank the noise. Oh my God, dude, I don't think this is savable. Try the denoise, see what it can do. Maybe let's crank it. It is what it is up there. Let's bring a bit of lightness onto the car here. Shadows up. And some texture across the body of the car. A bit more of a darker blue. And I'm actually gonna go across all of the white paint here. See if I can't bring some saturation out and just make that paint sparkle. Wow, I really can't save that many details. It's gonna have to be a bit of quite a dark edit, unfortunately. Come in here and fix the highlights on the neons. And maybe we can scrape a bit more detail out of this if we just bring some clarity. You know what as well I can do? I need to get the yellow back on the tires. So the writing on the tires as well is like very 2000. So before and after. We'll take it. I love shooting in the snow. That is really nice. Everyone watching like, wow, such a beautiful snow picture, so bright and gorgeous. And then I'm like, yeah, make it as gothic and dark as possible. Bring some radial filters in here. Going for that horror look, that horror movie. Bit of green. Oh, yeah. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna try something. Don't know if this is gonna work. Can you make it even more foggy back here? Okay, okay. Bring some highlights back in. Now comes to the actual editing. We're gonna clean this image up a little bit. Now, there are so many different ways to do this on Photoshop. You can press S, you can make a clone stamp like so, and just stamp them out. But sometimes it's not that natural. You can also press J and just select them over like this, and let Photoshop do some work on it. Right click after your selection, just click fill, enter, let Photoshop do the work, even though that did a pretty shocking job. And now with Photoshop AI, if we just select around this lovely lady's head, and we can type in generative fill, remove person. And it's either gonna do an amazing job or it's gonna be horrible. Yeah, I had one job, bro. Blend background with snow. Hey, there we go. That's great. That's actually sick. I think I would then go further and I would start cleaning like all of this sort of stuff up. I would be getting rid of that, like things like this. And let's have a look. We came from that to that. This is an awesome photo, just straight out of the camera. Just gotta appreciate it, you know? Thank you for sending this to me, by the way. Thank you to everyone who sent me pictures. This is so much fun. You get to send me a picture and I get to destroy it and put it back on the internet. Oh, I really want to make sure I do a good job on this picture. I really don't want to fuck this up. Bring some exposure down, yeah. Highlights down, shadows up. Wow, there's something just makes me so happy about a picture like this with the fog and the darkness, the moodiness, and a 2x1 crop as well. Like you gotta have the 2x1 crop. This is difficult, man. I'm not gonna lie, I struggle editing other people's pictures. When you're there and you're taking the shot, I feel like subconsciously you somewhat know how you're gonna edit it. But when you're not there, you're not on location, you're not with the whole creative process of why someone decided to take that picture. Then it comes over to the editor, it can just be difficult. Yeah, just like real subtle differences here. So I'm gonna bring over just in the red channel of the tone curve. I'm gonna bring that over a little bit. I'm slowly starting to phase out the blue edits. I've been roasted for many years about my too much blue, but now we're starting to get into the aqua green phase. That's right. New year, new me, North Borders 2024, only green edits. Nah, who am I kidding? I fucking love blue. I need to do a bit of subject selection. So I'm gonna take a bit of saturation down Bring some highlights up. Subtract, brush. Make sure we get the taillights, nice color of that. What if we bring a radial filter from the top down here? Something really subtle. Get a bit more color in the top there. Yeah, let's try a little bit of aqua in the shadows and the highlights. Bit of orangey red, a little bit of dark blue. And we'll balance it a bit more to the red so it doesn't affect the car as much. Denoise. Dude, I am so happy with that. Actually a bit upset, to be honest, that I couldn't be there shooting that, because that is, man, you got perfect conditions. I want to try and make this one moody as well, okay? I think let's bring a radial filter in. Start her off strong. I'm gonna bring some temp down to the whole image. We can make these yellows pop, but we don't need all of them. Like especially the oranges here on the building, we don't need those. Let's bring some color in. Don't be afraid to use the tone curve. Chuck a point somewhere in it and just move it around and just see what it does. I mean, that's already a big difference there. What if we boost a bit of saturation here? Maybe another radial filter, which is just gonna affect our center point here, as you can see. And maybe just some clarity for the center. And there's another one here, which I'm gonna drop the exposure a bit more on. I would 2x1 crop this as well, but it's now cutting off the mirror and stuff, which I don't actually think works for this image. Maybe we can bring in a little bit of fade here. Chuck some highlights in. Here we have the before and the after. Quick, simple, easy, love it. Why, dude? Look, I don't mean to be rude. There's a lot going on here, and I don't mean that in a good way. It's very messy, okay? Mixing urban and nature in the same picture, especially when it's not symmetrical, it's not gonna work, man. It's not gonna work. That's what I'm trying to say. Everyone's gonna start somewhere. You gotta shoot something, right? Mate, I'm gonna fucking slap a preset on that and we're gonna call it a day. I feel like this image could have had so much more potential. Maybe it would have been better to take this from the side or reposition the car so we had more light. I'm not gonna try and bring details back in this image, even though we actually do have some details here. I think I'm actually gonna try and work with the shadows. Let's go for that aqua cinematic look. Subaru blue. And also another thing with your headlights, you don't need full headlights. Just the nice C light, the parking light, or the daytime running lights would have been enough. I could spend all day just picking away at things on the ground. It makes a difference. Same with this, that can go. I like the highlights where they are. I think we can keep those. What does it actually look like if we bring a graduated filter across from the side here and we actually do try and bring a little bit of light? I think maybe I could try and bring a little bit of detail just so you can see the line of the car a bit better. I'm really trying my best here, man. Nice. See what we can do with the color boosting here. What is going on here? Why is it leaking? I don't know. Bring a towel, I guess, if your car leaks. And I just want to see what happens if we bring a radial filter on this side, darken it a bit over here, and we darken the ground a little bit. I don't know. This is gonna be making the image that much better. But look, we tried. We did try. There's before, there's after. What did we learn? 2x1 crops, using denoise. Don't be afraid to muck around with the tone curve. Just get amongst it, move some sliders around, see what happens. Just remember, minute adjustments make a world of difference. There's literally some dude outside my house. I'll just show you. This is what you're hearing. He's holding like a propane tank and he's literally just flaming the ground. I've never seen that been done. This is a sick picture in Belgium. I actually think I know the location of this one. I think my mate Casper actually shot some pictures here. Okay, that straight away, that needs to go. That doesn't need to be there. A big graduated filter from the top here. Some saturation up. I love that browny, dusty color. Someone said it's better to denoise the image before you start editing it. So I actually want to see if that makes a difference. Cool, well, I don't see a difference to any other way it denoises the picture, but whatever. If some random person on YouTube says it in the comments, it must be true. Always remember, kids. Okay, we're gonna take some purples out because there's a lot of strange purple in the windscreen here. Yeah, we can crush the blacks a little bit. This actually looks like a cover of dirt. If we add a little bit of fade to it and crush the blacks a little bit, something like that. Select subject. Okay, I think that did an all right job. But yeah, I'm gonna bring some texture up and some clarity because I feel like we're losing the car a little bit here. See if we can get a bit of the color back of the car. Bring a radial filter down from the bottom here, and we'll get another radial filter. I just want to see what happens if we invert it. What happens if we drop the exposure now? Oh, that's also so sick. We have a fair bit of shadows down here. We don't need to have it as crushed, but a darker shot is definitely really cool. I don't know what I like more, the brighter shot or the darker shot. Sometimes I just got to stand up. Or the brighter shot. I think I'm going to go with the brighter one. This is a phenomenal shot. More dirt pictures. That makes me want to shoot more in the dirt, actually. Really cool. Well done. Okay. Interesting composition.
Stop the cap.
Using a polarizer at least, so that's good. Obviously daytime, but still a lot of reflections parked under a tree. Yeah, straight away, obviously I noticed that the door's open. That's not a good look. It's gonna take a lot of energy to edit this one. Yeah, I feel like don't be afraid to ask the owner, hey, can we close the door for a picture? If it's gonna create a better photo, if you don't ask, you don't get. Let's just try and get a little bit of an edit going. Let's get some darker greens in there straight away. A radial filter from the top, get a bit more light going. Bring some saturation up, but bring it down towards the yellow to get a bit more of that warmer tone. Let's bring another radial filter over the car. Just try and bring up that exposure. It's gonna take all the greens out. And we have missed focus just slightly on the front of the car. So it's more focused towards the hood. Let's bring some of our highlights down here, just at the top of the tone curve. Because we have a lot of highlights in this image, maybe it might be better to give them a bit more of a matte look. And I just want to see what happens if we bring some saturation out of our windscreen here. Let's go for a little bit more orange in the mid-tones here. I need to take more of the image. I need to take like that much. I'm gonna flip it horizontally. Even get a ruler out. So that's where the mirror ends, down there. Okay, I'm gonna get a mask out. If this works, it'll be legendary. Wait for it. Bang! No more door. I'm actually pretty happy with that effort. There you go. No worries. So next time, fuck the door. Leave both of them open. Just send it to me. Don't worry. I'll get it out, mate. Before, after. I'm pretty happy with that. I'll take that. Oh, nothing beats a good New York street picture. Oh, this is just straight up fucking bang, bang, highlights up, you're fucking done. Like honestly, like what else do you want me to do? Like that's sick. I would rate that. It's super dark, it's super liminal, it's creepy, it's eerie. That as a print would be sick. Or just a whole set of pictures like this. You've nailed it. The silhouette, shooting through. I love it. If you're not from Australia, this is a Holden Tirana. It's sad that Holden don't make anything like this anymore. Naturally as well, you've got a 30mm, you've got a 1.4 aperture, so I understand that you want to use it. However, when we take photos of cars, if we look at the back here, the back is not in focus compared to the front. I think it's quite a cheap lens because we have a lot of these highlights off here. It's chromatic aberration. Let's just see if we can actually get rid of any of that. Probably better off to shoot this picture at an f2, maybe even a 2.5. That way we know we're getting the back of the car, at least the whole car in focus. I like to shoot cars with headlights on. However, we can just come into Lightroom here, put a dot there, in the brush tool, put another dot there, and make it a bit yellow because this car's gonna have halogen lights. LED lights would just look whack. And we can just try our best to turn the lights on. Nice, headlights are on. I'm gonna bring the highlights down a little bit. We have obviously a lot of sun. We're gonna have a radial filter acting as our sun as well. It's gonna come from this side and we can bring up some shadows. Okay, I'm just gonna dim a little bit of the color. I'm gonna bring it just a little bit towards the blue here. I'm gonna start off strong in the tone curve here. Bring the highlights down a little bit. A tiny bit of fade. We can crush the blacks a little bit. Gonna bring our red channel up a little bit. Bring a bit of purple down. And don't worry if this looks a bit shit at the moment because we're basically going to blend each one of these colors. Oh, I don't mind a bit more of the aqua look though. I think maybe a bit of clarity out even. Just gonna play around with some of the colors here. I mean, that's pretty much half of editing, right? It's just sort of up to interpretation to what you like and then moving around sliders. I find grass so annoying to edit. That's not kosher, baby. That's just annoying me now. I just realized that. I'm gonna get a graduated filter from the top here. Some exposure up, I think. What happens if we just chuck more fade and we just crush those blacks a bit more fade, and we just get it nice and yellow, nice and orangey. Yeah, probably take some blues out. There's a lot of blues in the hood here and throughout the car. Red saturation can come up. Let's try another radial filter over here, just from the top. Yeah, put a bit of haze in maybe, bring the blacks up. Select subject. Yeah, it's done a pretty good job. And bring a bit more texture, so we have a bit more detail in the car. I'm actually kind of liking that. Let me just try one more radial filter, invert, try and bring a bit more central focus. By pressing Q, we get Band-Aid tool or clone stamp, depending on which one you prefer, which one works better. Probably get rid of some of this. Mitch, thanks for sending your photo of, I don't know if that's your Tirana. Could maybe work on the composition a little bit better. And just remember, when you're shooting 3/4, we don't always need f1.4. Oh, what do we have here? It's quite messy, I'm not gonna lie. You know, we've got this really cool, I think this is what, fog, haze back here. There's a lot of darkness down the bottom here, which is just very distracting. Your subject, the bike, is blending in a lot with whatever's going on here along the fence line. I think, yeah, this would be a fence. There's a lot of shrubbery there as well. I feel like you've really missed a lot of the opportunity here with the haze to show some scale in your picture. And not to mention the highlights are blown out as well over here. So we could have gone for way less ISO. We don't need that during the day. I don't know what to do here. I actually like the color here, straight out of camera. I actually think it's really nice. I might just accentuate that a little bit more. Whoa, what is going on with my Lightroom? So not even Lightroom likes this picture, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do with this picture. Now, this is a great use of conditions and a really awesome car as well. Well done. I think we probably need a little bit of clarity to come in here, but I just want to see what happens if we get the brush tool out. We just create 2 little dots here, bring some clarity out of our lights here. Maybe it could have been better to not use so much of the bush as the background. If we put the car in this position in the center of the road and you stepped into the middle of the road and shot down, that way we could have, again, had a bit more breathing room. So I just want to have a little bit of a play around with this image. I don't know what direction I sort of want to take it in. Let's bring some shadows back into it. We're going to crush the blacks a little bit. We can keep it nice and dark and moody. I like that. We bring a little bit of aqua in. Very small, minimal adjustments will go a long way. So I probably should have done this at the start, but yeah, a denoise is definitely due for this picture. So let's have a look here. That is incredible. Look at that, especially on the windows, you can really see the difference here. Just want to bring the exposure down a little bit, because I do love a dark, moody shot. And I always like to play with the white balance just to see what will happen. A bit more yellowy, yellow and green. What if we played into that a little bit more? In the blue channel, the highlights of the blues down to more of the yellows, and also mixed it with some aqua highlights. That's looking dirty. It is a little bit dark where the car is though. Bring some highlights up. And we'll try a graduated filter onto the ground here. Some more clarity. I want to see what happens when we put a radial filter over the corner of the image here. Add a little bit more light from that side. In the calibration, let's boost some saturation here, just in the blue section. Actually, I don't like this edit anymore, actually. I'm gonna fix it. I think it's the greens that I don't like. It's too much green. Doesn't need this on the ground. Before, after. That's a great picture and awesome car. Is that someone's camera bag? Bro, don't do that, please. That's a bag, I'm pretty sure. Almost certain. Unless it's a really big spider. Or like a wombat with spider legs. It's not in Australia, so it's not a spider. Because we do have spiders that big. Serious. Sick location. A lot of potential here. A lot of wasted space. A lot of random dirt here. 2 other cars just sitting in the background. Yeah, a lot going on here. Car's not really in focus. It's a bad use of lighting here. The car would have been better if you got a bit closer, could get a sharper image. See, maybe it is sharp. It's just your camera's lacking quality. If you just rolled it forward a little bit more, it would have helped light up the back of the car a bit more as well. What I do like about your picture though, is that you are using the car and your surroundings. Straight away, we're getting rid of some of those oranges. They can go straight in the bin. I'm gonna do a denoise and we'll then bring it into Photoshop later. We'll get rid of these cars and your backpack. Try and sharpen that image up a bit more. Bring some texture in. Clarity can come out. Bring our temperature down a bit. I'm gonna try a graduated filter from the top here. Darken that there. And then a radial filter over our subject. And another mask over the subject itself. That is not the subject. It's just not. Oh, quality is really dying here. Take some saturation out of the wheels. Gotta be careful we're not trying to make our red too pink here. Nice, I want a bit more color in here. I'm gonna bring another radial filter over here, invert it. So we could probably just darken our whole surroundings here. Yeah, maybe a bit of clarity out actually. More texture in. Highlights down a little bit. What about a bit of fade? Can we crush? Nah, it's already got enough shadows. We don't need to do that. Bring it down. Move the highlights to the red. Bring those up with the mid-tones. Let's bring it into Photoshop. We've got some cleaning up to do. Let's just try and take this bag out first. So, oh God. Is that obvious? Yeah, it is. Oh my God, bro. Pick up your bag. Let's try fill. Good enough. Okay, this part's gonna be very interesting. Let's see what happens. I don't know how well this is gonna work. Generative fill. Remove. Wow. Holy shit. I can't believe how well that worked. And maybe just a few more distracting little points can come out like these ones. I'm actually really happy with this. That's the before and the after. I will take that. Thank you very much. I will send you the invoice later, mate. Snow picture. All right. I'm a slut for a good snow picture, to be honest. I love the fucking snow. Shot on an 85mm Sigma, f1.4, 1/100th. You've got it nice and sharp on your subject, which I'm guessing is the sign. It would have been better if we had a bit more subject isolation, like this character back here. I'll just show you quickly as well with the V4s, when you scroll over them. A lot of them are going to be made for night. Starting off strong, I'm going to have a nice S-curve here. Might even take some clarity out. That way we can get all the lights sort of popping. So we can still get that haziness from the lights without losing our sharpness. Especially for night pictures, I'm a big fan of, going into the red channel, grabbing the center point here and just bringing it down towards the greens and aquas. Even just changing your white balance can actually make a huge difference. More of that dark green, or we can have more of the aqua. So we've got some really distracting blue parts down here. So I might just try and take a bit of saturation out of that. Try and bump the saturation of the reds. Yeah, it's a great picture, but the more I'm editing it, the more I wish there was just someone standing here. Or I'm sorry if you sent a picture in and you didn't want it to be roasted and you can't take the criticism, but I do it out of love. If no one says anything, then I don't want you to be practicing the wrong techniques, basically. So I want every time you go out and take a picture, don't just be trigger happy and snap whatever. Really think about what you're shooting, why you like it, and how you can improve on it at each time. I'm gonna come into now our color grading. I'm gonna jump in. I'm probably just gonna use the highlight wheel actually, and just have a bit of a color boost here, and then also boost them a bit. This photo is shot on such a low ISO, so well done for that. Well done for taking night pictures and keeping your ISO really low. That's before, after. This is a sick picture. 2 SLS gull wings in the same spec. The tree reflection is definitely annoying me, but not a lot we can do about that. Need to bring the exposure up, but I appreciate that he shot it underexposed, so we're not gonna get any blown out images here. I think let's bring some highlights down, go for a nice matte look again, because we have a lot of highlights and reflections. Try a little bit of fade as well. We'll crush the blacks a little bit more fade. See if those yellows and oranges are doing much in the image. Could we bring those down? There's also probably a lot of blue in the paint. Could probably bring a little bit of blue out as well. These spots there, oh, they're really annoying me. You know I'm gonna get rid of those. We're quite dark down the bottom here, so probably bring a radial filter just to bring some shadows out of the bottom here. And maybe a bit of clarity and texture. We could go a bit warmer. Let's see if we can bring a little bit of color into the shadows here. I'm sort of going for a bit more of a minimal edit here. We don't need a whole lot. Just a little bit of dark blue in the shadows there. Probably crush the blacks a little bit more. Silver cars are so good to edit. So easy to edit. Yeah, shooting two cars together is never easy. Pretty much the same as shooting two models. You have to think twice as much and making sure both cars work in a composition. We're gonna try a radial filter from the top here. Just bringing a bit more light over the top of the car here. Ooh, a lot of chromatic aberration. See if we can take some of this out. And let's try denoise. One thing I'm noticing right now as well is this car has been wrapped with expel. And so when you use a polarizer on it, you get this strange warping. If we try and remove that door, because it's sort of just a bit of an eyesore at this point. If I were you, I would have just closed the door on that car. Or a really cool shot could have been through the door of your second car here of this car. Could have been nice as well. That's done a pretty alright job. Before, got the edit, and then enhanced and Photoshop. This is a moody shot, straight out of the camera. Wow, what is this, like a hangar? An airport strip? Okay, and add a little bit of more fade. Something like that. Yeah, I want those highlights up. I'm gonna play into the shadows though, definitely. Bear with me. Bear with me. Gonna see what happens if we... Okay, we definitely have too much going on here. This part of the tone curve. But we're getting some good color in here. Maybe a bit more blue from the mid-tones here. I feel like I need to just center the car in frame here a little bit more. This little thing right here is annoying me. That's just gotta go. I feel like maybe there's too much negative space on the ground. This back wheel could use with some more highlights. Another reason why I just don't like black wheels. Like subject, bit of saturation out. Not an extreme out where it doesn't look realistic with the golden hour. Yeah, maybe let's make it nice and golden. Nice crispy gold with a little bit of dark green in it. Let's try a radial filter, acting as our sun. Bring the exposure up a little bit more. And what happens if we move our yellows across to a bit more of an orange? Let's put a denoise on it, not because this image is noisy, but it does also enhance the sharpening a little bit, I've noticed as well. Yeah, look at that. Look at the logo here, before and after. So basically just doubles the pixel ratio of your image. Let's take this little guy out. He does not need to be there. Hopefully Lightroom doesn't let me down with some random... See what I mean? Like, Photoshop, it doesn't do this shit. Dude. No. Okay. That's good enough from a distance. Before, after. Minimal adjustments. It's a pretty simple edit, but I think that looks great. That's a phenomenal picture. Well done. Oh, holy shit. That is a cool picture. Where are you shooting cars like this? Where's my invite, bro? Wow. In the rain as well. So sick, man. A Yesco out in the rain by the docks. What is not to love about that? Did anyone see that recent photo shoot with the Yesco Absolute out in the snow? That was awesome. I want to be doing some shit like that. Okay. Chuck some points here in the tone curve. It's a little bit contrasty. A little bit of aqua. Oh, proper moody. Just being careful. I might have to come back and fix some of the red parts. Just zoom in. I'm gonna hit Y on my keyboard, just so I know I can get this red right. Wow, dude. This car is so sick. What happens if we make the yellow line here? Just let that stand out a bit more. Can we dehaze it a little bit more? And I feel like we sort of need a brush tool. It's a little bit too much contrast and shadows on this side of the car here. Dude, this car is nuts. There is so much to look at. I feel like I still haven't quite got that red right. I've made it a bit more pink. What does a 2x1 crop look here? Literally like out of a movie. So sick. In the rain. I'm actually so proud of you. JPW Photo. You spelled photo wrong, but all good, bro. Very proud of you. Well done, son. That's one for the books. This thing over here is really annoying me though. Dude, I'm just a huge fan now of just generative fill. It's so good. Look, if AI is going to be around and photographers and videographers, if we're going to have to compete with it, if you can't beat them, join them. I mean, look at that. Look at the job it does. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. I like to go over sometimes when I'm clone stamping something at a lower opacity. I feel like it can help blend it a little bit better sometimes. 2x1 crop coming in, making it look extremely cinematic. Well done. Very happy with that. I'm honored to edit such an awesome picture. All right, Sean Milden. A portrait shoot. Fuck, I suck at editing portraits. My presets are just not made for portraiture. We've just slightly missed focus. It's more just on the cheek rather than being on the eye. Not that kind of cheek, mate. I get that we're at the beach here, but do we not agree that it's just a lot of negative space? To me, a landscape shot just really draws you in a lot more here. Bringing the highlights up a bit on the eyes here, just to help them glisten a bit more. Probably even go with a little bit more. I'll use a second mask here over the eye. I do know a few tips when it comes to portraiture. We don't want do extreme adjustments to eyes, so they don't have like cat eyes. But it does help to brush over them and increase highlights and exposure just a tiniest bit. Maybe some clarity out, bit of texture. Maybe see what we can do with those greens here. I need Mitch Lale. He'll know what to do. I'm gonna just try and go over the face here and bring out a bit of clarity. Make the skin nice and soft. Maybe we could go the same for the arms and the hand. I'm gonna go into the blue channel, bring a bit of warmth back in. Oh, and you know what? I'm gonna bring a radial filter from the top here, just to act as a bit of light falling down onto her face here. Increase saturation a bit. We can bring the bottom of the tone curve up here. Have a little bit of fade. Crush the blacks a little bit. I do like dark green grass as well. The black tones. Maybe we can go over the lips. They have a nice pink red to them. I really don't want to, I know with portraiture, you don't want to overdo the edit. It's a nice, simple edit. I feel like I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, there's before and after. This is a pretty cool shot. Probably doesn't need to be portrait, so we can crop it in. I like it. You've exposed for the highlights here. It's very dark surroundings. Looks a little bit... What do we even got? What do we got going on here? What are we selling? You always gotta love these random little independent stands. You gotta love the artwork on them. Like, let's make it bright orange, and then we'll make the artwork. We'll have whatever that is, little hamburger. It's literally just like the spit as well, just cropped out. Whatever that is, and whatever that is again, like literally just copied over. Straight away, we'll go into our red channel here, get a bit of the greens going. I even just want to see if we can make this look a little bit hazy here. Get our brush tool out, get some clarity out, get some dehaze out, bump up those highlights. A little bit of fade going here. Bring up the highlights in our channel here. Oh, this orange is really not that fun to edit. Can definitely bring some yellows out of the image here. Never decide if the image is straight or not. Bring some more clarity out of our whole image here. Plus we have our selection with a lot of clarity out as well. Let's see what happens if we just play with our white balance a bit. I don't want to make it too blue, just a little bit, just a little bit. Get a few of those dark greens down as well. Okay, there's your before, after. Sick car. Great location. I know where this is shot actually. I love this area. And we've got this line back here which splits the different colors of the ground, and the spoiler has gone straight through it. We've also haven't aligned it properly with the middle here. We needed to have the car a bit further down because I know exactly where you're shooting here. So just doing small little adjustments like that, when you're on the shoot, taking the actual picture, your edit's gonna come together a lot more cohesively because you've taken in consideration for all these little details in your shot. Bring up some exposure here, darken that there. Bit of dark blue in the shadow look like. Lambos always look good because they have so many sharp edges. It actually looks good to accentuate that a bit more with some clarity. Radial filter on the top part here does just a little bit of exposure from the top to crush those blacks a little bit more. Bring some highlights up there. In our blue channel, I'm gonna bring that up ever so slightly. Maybe actually take some contrast out. Okay, hit Y on my keyboard. That green's actually pretty good. Bring it across to Photoshop. Always make a new layer. It's a good habit to get into. Let's see if we can't just start removing these things. Remove. Just gonna go around with the Band-Aid tool and I'm gonna clean up all these little dots here. All these little oil leaks, water spots from air conditionings. Before, after. So even cleaning up those spots, starting to get a really clean picture here. Now let's go in. Let's see if we can't center this line here. Gonna take the whole thing, pen tool, selection, and gimme. Make it a new layer. What I'm even gonna do before we do that, jump into your crop tool, Command R, get your ruler up, drag one across. So we're centered in a line here. We need to bring the whole car a little bit more centered here. I might even warp it a little bit so we know we have it perfectly centered. From the fin to the back here, the badge in the middle. Grab our line here, clone stamp tool out. And last but not least, let's see if we can take this out. Let's see what happens if we selection. I wonder how well Phil's gonna do here. Good enough for this video. We've cleaned the image up a lot here. Only thing that's still annoying me is this line back here, but not a whole lot we can do about that. That is really just a photography L. Really important just to focus on the details there. It's gonna make a huge difference. But still, great shot, even better car. What is going on here? Dude, were you dropped on your head? Why is this in the frame? I'm not even looking at the car. I'm just looking at this giant block here. It doesn't even look like there's another one of these blocks. Oh no, they're over there. Why, dude? Why would you? Out of everywhere in the car park you could have shot, you decide to have this in your frame. And the shot's a little bit blurry. It's not even perfectly in focus. Bro, what are these settings? 1/10 of a second, f2, ISO 100. You're shooting on Sony as well. You don't even need to be shooting at such low shutter speed with such low ISO. Yeah, dude, during the day, ISO 100, 200, that's fine. At nighttime, you could easily have gone to a 400 or 500 ISO and still gotten away with it. Allowed you to bump up your shutter speed a bit more, and then your photo would have been a lot sharper. Shooting on burst mode as well is also a great tip. I shoot all of my photos, especially nighttime at handheld. If I take 10 photos of the same composition, maybe the first one and the last one will be shaky. Somewhere in the middle, 9 times out of 10, I have a perfectly sharp image. I feel like this image had a lot of potential here. The composition's not too bad. You know, you've got nice and low to the ground here, which I like. Don't mind the sunset happening. The sky's pretty moody. See, you're from the Netherlands. Lots of pupiraika. Obviously, we have this van in the back here carrying the car, which tells me that you're at a track day. I'm sure the owner would be very appreciative and grateful if he found out that you were actually looking for him, or you went up to him and said, hey, I love your car. Can I take some pictures of it? Can we move it over here a little bit? Just so you're away from this fence line. And then you would have been able to ask him to put the headlights on, and it just would have been a totally different shoot. So, and then on top of that, you may even have a contact for next time you want to go out and take some pictures. Who knows where it can lead to? Shadows up here. Maybe I'll just crop it in. Also, love that it's landscape. Well done. I wonder if I can actually turn on the lights without it looking too artificial. Oh, a little tip as well, to get straight lines in your brush tool, make an adjustment. So click somewhere, hold down shift, and then go to your next point where you want it to be and click there, and it's gonna make a perfectly straight line. Don't know how well this is gonna work, but I think I might even need to make a second mask for this side. I don't know if that actually looks legit. I think I'm gonna bring up a lot of fade in this image, something like that. My highlights down a bit. Now let's try and get a really moody color going here. I think a really small adjustment that I really like to make is in the color grading wheel here on the highlight section, and just bringing the luminance up. Just gives a little bit of an extra boost, a little bit of an extra oomph. Definitely want the balance to be more on the oranges. Bring the exposure down a bit. Highlights up a bit more. Starting to look pretty moody. Goddamn headlights. So botchy. Bro, I'm over here like roasting your pictures and then everyone's gonna be roasting me. My fake headlight skills. Let's bring a little bit of texture up, tiny little bit of clarity, take a bit of vibrance out. It's so nice editing a car that doesn't have a color to it. When you're editing the photo, you don't have to worry about affecting the car's color too much, which is nice. What happens if we get a bit more mood out of the sky here? I feel like a radial filter over the center of the car here, just to bring up a few more shadows. And then let's try a graduated filter from the bottom. Just darken the ground just a little bit. Love to see what it does if we invert that. What happens if we just darken everything except for the car? No, that's pissing me off. We're gonna take out this number plate. Make a new layer. We're gonna see what AI does. Remove. Wow, that does a fantastic job. That is incredible. I'm also just gonna bring out my clone stamp over here and see if we can't just get rid of this line. Oh, beautiful. Before, after. I'm not gonna be able to fix this. Shooting on Canon in a dark space. Good luck. When you guys send me some photos in, I like to have a little bit of a stalk. Dude, you have some incredible pictures here. Just with the mood, the lighting. I love the Peaky Blinders one you did as well. That's really sick. You have a really good understanding of color grading, lighting. I get why you probably can't send me some of these pictures. I don't even know if I can even show half of these pictures, but you have a really interesting style here. I mean, you have some incredible pictures, dude. You could have sent me so many different photos, but then you decide to send me this. Feel a bit robbed, if I'm honest. You know, I feel like I'm back in Turkey. Fucking hell. This photo could have had so much more potential if it was shot landscape. I mean, we've got more footpath than trees in this photo. So if we just took a little bit of a step to the left, so we were centered with this part of the pathway, waited for this person to sort of walk around, so he was more centered in the frame, and you shot it landscape, you would have had a lot more trees, which would have shown a lot more scale in your picture. I like how you've also scraped the metadata off this as well. So we can't see what you're shooting. I know you're shooting Sony though, so 1 point for that. If you do like shooting this sort of stuff, I sell presets that do complement this sort of style. So if you want to get some Lightroom presets, try some new styles out, I do have a bunch of different packs, so I'll leave them linked down in the description. We're going to bring some exposure down, highlights up, radial filter from this section, even dehaze it a little bit more. We're going to have highlights up a bit more. And this sort of dark, moody color grading that I'm about to go into works really well when you have a nice diffused light source here. Bring the shadows down a bit more, go into our red channel of our tone curve, and then also complement it with a bit of the yellow. So with the yellow and the aqua, we're making more of that green look. A little bit of saturation can come in. I think it's yellow or orange. Maybe it's the reds here. Maybe it's just a mix of all of them along the ground here. We want to take that a little bit of that out. In our color mixer, bring up the luminance a little bit of our blues here. Maybe the aquas as well. Before, after. Who let the 14-year-olds spec this car? We've got orange accents, blue car, red calipers, black wheels. How does a dealership even allow people to spec cars like this? This belongs on worst spec. Shot this landscape though, very nice. Yeah, the boat ramp and the Aston Martin, they don't really complement each other, especially with the red bridge as well. Like what, are you trying to complement these brake calipers? Even this bridge is worse spec. I mean, what the fuck's going on there, to be honest? I mean, what is going on here? Like, I'm no civil engineer. Why does the bridge have to be designed like that? It looks disgusting. There's not a whole lot of things in this image that are really complementing each other. That car is so ugly, man.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Is this the second or third Yesco? I swear to God, every time I do one of these videos, I have a Koenigsegg in it. I mean, aren't there only like 5 of these or something in the world? How is everyone getting to shoot a Yesco? Like, what is this? Where? Okay, first of all, where's my invite? Secondly, you're in the snow, okay? Last time we had a Yesco in the rain, and now you've one-upped him and had it in the snow. To be completely honest, the car is really carrying the image here. Just like how all of my mates carry me when I play COD with them.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
But yeah, the composition is just a bit meh. Like, it could be anywhere. This could be shot at a parking lot. It could be shot at a fuel station. It could be just even at the dealership, you know? Like, there's not a lot going on here. But you do have the element of snow. And I mean, to be honest, whoever owns this Koenigsegg, if they've already decided that we're gonna bring the car out in the snow, you may as well drift it. How cool would it have been if you actually got shots of the car in action, kicking up some snow? So, I just checked Koenigsegg's Instagram, and turns out they did drift the car in the snow. So, where the fuck are the pictures of that? Huh? It actually gets worse, because I actually went and checked out your Instagram, and you posted this reel of the car drifting around you. So why didn't you just take a picture of that? Put your phone down, pick your camera up and shoot that next time, if there will even be a next time. Like, I feel like that is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And you blew it.
My disappointment is immeasurable. And my day is ruined.
What is it, like a Bentley? It's a Rolls Royce. Slammed and bagged. This has just got to be the UK. I already know. Only British people could afford to do something like this. Is slam and bag a Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce, it's a domestic car in England. It's like their Commodore. This is just a VE Commodore, but British. That's all I'm seeing right now. Because you've modified it like a VE Commodore. Great idea with the puddle going on here. Car could have come a little bit more forward and maybe a bit more of an angle. So that way you could have got just a nice straight line. Got a light over here. It's, you know, is it in the frame or is it out of the frame? You know, you got to pick one. You can't just have it half in. It's getting moodified. We're gonna make it moody. Let's bring some clarity up here. Might just leave the shadows. Actually, bring some contrast out from now. Dive pretty deep in the tone curve here. We don't really do this. We sort of make points in it. Shit joke. I'm gonna bring my shadows down, generous amount. Copy the settings, paste, paste. This is obviously looking not great right now because we have a lot of unnecessary purple in the image. So definitely bring some of those out and even some of our blues as well. We'll even drop the exposure a little bit. Fuck, this is a hard picture to edit, man. I'm gonna paint my mask over just the main details of the car here. And I'm gonna bring my texture up and clarity up. Boop, 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 boop. I don't like it. Next. Wow. This is an incredible photo. Beautifully exposed, amazing car, sick conditions, sick location. Thank you for sending this in. That is amazing. Oh, there's a little bit out. No! Oh well, good enough for Instagram. Let's try and enhance. What if a super resolution? Doesn't really help it. I'm guessing this was a Lamborghini event. That's why they put these plates on it. Yeah, they probably were like, yeah, we're definitely not gonna drift it. But fuck. Imagine if you could just be like, just a little drift for me. That would just be so sick, don't you think? Let's try to work with that sunset a bit. Bring some saturation up, highlights up. We'll just straighten the image a little bit here. Oranges and purples going. So I'm just gonna adjust the white balance a little bit here. Can definitely have a pretty aggressive tone curve. Bring out some texture with the snow. I'll just start making an S curve here with my channels. Black wheels, man. Never been a fan. Never will be a fan. Sorry, we're gonna start from the start, actually. Definitely way too orange. Yeah, it's definitely my tone curve. Okay, I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna make a new S curve here with more contrast at the bottom. Something that actually plays into more of like the aqua. Bring a bit more contrast in, more texture up. Radial filter from this side just to brighten up the right side of the image here. Shadows down here. Gonna go a bit more aqua. Highlights can be red, and we're just gonna boost it all here a little bit as well. Wow, that's looking amazing. What happens if we actually bring the exposure down a bit more? Oh, that's moody. Wow, what an image. Maybe I've gone a little bit too hard on the blue here. Before, after. That is an amazing picture. Phenomenal, actually. Couldn't have done it better myself, mate. Well done. Oh. I actually have this mask somewhere. I was once taking pictures like this, but dude, it's 2024, man. This was a trend like 8 years ago. With the lens ball as well, that was even older. You can't be doing shit like this anymore. It's not a trend. You know what the photography trend is nowadays? Just make your photo as blurry as possible. Just literally half a second shutter and just... That's what the kids are doing nowadays. But I can't really talk. I used to do this shit as well. You may as well just start stacking it in. See how many trends you can put into one picture. Get the mask out, get the lens ball, get the flare going, the smoke bomb, give it a little shake as well. And another point for confidence to stand there and look like that in the streets. I couldn't do that anymore. And it's shot on Nikon just to top it off. Where is this purple coming from? It's white balances all over the place. Oh my God. I think let's start off with a denoise. Enhance. 1/5 of a second. If that's handheld at 1/5 of a second, that's incredible. I actually don't mind the portrait shot here. Yeah. Okay. I'll try my best. I will try my absolute best here. So I'm going to crop it in quite a lot, as you just saw, because there was a lot of unnecessary space down here we just did not need. Okay, rule of third, guys. Rule of third. It's like you learn that in school. Come on. Let's just see if we can even just fix this white balance from now. Let's start it there. Okay. Let's bring some greens out. Oh God. Let's try a little bit of fade actually. And the ye old faithful. What are the yellows? Yeah, if we bring some yellows out maybe. Whoa, far out. I think you know what? I might just have to try and get this image back to normal. That's like the challenge here. Oh, this is very difficult. Okay, maybe brush tool. Let's try and bring some saturation out, clarity up. I mean, if that was the original and that's what I've got it to, I think that's actually respectable. How is it so blue from raw? I don't understand. Look, man. I think I'm just gonna have to cut my losses on this one. You had everything you needed. You were given the ball, but you dropped it. Sorry, you've dropped it. This photo doesn't need to be portrait. It just doesn't. And I understand it's for Instagram, it's for Reels, it's for whatever, but just there's plenty of other pictures that could work portrait. This is not one of them. And maybe you were shooting portrait because you wanted to get the moon in. But it's only just made it in. He's like,
oh, please don't forget about me up here.
No, it may as well not be in. And that's really annoying as well. I go to crop it landscape and it still doesn't get the bridge in. Another thing as well is we have this massive ship over here. That's really getting in the way of your image. While you're waiting for the ship to pass, and we're gonna wait to get this hero shot happening here, we could have taken photos of the grill with the badge, could have taken photos of the wheels, black wheels. Oop. We could have just taken a few different shots, some close-up sort of stuff. We have so much room on this side, like literally from where the photo ends right here to where the front bumper is compared to the back of the car. There's not much room there compared to where the image is ending versus the back of the car. We want to make sure that's even. If you're going to have this much room on that side, it needs to be the same here. Wow. Full screen that for a second. Holy shit. That is incredible. Is this Iceland? That does not look very warm. You can already tell that just looks like it's freezing wherever you are. Your subject looks very uncomfortable. Interesting choice of settings. 1/80th of a second, 2.8, ISO 200. You've still got a fair amount of light here. We could have gone an ISO 400, even up to an 800 to be honest, and increased your shutter so you got a really sharp picture, especially of your subject here. It would have been better if they had a nicer stance to them instead of just looking like they shut themselves. That's honestly what I look like after a few beers and eating a kebab and I'm racing to the toilet. That's what I look like. I'm gonna bring some shadows up, play into those highlights here. I wonder if it's possible to make the Blade Runner look here. I don't know if this is gonna work, bear with me. But to get that look, you need to get the right amount of orange. It's not working. I already know it's not working. Definitely some clarity up. Let's try and just do a slight S-curve here. Paste that. Some of those highlights down. I really just want that icy edit. See if we can just bring some of those highlights down because we don't want to blow them out. This is something I could see Apple using as one of their wallpapers. And we'll see if we can just boost the saturation a little bit of our subject here. And that's gonna go. That's really annoying me. Maybe a bit more clarity could come out. Ooh, yeah, we bring the greens down, just really get it icy. think our subject is nice and centered in the frame there, and our horizon is straight. Maybe some exposure can come down even more actually. Actually, maybe one more graduated filter from the bottom here, so we still have some shadows, and then we can bring down the exposure. You just want to make really minimal adjustments. We don't need to go overboard with this. Yeah, maybe our subject needs to be way brighter. Ah, it looks too fake now. Okay, there we have the before and the after. That's all I have. Thanks for sending your pictures in, and I'll see you in the next one. We've actually got a bit of backstory for this picture. Jonas was heading home on the train when he saw this sort of blaze of smoke happening, and he happened to have his camera on him, walked over to where it was happening, and then there's this entire school, not entire school, that's a bit too much, but part of the school was on fire. No one was injured, no one was hurt. This is after hours. Firefighters put out the blaze, but far out. What an awesome picture, okay? Like, this is awesome. To come across an entire blaze happening and you just happen to have your camera with you is very lucky. Not so lucky for the school, but very lucky to come across something like this. I mean, how often does this happen and then you have your camera with you to shoot it? I sort of want to like blow out some of the highlights and stuff here. Yeah, but I want the shadows to stay in the shadows because there's not a lot going on down the bottom of the image here. But at the top here there is. And take some contrast out maybe. And I'm going to bring the top of my highlights down to create sort of that more matte finish, which you can see in the highlight area here. I'm going to try something a bit different here and try a dark green edit. You're going to hear me say that a fucking lot. So let me bring this down here, something like that. I definitely need to take some saturation out because it's looking a bit too contrasty. This photo actually reminded me of something. I remember seeing on the news at one point that 3 kids had got together and firebombed the school after hours. And I think almost half the school, or maybe half this certain section or whatever of the school, like burnt down, cost the school a fuckload of money. I mean, I don't know if this is probably a good thing to say, but I feel like I've had those thoughts. I feel like we've all had those thoughts at school, surely. Your teachers have just been such dicks to you and you've just wanted to turn around and be like, you better watch your words, Miss Callahan. You may not have a job tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking burn this school down. And then someone actually goes and does it. I mean, I don't know how this fire started and then maybe they got expelled or something. I don't know. But you gotta have a lot of hatred for your school to go and start a fire in it. So yeah, surely we've all had those thoughts. Right? No? Just me? Okay. Anyway, I want that bottom part of the image to be really dark. I want all the focus to be on our firemen here and the fire. And I really do love that hazy look. I don't like when there's too much clarity. I like the opposite. I just think it works nicer with all the little tree branches. It really suits this image. And maybe we can try and take some other colors out. We don't need any greens. The yellows could be more orange. The highlights are actually retained pretty well in this image. I can't really roast this photo too much because the building is actually getting roasted itself. So, wow, bro. What an incredible picture, man. Like, I still can't believe you just happened to be walking past this and just had your camera with you. What are the chances? In our shadows here, in our color grading, I'm just gonna bring a bit of dark greens in and the highlights can go even more orange. There we go. Before, after. What is that outfit? Someone's gone into the store, whether it's like a secondhand shop or whatever, rocked up and been like, yeah, I want that one. The one that makes me look like a fucking Persian rug. And why do you look like you're in a school car park as well? Nothing is working cohesively in this picture. I know it might seem like I'm nitpicking, but these random trees in the background, random buildings, sky opening here, another random building. What does all that mean? Why did you choose this location specifically? What's the story you're trying to show here? Because to me, it looks like this chick, she just got back from Persian rug store and she's driving this old car and it broke down. I mean, maybe that is what you wanted. If I were you, I would have done this at like maybe at a diner or outside a restaurant with neon lights or something. Put like a red light or orange light in the car, put a fill light on your model, get her smoking a ciggy, really start to paint a story there of what's happening. This just looks like it's rushed. Not much thought has gone into it, not much planning. If Temu had an AI generative fill, this is what you'd be getting. Got a light painting here. So we have the body itself lit up. The wheels, this is actually what makes me hate black wheels at night, is that when you have to light them and edit them like this. This is why I'm not a fan of them. If you put black wheels on your car, you have no taste. Get some fucking silver wheels. It's not that hard. I'm gonna take out some of the yellows first and the purples. Oh my God, that is not the subject. Far out. Thank God for the magic of editing. You don't have to watch me do all this. Thank you, Lightroom AI, for doing a terrible job. So I'm going to take a bit of saturation out to get our car back to its original color. A little bit of warmth as well. So you don't want to take out all the saturation, then it's quite obvious that you did that. You just want it to look natural in its environment. Let's get some tone curve magic happening. I think the E30 is just a really timeless shape, especially the E30 M3s. But I think every type of E30 is really cool. A little bit of green grade. I'm just gonna get this image looking good to an edit I'm pretty happy with, and then take it all into Photoshop and merge both photos together. So let's fix up these wheels down here because the bottom isn't as bright as the top. Get rid of some of those rough edges. Gonna add some texture into the wheels, maybe brighten them a little bit more as well. Let me try a radial filter over the car. I'm gonna invert it so it's gonna affect everything but the car and bring down our exposure a bit and also the color. Make it a little bit cooler. Yeah, there's a lot of purples in this image affecting it all, especially the sky. So I'm gonna bring those right across. Don't want any of those. And same with the blues now, bring them a little bit across to the aqua. This one's just going to be for the ground. Make sure we're not touching the wheels. I'm going to take some saturation out of the ground here and add some clarity. I'm going to try a graduated filter now from the top of our image. I'm going to drag it all the way down and reduce the exposure, and maybe even a second one. I just want to see this looks like. This one is affecting the overall top half of the image, and the other one we just did is more just affecting right of the top of the image a bit more drastically. Try and do this from both sides of the image to help draw that central focus in. Some overall saturation boost. I'm gonna make sure our orange reflector here can stay the right color, which it's not. So let me go over it again and actually just make it properly orange. Yeah, I'm a real sucker for details. I think details really matter. Yeah, okay, next time I'd close this window as well, because from this angle, now you're ruining the line of the car as well. So that's a big no. I might bring the strength halfway down on our subtract mask. Just bring back some color through the glass. Another radial filter. There's a lot of masks here, so fucking keep up. I'm gonna brighten it up, bring some shadows up here. Just a little bit. Another, again, minute adjustments. Can bring some blue highlights up. And also another little detail I like to do is just punch the highlights here in the color grading wheel and the midtones. Let's denoise the image. Look at that. That's incredible, isn't it? So I'm now gonna select both of these images, the headlights now, and the base image that we've edited. Right click, edit in, open as layers in Photoshop. We're gonna get our headlight layer, auto align layers, lighten. Make it look nice and natural. Does that look pretty good? Looks pretty good to me. Save the picture, and now we have a final image here. Could probably go further and keep editing it and cleaning up these sort of little bits and pieces here, which is something I'd probably do. That would be before, excluding the headlight picture, and after. Before, after. Pretty happy with that actually. Looks great. Well done. Great picture, great car. Next time, get some silver wheels on it. You had everything here for a great picture. Had an awesome car, amazing city of New York. Could have used these buildings over here. That's a really cool texture with the, you know, darker brick and the yellow lights. Maybe using, is that the Manhattan Bridge or Brooklyn Bridge? I think it's the Brooklyn Bridge. All the New York people watching this like, you didn't get the right bridge. But yeah, anyway, like you fucked it, bro. Honestly, sorry. My attention's just going to this prison box thing here. Like, what even is that? Is that a merry-go-round? Why is it in a box? Yeah, dude, you fucked it. I mean, awesome car, but why is it completely off center? What are you actually trying to show me here in your photo? Are you trying to show me the city skyline? Are you trying to show off the car? It's not working cohesively in the picture. Evo's a cool car though. I will give you that. Used to be my dream car when I was a kid, but then I bought a Subaru. Fuck my life. Should have bought an Evo. I like this. It's been turboed, intercooler at the front. I like it even more. This is a sick picture. Let's try 2x1 crop actually. I'm gonna bring my exposure down because that's what we do here. That's pretty much all I know how to edit. I'm gonna start by taking quite a lot of color out. So we have different colors like all bouncing off the car here reflecting. I think a lot of it's purples. Between the purples and blues, yeah. Let's take those blues out, aquas out, greens out. Yellows can come down a bit. We'll get back to that later. Same with the orange. Yeah, nice. Everything can come out a little bit. I'm going to put a point in my tone curve here. It's going to affect our shadows. Another point up here for our midtones to highlights. Probably bring some contrast out. We're losing a lot of details over the car here as well. Let's create a subject selection and bring up some highlights just a little bit and add some texture in as well. Yeah, okay, sick. This is really starting to come together here. We can use our highlights and our midtones to help create the color a bit more of the sun. So maybe put a bit of orange in there and some yellows, maybe just an ever so slight amount. I'll also do another brush over our wheels, make sure they're nice and silver. Let me see what happens if I put a graduated filter, bring it down from the top here, and just darken the sky a bit more. Maybe bring out some clarity too. What happens if we add dark green and just the, ooh. I'm pretty happy with that. I don't want to go too overboard. Before, after. Before, after. Successfully avoided the roast. I actually got an email from YouTube and they told me that if you're subscribed to my channel, you will immediately start editing better photos. So just a random statistic that I got sent, super random. Don't know how it works, but apparently if you are, you immediately become a better editor. Fucking, why? Dude, there's so much to look at here. You decided, let me take a picture of my toy Corvette when the real car is behind it, when you could have just shot the real thing. And it's not like this is a really small scale model. You know, this is not like a little Hot Wheels you can just put in your pocket. You have planned to do this. You've brought this big scale model of a toy car and you've thought about doing this and this is what you came up with. And why is there an oil tanker in the back? Why are you shooting on sand? I have so many questions. You put all this planning into it. You bring out a model car, which, you know, I don't actually think is a bad idea. If you're 6 and then you stopped it there, you were like, no other thought for any location. I'm just gonna shoot it like this. That's terrible, man. That's terrible. That windscreen's having a great time though. It looks like it's on psychedelic. Far out. Empty parking lot. Very liminal. We love liminal spaces. And here's an idea. Here's an idea. Why don't you finish painting your project car before you go out and take pictures of it? And it's not like it's a Toyota 86 fucking Hakasuka, oh, look at me, I'm tofu driver. Like, no. Dude, you're driving fucking, what is it, GX Lexus or whatever? Alien from Lilo and Stitch. Your test fit, it hasn't even gone too well. Like, you clearly got scammed because your side skirt's not even fitting. And you zoom out. Okay, let me try and help you out here. Just bring some exposure up, see what we're working with here. Highlights down. Clarity can stay where it is. Take all the blue out. Bring the yellow across so I can get these little poles orange. Just make them all pop. Blues in the color grade. Highlights can be, yeah, a bit more orange. Shadows can be nice and dark. We do a generous pull. I'm just gonna do a big brush over the roof here. Take some saturation out. Bring some aqua down in the tone curve, just a little bit. It's amazing how much a tiny adjustment can make such a big difference to your color. And I'll also do the same for our blue channel here. Maybe some more exposure can come down. Nice one. Let's see what happens with a radial filter over our car here. And we just make the car the central focus. I mean, yeah, it's actually not looking as bad as I thought, to be honest. Okay, one last thing is missing. We should try and turn the headlights on here. Turn them on, make them halogen. Don't know if that's gonna work from a distance. Fuck, it looks shit. Maybe are those the headlights there? Gotta love the design of these like early 2000s, late 90s Lexus. They really just made them ugly, but ugly is cool. It actually from a distance looks like a CLS Mercedes, I think. Like 2000 and like this. Imagine that, yeah? You see it? I feel like I see it. There's a funny picture. Maybe with a denoise. Might actually help it. Because at the back here, there's a lot of noise going on. 3200 ISO, wow. There's our before and after. I'll take that. I will take that. What I'm actually surprised about here is you've found 2 people that are equally as bad at speccing their cars. I don't know, maybe I'm just becoming an old man. Maybe I'm just not a fan of brightly colored cars. Just be boring. Black, silver, white, dark blue, dark green maybe. Dark green works great. But lime green? I don't know, you gotta have, that's a really specific taste. From a photography perspective, I think you could have done a lot more with this area. You're in this shipping container yard, which I think is actually a really cool, interesting area. There's a lot of leading lines, a lot of textures everywhere. It's actually a really cool location if you can get into a shipping yard of any description. But what I would have liked to see is to have more breathing space between both cars here. That would have been nice to be able to see both cars fully instead of the M4 covering up. Is it a 2 series or 1 series? I don't know. All the BMW people now strangling me through the screen. What's really hard about shooting more than one car in a location, kind of like shooting more than one model. It's not a linear difficulty when you're shooting one subject and then you add a second subject in, it doesn't get twice as hard. It gets exponentially more. Exponentially,
you stupid fuck.
It gets a lot harder, quicker than linear. Is what I'm trying to say. Fuck, man, I gotta read more books. You as the photographer now need to accommodate for that second subject, and you need to figure out new angles and how you're gonna make that work in the one image.
I forgot to talk, so here is me using the new North Borders V4 presets. Wow, look how good they look with only small adjustments.
That's probably how I would edit it. Something along these lines. Black wheels, man. Look at that, black wheels. And you have like this random sensor dust here. Let's try and get rid of that. Fucking black wheels, bro. Yeah. I don't know, probably do something like that. Far out, bro, you got a lot of sensor dust going on here. But to be fair, most cameras nowadays are mirrorless, so you're just gonna get more and more sensor dust. Yeah, I think I'd probably do something like that. Dark, moody, works for the environment, makes the cars pop. Ugh. It doesn't matter how cool the car is, but when it's on grass, it just looks amateur. I know you're at a car show, there's heaps of cool cars around you, you wanna take photos. I've been there, I've done it, like, I get it, I totally understand. But you're still getting roasted. Okay, I'm still gonna roast you for it. There's gravel in front here, massive truck behind it, the car's not even on, the lights aren't on, the mirrors are folded in, caravans over here in the back. I would even go as far as saying it, taking photos at car meets is just cheating. I'm not bashing the idea, because I used to do that, and I still do it every now and again. But again, just because it's a cool car at a car meet doesn't make it a great photo. Typical Nikon user. When I roast you out of love. I don't want to discourage anyone from trying different things, getting creative with photography. That's what, I love it, man. That's what we're about. But what I do know is this edit is fucking disgusting, bro.
Brother, ugh. What's that?
No one asked for you to do this. This type of edit just does not suit the car. There's not a single part of the car that was at one point silver, it's now green. That's a big difference. Okay, I'm gonna give this a go. Bring some exposure up, see what we're working with here. 3200 ISO, that's a decent amount. What an interesting vehicle as well. I love oddball cars though. A lot of people probably think it's ugly, but it's different. That's why I like it. Kind of reminds me of an American Mitsubishi 3000 GT. I feel like it definitely would be competing in that era of car. Let's make a mask over our car so we can keep the color. I see there's some sort of purple going on in the headlights here. I'm gonna take that out. And yeah, we've got some orange on this side of the car. Red cars at night, not easy to edit. You don't want to make the car pink. And it almost feels like it's got a really small threshold compared to other colors. Yeah, I don't think the dark greeny yellow that you've clearly overdone here is the right route to take for this image. I think the other way, for more of a blue, cooler look, while trying to keep it as simple as possible, is probably your best bet. I'm not a fan of how little amount of spacing I have to work with here. It's really frustrating me how small your breathing room here is on each side. But at least it's even on each side, I'll give you that. But it is definitely confining your image as well. Whereas if you just shot it landscape, you'd have a lot more natural negative space. Whereas we have a lot of ground here, a lot of the top part of the car park here, but even if I want to go and change it to a landscape image, I don't have enough to work with. And even if I want to rotate it like that, you see, radial filter from the top, get a bit more light on the top of the car here and across the side. Let me do a denoise quickly. Probably gonna bump it a bit more. You can kind of tell on the front here, see we're losing saturation in the car and we're going to this purple pink color, just a brush around the front here to keep that red. Take some greens out. I think I'm just gonna call it there. That's probably as much as I would edit it, to be honest. Before, after, verse, my edit, your edit. Look, I respect the fact you're trying to go around and play with different colors. I'm trying to encourage you to do that, but just not like this. I'd probably just honestly keep it simple because there's not a whole lot else going on in the subject. It's just the car. Oh God. we've reached the Mustang part of the video. There is no need to have that sticker on there. This car was ruined from factory. Unless you're talking about all the lives and families you've destroyed from hitting them, then that's fair enough. The fitment is clean though, I will give you that. That fitment nice and tucked at the back there. That's definitely not easy to do, and it's expensive to do. So you get some points for that. Orange Mustang, why, dude? Why? Why is it? Whoa. This is clean. I already know what I'm gonna do here. 2x1, get some highlights going, bang, texture up, more highlights, take some vibrancy out, and we're done. Awesome. I love this diffused, foggy lighting. It is my absolute favorite to edit. So easy, so simple. And what a sick location, by the way. Where do you find that? Just an abandoned plane, the foggy abyss. Nah, new Subaru, I refuse to edit. This is the most disgusting car Subaru has ever built. And it's just an absolute disgrace to even call this a WRX. I don't know why the fuck would you go in and buy this. You spend your hard-earned money on this absolute abomination, and then you think you have the audacity to put a fucking STI wing on this thing. It's not an STI. It's barely a WRX. I'm not a fan. I refuse to edit it. Sorry. No. Good picture, but no. You've got this beautiful location, incredible sunset, great road as well, but for some reason, your little peanut brain decided to put the car on the grass, which seems like so much more effort. Back when I was shooting that lime green M4, we thought it would actually look cool for a grass shot, and we ended up getting it stuck on the wet grass. And I think ever since then, I've just been traumatized from shooting cars on the grass. I mean, how did you even get it here? Where did you drive it in from? There's like a whole fence and stuff going on here. Cars do not look good on grass. The only car that looks good on grass is a rally car, and that should be tearing that shit up, not stationary sitting there. Photograph your cars on the road where they belong, please. That's it. I'm gonna fix it. Like subject, take you, and let's now just see what happens. I love generative film, man. I love it. Make new road. Make new road. I'm very interested to see what this is gonna do. Okay. Look, even if we fix it up here, I don't know about all that writing down there, but fucking Gaussian blur that shit. Oh God, this is terrible. But there you go. Proof of concept. That works better than the grass. So next time, to successfully avoid the roast, photograph it on the road. Otherwise, it would have actually been the perfect picture. Quickly, just shout out to Hitter. This is his car. I know Hitter because he came on our photo camp in Bali last year. Thanks for sending your picture in, bro. And look at this. It's a great shot. Nice lighting, great composition, great lens choice, 85mm. To top it off, one of the best cars ever made. The strongest car ever made. This car, even with all of its rust on it, it'll still outlive us all. I think there's a slight miss on focus. It looks like it's a little bit more on the tire here than the front of the car. But because you're shooting at f3.2 and not 1.8, it sort of saves you a bit there. So well done. You've successfully avoided the roast. And honestly, I don't think this image just really needs a whole lot. I'm gonna bring a little bit of fade up here, boost the highlights, midtones, fucking orange all the way. Some more in the highlights there. Highlights are a little bit blown out here, but you know, it's workable. Gotta have a 2x1 crop. I think let's try a radial filter just to brighten up the little forest area at the back here. What does dehaze look like? Oh yeah, that actually works pretty good. Dehaze the image a bit. And our greens can come across. I think this edit really suits the car. Just wanna see what happens if we go into our blue channel here. And just from the bottom, the shadows. Pretty happy with that. Before, after. Well done, great shot. This is a textbook picture. Unless, can we get the highlights back? Oh yes, we can. Oh my God. Look at that, beautiful location. On the road, cars on the road, yeah? You watching that? It's not over here, hey? It's not down there on the hill, okay? It's not even down over here. It's on the road. Oh my God. That is a beautiful RWB. I can't fault this image. It's perfect. It's actually perfect. It's a beautiful location, incredible car, great settings, great lens choice, shot on Sony. What's not to love about this photo? Actually, I can't fault it. There's no roast here. It's just pure admiration. Just gently admiring your photos now. Change the title. Thank you for sending this picture. Look at that. This just reminds me of when you're on a photo shoot and the pictures in camera already look incredible, like they already look edited. That is probably one of my favorite things about photography. I feel honored to edit such an awesome picture like this. I don't want to go too overboard. Keep my highlights down. Shadows can come up. I'll just do a basic thing here so I can understand what I'm working with. I'm going to try a radial filter over the sky here and just make it all nice and orange. And also take out any unnecessary colors we don't need. Like we don't need the blues in this image. Yellows can come down a bit. I don't want them too overpowered. Go back to our radial filter here. I'm even a graduated filter from this side just to make the color nice and even across all corners of the image. Mainly in the sky there, that's what I'm just trying to bring some color into the sky. Just so the whole sky is a similar color. We don't have mixed matching colors basically. Big adjustment here from the tone curve. Crush those blacks a little bit, or mid-tone to highlights can come up. I'm a big fan of that matte or satin finish in the highlights here. It's so minute, but I just love it. Let's try a little bit of yellows can come in. We take some more contrast out here. Some shadows can come up a little bit. Have a tiniest amount of dark green in those shadows there. I want the sky to be evenly lit across the whole image. Whatever, we'll just blow it out. I'm gonna bring some of the highlights up on the car and on the wheels as well. I know what you're probably thinking, Mike, this car has black wheels, why aren't you roasting it? Yes, he may have black wheels, but guess what the black wheels have on them? Silver, which complements the car so nicely. They're not just completely black. What's the point of spending all this money on wheels if you can't even see them? You may as well just have stockies on there. I'm gonna bring out some clarity. Yeah, and a little bit of dehaze can come in as well. I feel like I just want the tiniest amount of blue in the shadows here. Something like that. Nothing too overpowering. It's just a tiny touch of blue. What's 2x1 look like actually? That is a poster. I hope you print your image, man. That is print worthy. Look at that. I'm gonna stand up and have a look at that from a distance. That's just incredible. I could bring a tear to my eye. That's got to be one of the most beautifully, well-composed, well-lit images I've ever had the pleasure of editing on this channel. It's like the opposite of roasting. Mega complimenting your pictures. What would you rather, boys? This? That's my before and after. That's beautiful, man. Well done. I'm very proud of you. Well done, son. A bagged Tesla. I don't understand the point of modifying a Tesla. Bro, how many stickers? How many sponsors could you possibly have, bro? How many things could you possibly do to a Tesla? I hate when people buy a Tesla and think they own a nice car they can rock up to car meets in. It's like, dude, no. Modifying an electric vehicle is just pointless to me. It's not even a nice car. The Tesla 3 looks like the Michelin Man. There you go, immediately better. Fixed. From a photography point of view, it's not like it's a bad picture, but it's also not a good picture. I'm gonna have to go to therapy now after looking at this. There's a lot of movement going on here, which is what I really like about it. Live music is very difficult to shoot. I haven't shot a whole lot of live music. It's not easy. Composition wise, I love it. You've got great movement happening everywhere. I want to blow out the highlights here. Shadows can come down. I think the radial filter has got to be one of my favorite selective adjustments in Lightroom. We invert it, bring shadows down, gonna make the image cooler, and then another radial gradient. It's not inverted like the other one. Clarity out. Already in 2 clicks, we're already starting to isolate our subject. I'm gonna try to go a bit crazy. So let's just fucking yeet that down. I want the flags really popping in the picture. And a huge highlight pop. Our aquas aren't doing much. Bring the purples across to blue. Bring up the luminance of our yellows. That's affecting behind our lead singer, those lights there. So I want those really blown out. Probably worth getting a denoise going. Before, after. I am a little bit concerned about the car's placement. You do not want this car to go roll back into whatever that is back there. I'm pretty sure this is how you do insurance fraud. It sort of reminds me of that Bugatti that committed insurance fraud where it just drove itself into the lake. So maybe that's what you're doing here. You're taking a picture of your crime. I mean, making money can be hard these days. Why not just commit insurance fraud? It's probably one of the easiest ways ever to make money. I wonder if I can get in trouble for saying that and putting that on the internet. Don't do insurance fraud, kids. Okay. This is a really nice photo though. It's pretty crispy. Bro could have washed his car before the photo shoot. This is not too bad because of the angle it's on, but generally I asked the owner to keep just the daytime running lights on. They changed it from graduated filter. I think it's called a linear gradient now, but if you're an OG Lightroom user, it used to be called graduated filter. Linear gradient, I'm gonna struggle getting used to calling it that. Got the stupid fucking linear gradient at the top here. We're gonna bring that down a bit, and then I'm gonna have a radial. It's still called a radial filter. Gonna bring one of those over the car here. Bring some exposure up, some shadows up, some saturation up. I want it to be a lot more sunset. Ooh, purple is kind of nice. Maybe if we come into our blue channel here in the tone curve. All right, bear with me. I'm just gonna bring that down quite a bit. Same with this one. What if we do it the other way? Yeah, maybe some shadows need to come down. That's what the problem was. Maybe there's too much shadows. The exposure was actually good where it was. We don't want those yellows looking too orange. We want to keep the paint job the same. So I'm gonna hit Y on my keyboard, and then it's this tab here. It's the Y that's, you can just keep clicking this button down here until you find the right one. But this one is my favorite, and it will just show the before and after. I think the highlights can stay bright, and maybe some shadows can come down a bit. Fuck off. I don't want to update. What I really wanted to do, just wanted to see what it looked like, is this. I'm gonna go from here, and I'm just gonna select the subject. And I'm using the pen tool instead of like select subject because I only need half of the subject, which you're about to find out why. If you haven't used the pen tool before in Photoshop, it's a little bit fiddly to use, but once you get the hang of the pen tool, it is such an OP tool in Photoshop because you can really just get in there and fine tune and select subjects. Make selection. I'm gonna have a little bit of feathering, so yeah, 2 is fine. I'm gonna hit Command J and make basically the wheels its own layer because I just want to see what happens when we do this and we move it up with our arrow key here. So let's hit the little mask tool here, press B. This is like sacrilegious. Oh, it looks so sacked at the back there. It's like on its guts. That is so sick. But now you can just fine tune it and you can just mask back in, but I honestly love how it looked before. Slammed Lambo, there you go. Look, I'm not a huge fan of the colors and the edit. That definitely looks a lot harder. So that's what we started with, and that's my edit. Oh my God. That's the most disgusting Subaru I've ever seen. I literally own this car. Half of the Subarus I see being built nowadays, I absolutely hate them. Makes me hate the car, makes me hate the brand. How are you supposed to see out of the windshield with so many stickers in your face? There's not even a single mod on that car that I like. You've even gone for the spiky lug nuts. What is up with you guys sending me photos of you just happen to be walking past a blaze? I don't think I've ever experienced that in my life where I've first of all seen a massive blaze and then I also happen to have my camera with me. You know, I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern here. It's almost like maybe you're starting the fire and then you're running back and then taking the shot. You know, that's what it's starting to look like. This is a pretty cool shot though. Like, what is actually happening here? Is it a protest? This guy's just carrying a block of wood. Maybe it's for the fire. The fire that you started, probably. Where is this? Welcome back to geoguessing. Oh, it's making it worse. Is that Chile? Caribbean? Is this a day in the life of Chile? Fair amount of noise happening as well. 6400 ISO. CR2 file. Yeah, wouldn't be having this problem if you shot on Sony. Just saying. But it is actually a pretty cool shot. It tells us a lot. There's a lot going on here. And there's a lot to look at, which I like. I obviously want to keep the warmth in. This photo is brutally noisy, which is making it quite difficult to edit. Having the oranges a bit more red as well looks pretty cool. Some shadows can come down. Our exposure doesn't need to be too high. It's almost better if it's darker. Maybe some clarity can come out as well. Maybe particularly in the center part as well, some clarity can come out. And then we're gonna do a denoise. I've never seen a photo that needs a denoise so badly. That is incredible, isn't it? Every time I use denoise, I'm always shocked with how well it actually works. I never grew up with denoise, so if you're new to Lightroom, fuck you, buddy. I grew up with not having any of that shit. You know, we had to use the manual noise reduction, which back in the day was the worst. It just did fucking nothing and just made your image look terrible. Having denoise noise now is so OP. I'm gonna try another radial filter from the top here, make that a little bit brighter. And I'm gonna subtract with a brush tool, bring some exposure down. I might just bring our blue channel down to the yellows a little bit, just a tiny bit. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy with that. I don't wanna ruin it. Before, after. Before I started filming this video today, and on the way back, for the entire duration of my drive, I was tailgated by a fucking Golf. Specifically a GTI. I think there's like a meme somewhere. It's like no one drives like more of a maniac than the person who couldn't afford the top version of their car. But I feel like Golf R owners, you know, they're chill. They're driving around, they got the top of the line car. They know they've got the power to overtake everyone. And you've got GTI owners or just TSI owners driving like absolute maniacs. Like they think they can respawn or something. So if you can answer me why the fuck Volkswagen owners do that shit, then I'll happily edit this photo. But until then, we're moving on. Definitely not easy, 3-car rollers, especially at 1/15 of a second. You've done... It's okay. It's okay. I will pay that out to you because I know how difficult it can be to organize 3 cars, and each of the drivers have to understand what they're doing in order for you to get your shot. Knights of Sweden. Yeah, so this is where I'm getting a little bit confused, all right? So we've got William Dafoe, it looks like Swedish Adam LZ, and someone's mum out for a cruise all together. Okay, it's just the most random mix of people and cars I've ever seen, and they call themselves the Knights of Sweden. And what I'm finding it hard to understand is none of these people are actually knights. Why don't we go ahead and fix that first? Let's just get in here. We can just take the upper part here. Why the fuck am I actually trying to make this look realistic? I'm gonna be here all day. Okay, let's get a couple more. Okay, one over there, one over there. It's gonna be so fucking good. I'm so keen for this, bro. Okay, let's get you in it here. The Knights of Sweden. Sounds like a metal band, dude. He can be a chonky boy. We can't forget the mustache. There we go, nice mustache for him. Pretty fucking sick if you ask me. Now, this is proper baller. That's what I'm talking about. We just need a 2x1 crop now. Those are the fucking Knights of Sweden, bro. If we just need like a dragon, horses in the field and stuff, and that's the proper Knights of Sweden. There you go. I fixed your fucking car crew for you. You call yourself the Knights of Sweden, but you don't drive around in knight armor? What's the point? That would genuinely be the funniest car crew ever. You actually dress up in knight armor to drive your car around. You just rock up to the car meet, like all chains and everything on you, like. I think this would look a lot better if it was in a different color and it also wasn't a Civic. If you just change those 2 small things, it would have looked a lot better. Got some wonky ass side skirts as well. I didn't think any car could have wonkier side skirts than mine, but here we go. We've actually found a contender. From a photography perspective, I think this would have looked better if you took a few steps back. Make sure you instruct the driver to have the wheel turn the other way as well. It would have looked better. And if you just shot a different car. Wow, that is awesome. That's the Audi thing, right? Yeah, the e-tron Dakar. It's pretty different. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty awesome. And that is an awesome shot of it doing some awesome shit. I wonder if we can just crop it right in. I love the natural sand color as well. That's so awesome. Yeah, what you can do as well now is the super resolution. Because we've cropped our image in so much, super resolution is gonna double our image size again. This could actually help, although denoise actually does do this a little bit in its own way. Almost helps sharpen it up as well. So I feel like I'm more inclined to do denoise instead. What about if we add a bit of clarity as well? Maybe we'll add a radial filter at the top here. Can blow out some of those highlights. We'll use a linear gradient to darken some of these shadows here. Add a touch of warmth though, and the purple tint as well. I really like the natural colors that the sand gives off. I want to see what happens if we mix our yellows. I really just want to play around with this to see if we can get a bit more of an interesting color happening as well. I wonder if our highlights can help us out here. Maybe just a bit more yellow in that. In the highlights. Just gonna have a play around with some of my colors here with some of the luminance. Are those camels just chilling in the back? Is that what I'm seeing there? What if we drop the exposure entirely? Bring up our whites and highlights so as if the car is just emerging out of a huge dust cloud. Wow, that is a phenomenal photo. Well done. Well done. Really cool. Would love to be shooting something like this one day. There's our before and after. Holy shit. Who let Kyle modify his mum's Mercedes? That lady looks a little bit upset that you're taking a picture of their car. She's so embarrassed she doesn't want any photos taken of it. I mean, what in Alibaba is that shit, honestly? And to go to the whole effort of wiring it up as well, like, why? It looks terrible. Oh my god. It's alright, just tell me, who let you use the camera? Fuck me, bro. Imagine being this guy's mate. You hand him your phone, you're at a night out with all your boys. You're like, smile. I think you look pretty good. Floor looks great. So that's your edit. Oh my god. And this is the raw. Way too contrasty, okay? Just settle down on the old contrast dial here. Because we're in a nature forest environment, I'm gonna take some clarity out, quite a bit actually. And maybe some dehaze. I'll come back to the road. Radial filter on this side to brighten up that side of the car. Dark green in my shadows here and the color grading. Blue in the midtones there, just a little bit. And your big yellow green in the highlights. Tone curve, I'm gonna nullify the highlights a little bit. I'll boost the highlights here. Shadows can definitely come down. I'm trying to see if I can sort of just balance that there, but it's not really working. What does it look like if we just have the Mustang? That's honestly such a pinch. Oh my god, you're about to give me a brain hemorrhage, fellas. Can't look at that any longer. I don't know. It might just have to be a bit of a lost cause, unfortunately. Bring a little bit of fade up, I reckon. The red highlights up a bit, because we've got a red car. A bit more to the greens, and then match it with the yellows. Get that really cozy green and yellow color. It's a bit too cozy. That's a bit gross. Yeah, maybe just a little bit there. Something like that. Bring a linear gradient on the road here. Get some exposure down, and maybe some clarity up, and let's get the color of our red back to where it was. Now it sort of looks like tomato sauce, like just an off red. We wanted that bright red again. Try that, bring some luminance up. And I just want to see what happens if we just start generating more forest. Obviously, I love this feature as much as I hate it because it's just ruining what photography is about. It's about trying to get the shot. It's about, oh my God, it actually works so good. We're living in a time where you can edit your photo and you can pretty much do whatever you want, really, as far as your... Oh my God, dude, it's fucking so realistic. Okay, that one didn't really work. So yeah, fuck you. That's one for the human race. Fuck you, AI. Oh, I got so close. I reckon I could just fix that up. If I spend a bit longer on this, I'd be able to get this looking pretty good, I reckon. And I posted this shot. It's not photography anymore. Part of it is photography, obviously the car, then the rest of it is completely fabricated. I think it's a bit of a party trick, personally. I think it's cool if something's very distracting in your background and you can quickly change it, but I can completely augment an image here into something that is just totally a new photo. When we think about what we came from here, which is this, we have turned this photo into this. He is holding on for dear life. Oh my God, fuck that. You can't even pay me to do this shit. I've seen too many videos of people just falling off horses and just breaking collarbones and limbs and stuff. I'd rather ride a motorbike. But if you think about it, the horse is the original motorbike. Yeah, my boy is, he's locked in here. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool shot. Yeah, we can't do a 2x1 crop though. Settings are very strange. 9.5 ISO 1000, 1/750th of a second. I don't know why you'd want to shoot on f9.5. I think this photo would have looked a lot better if you had a blurrier background. I know that you're shooting on a kit lens that's going to zoom in and the aperture is going to change, but you still could have probably had an f5, which would have looked a little bit better. You definitely don't need 1000 ISO during the day. Lowest aperture isn't necessarily always what you're going to want, but I think with this scenario, because you have a subject, especially with something that's so far away like this mountain, it would have been actually a lot nicer if it was a bit blurrier. But hey, that's just my opinion, and what the fuck do I know? This is a really cool shot. Love a good landscape. Look at the body kit on this thing. Holy shit. Fuck me, that is crazy to look at. Definitely going to take some clarity out, some dehaze out as well. I'm going to create a radial filter over the top of the photo here. Bring some exposure up, shadows up. I'm going to drop it to the aqua a little bit. Maybe bump up the blue channel a bit towards the blues as well. Get those taillights nice and red. Yeah, we could probably keep the highlights a bit dull. Drop the shadows a bit. Maybe a little bit of fade can come in. I wish there wasn't so many random stickers on the car. It would have looked a lot nicer. And what I will say, this photo would have looked so much better if it was shot on the goddamn road. I think I said it in the last episode. Cars are meant to be on the road. Unless you're shooting this car, fair enough. Car doesn't belong on the road. That belongs in the sand dunes. Perfect place to shoot the car. Car looks awesome. A Rocket Bunny GTR belongs on the road. Okay, I'm surprised it can even drive on this terrain without completely bottoming out. It probably did actually. That's probably the only thing I would say. This would have looked so much nicer on just some clean asphalt, which is right there. Another radial filter. Gonna invert it over the car here. Drop our exposure. And I might actually subtract a bit from this area because I don't mind that being a bit brighter over there. What if we drop this even a bit more? Maybe we can bring some luminance up in our midtones and our highlights. There's our before, after. Before, after. I can't even show you that half of this picture because our video will get taken down. Western Australia, of course. It couldn't be anywhere else in the world. It would have to be Western Australia. Oh, this would be the perfect time for my channel to have a Patreon. Let me stop you right there. We don't have a Patreon, but we do have an entire community hub over on Discord. Inside the Discord, we run live streams, photo comps, and right now we're giving away an awesome prize every single day for this month of December for our members only. Except for the grand prize on Christmas Day, we're giving away this Sony A1 Mark II bundle, which will come with pro-grade SD cards and this 16-inch MacBook Pro to anyone who has any digital products from my website, bought from Black Friday onwards, or again, if you're a member. If you want to know any more details about how to enter, how to join as a member, or how to join the Discord, it's all linked in my description. Hope to see you there, and back to the roasting. Let me just describe what's going on here. There is a naked mermaid slash woman, but the mermaid part starts at her legs. Not usually you have a mermaid that's upper half, you know, female, and then bottom half is like fish or mermaid. In this, she's still got a bunda, so it's just bare ass I'm looking at right now, and just bare milkers on my screen. Wrapped onto the car. Sea of Atlantis with just a bare-tittied mermaid on the car. Great wheel choice too. Those wheels really suit the car, I reckon. This is a really cool picture. It actually reminds me of a guy I follow. His name's Camden Thrasher, if you've heard of him. He's an aviation photographer. Some of his shots are absolutely phenomenal. All the fighter jet stuff he gets is just crazy. I don't know how he shoots half of these things. If you're into aviation photography, and you're not following Camden Thrasher, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. And his automotive photography is awesome. He's got a great eye on him. Really different style, works a lot with lighting and everything like that. Really cool page to check out and follow if you're interested in that sort of stuff. Is that, where do you have to be standing to get that? What kind of lens do you have to have on to get that? I don't know about the bird here. I think it's kind of cool, but I think we're definitely gonna go for a 2x1 crop. And I'm gonna crop it right in and maybe give it a bit of an angle. Give it that Camden Thrasher angle. We're gonna get two linear gradients. One is gonna be darker and the other one is going to be brighter from the other side. Put our gradient further back. When the gradients overlap, it's sort of like creating a bigger fade difference between the two gradients, which may help it look a bit more natural. I reckon let's get some blues looking a bit more aqua as well, bring our luminance up, and also let's bump the saturation of our yellows and oranges here, get that color going on the actual jet itself. And maybe just in our highlight wheel here, we can sort of match the color as well, so it's not really all just white, possibly even in our shadows as well. I don't understand this, okay? You've sent in two pictures here. You've got this one and this one. This is such a beautiful landscape. Why did you not just move it a couple meters down the road and you would have had the coolest photo ever? But instead you shot this completely overexposed and, oh, you actually did get it in. I've been humbled, sir. 1,000 apologies. I did not think it would retain that many highlights. That is pretty impressive. We are losing a lot of detail in the highlights here, which is always the problem when you shoot too overexposed. Once your highlights are gone, they're gone. At least if your photo is too underexposed, you can work with shadows better than you can work with highlights. I think we'll just globally go for a dark orange look. Highlights being blown out is kind of annoying me. That's the thing, you can't do anything. You literally can't do anything. It would be nice actually for the highlights to be a bit blue where the mountain pass is. In our radial filter, we can scroll down and hit the tone curve. And so we're gonna use the tone curve. Oh, that also looks nice. So your mask and your tone curve adjustment is only affecting this part of the photo. Whereas when you keep scrolling, then you have your tone curve, which affects the global image. Can we bring up a bit of fade, drop the shadows a bit, highlights can come up, push it up towards the reds a bit maybe. Let's get a little brush tool going on here, see if we can't get that light to be a bit brighter. And I did a terrible job here, so let me go ahead and fix it real quick. I do love these new 992 Porsches. I think they're such gorgeous cars, and I genuinely don't know how they're gonna make this Porsche even better for the next generation. I wonder if I'll ever call a Porsche 999. Just out of interest. What happens if we bring some clarity out, some dehaze out? Everything always looks better as a 2x1, just saying. So that's our before and after. Before, after. This is just such an awesome sense of scale in this picture. The one thing that would make this photo a 10 out of 10, if you had someone standing right here to really show the scale of like 1, 2, 3. Luke sent me this photo. He also mentioned that this is the oldest church of Iceland, which is pretty cool. Iceland is just such an interesting place. I'd love to go visit one day. I actually just want to darken the whole thing in general a bit here. A linear filter. And I want to use the tone curve while I'm in the filter and just adjust the top part of the image here with a bit of a blue hint. And another one at the bottom here. We can make it a little bit cooler as well. Maybe a little bit of texture could come up and some clarity could come out. Dehaze out, because I really like the fogginess that's happening up here. I feel like some shadows can come up and we can boost the highlights a little bit, drop the shadows in the tone curve a bit, something like that. I don't want to touch it too much. Before, after. This photo would have been so much better if you just swapped around the cars. You did my boy Mater dirty here, not putting him in the limelight. Who names a store Clarence, by the way?
Brutal words hurt my skin.
Let me fix this, because this ain't right. Can't do my boy Mater like that. I'm gonna grab you, and I will grab you. I wonder if we can get rid of the car first. There's no way this works. This is where generative fill is gonna come in really handy. It's actually done a really good job. And this. Fuck yeah, it's gonna be so sick when I'm done with this. Oh my god. This is so cursed. Definitely need a shadow for Mater. There we go, finally. That feels good to get done because this photo is looking so much better now. I think some saturation of the blues can come out a bit. Maybe a bit more aqua. We've got to denoise my boy Mater here. He's looking a bit grainy. Not even all the noise reduction in the world could save him. So there we have before and after. Why do I actually like it? What's wrong with me? Oh, it's so much better for after. So beautiful. This is an incredible photo. Look at that. This looks like so much fun to shoot. And an incredible landscape as well. What a location. Great conditions. And maybe, I think this side is probably gonna need some highlights and some exposure because we're lacking on the right of the image. Don't wanna have it too dark. In our blue channel, some yellows, some reds, and in the green channel, some purples. Too bright now, so I'm gonna bring down the reds a bit. Probably only need a hint of the purple. And we could probably go a bit harder on the red and the yellow. There we go. I think a bit of texture would be nice. Maybe just bump the saturation and vibrance. Or just bump the saturation a tiny bit. I'll bring up this right side of the picture here. I'm not too happy with that edit. Maybe it's better if we went for sort of a icier edit. If we brought down our exposure and some of our contrast in general, bring some clarity up, and just made the tone even cooler. So I'm gonna bring up our blues here, get rid of some of the purple in our tint, and maybe just make it really iced out, as if they were on snow or something. I think that's working a bit better than the orange actually. Our blues can come across a bit. A linear gradient from the right of the image, and I'll bring that up because it's looking a bit dark over there. And our highlights are a little bit blown out over here, but I sort of don't mind that look. Can't decide if I want it to be nicely exposed or even just a little bit blown out. And I think we should do a 2x1 crop, because I always encourage a 2x1 crop. Yeah, maybe a bit more clarity could come in. So maybe a linear gradient from the bottom here. We can just darken the ground a bit, but we can get a brush so it's not affecting the bikes. It's just affecting our ground. I'm pretty happy with that actually. That more of that iced out look. Maybe some saturation can actually just come out of the sky here with the brush tool. This is a really cool picture. New York in the rain. Can't really beat that, to be honest. apart from New York and the snow. I'd love to go for a really soft, dark green look. So if we bring some clarity out here, let's start off with bringing some yellows. Even that itself is a really cool picture. It doesn't even need much more than that, but we got to make content over here. I actually brought up a little bit of the blue channel as well, but we're still in the yellow section. We'll put a tiny bit of purple and we're just gonna drop the reds ever so slightly, something like that. And then maybe we'll do one more adjustment point here in the shadows of our red channel. Color grading here, so in our shadows, I'm gonna probably bring up 10%, want a little bit of blue here as well in our midtones, and our highlights can have a touch of yellow in there as well, and a little bit of green in the highlights here. And I'm gonna shove the blending right over. I'm gonna bring our exposure down a little bit and a radial filter over where our light is coming from. Gonna act as our light source, bit of shadows up, and another radial filter because I want that part to be a bit brighter too. Very nice. We're just gonna hit K, just get our brush tool up, max feathering, and I'm just gonna make little adjustments over all the lights. And I'm gonna bring some clarity out. So we're in the tone curve right now while we're in our brush tool. I'm gonna bring our midtones up just a touch, just a little bit, and our highlights down a little bit. See here, if I turn it off and on, just helps give that extra bit of glow before, after. That is a phenomenal photo, really well done. It's just so nice to see people go out and shoot photos in the rain because it's just such an awesome experience. And you almost every time get such incredible photos because it just adds that just extra element to it. Oh God, what is happening here? Mustang with a horse, I get it. A Mustang is a horse. It's like a wild breed of horse. I actually researched that before. I don't even know why they called it the Mustang until about 20 minutes ago when I was researching. I'm a fraud, guys. I actually think the idea is pretty cool. I think even just parking a car in a horse barn or whatever, horse stable, sorry, but this just looks shit. And we've got our model over here and you've chopped her head off. A 7200 indoors in this space may have not been the best lens choice, just saying. This is not a bad photo by any means. I actually really like this photo and I really love the car as well. The M1. I'm assuming you're photographing some sort of stage run, rally run happening here. So I understand you probably only had limited space to walk around in because when you shoot motorsport, you get permits for where you can and cannot stand. We do have this massive tree in the way here that's sort of ruined our composition. So that sort of forces me here to crop it in and we're gonna lose some quality here, unfortunately. Especially if you're gonna be shooting something fast, such as a car in this example, we don't wanna be going below the millimeter length of the lens with the shutter speed. You can see that that is brutally affecting our image here. So in this scenario, it would have been, wait, is this shot on Nikon? And there I was saying I liked your picture. Why'd you have to do that to me, man? I would have shot at a higher ISO, maybe 800 to even 1000, so I could bump up my shutter speed a little bit more, which would have ensured that I got a sharper shot. But we can actually have a look here of what Lightroom denoise does, because although it does also denoise your picture, it also sharpens your photo at the same time, which unfortunately it isn't doing a whole lot, but we may as well just try it. Shift M is going to bring up our radial filter. I'm going to drag a big one and I'm going to increase our exposure, select subject. If you click these three little dots, you can hit invert. And now we're selecting everything except for the car. I'm going to hit subtract in our mask here. I'm just going to mask out everything that isn't the road. And I just want to see what happens if we darken the road a little bit and we add some clarity to it. Another radial filter, I'm going to select the car and invert it and darken the surroundings around the car. Texture can really help with our sharpness without taking away from the image too much. Unlike clarity, I don't mind the desaturated green look. And I know our yellows also play a big role in our greens too. There's a bit of red on the car, which I want that to pop a bit more. Coming into our tone curve section here, I'm going to bring down our highlights and bring up our midtones. And maybe I can bring the shadows up a little bit as well, because we're a little bit dark on this side of the photo. So I might actually bring a, what do they call these now? Linear gradient. Yeah, see, I've been using Lightroom for a long time and we used to call it a graduated filter. So let's bring a linear gradient and I might increase our exposure and some shadows a little bit as well. Just in the middle of our blue channel, I'm gonna bring it down to give that nice summery look to it. What does some clarity out actually look like? A little bit darker with our radial filter here. There's quite a lot of methods now in Photoshop, right? First one is get your marquee tool out, just draw a rectangle, right click, fill. See what that does. It did an okay job, The next one, as we all probably know by now, is generative fill, which is most of the time does the best job. Sometimes for such small little minute details, I like to go in with a bit more precision. Yeah, that did an okay job, but you can see the edges here on this. So what I like to do is go into the mask of the generative fill, click B, my brush tool, just soften those edges. Yeah, I think we did an okay job there. So here's our before, this is our Lightroom edit, and with some Photoshop adjustments. I mean, it's a shame that the car still isn't quite in focus, but I'm pretty happy with how far we've come with the photo. It would have been cheaper to get brain surgery to fix your taste in cars. You could have bought and modified a car for way cheaper than this and it would have looked a million times better. But no, you had to be different. But let's just unpack what we're looking at here, all right? We've got this beetroot poo color, purple brown you've gone for. You should be locked up in a psych ward and get the key thrown away because that fitment is fucking criminal. And if we look here on the hood, you've got a custom cutout made to show off your airbag suspension, which has a toxic gas logo on it. Mate, I got a fucking disease looking at this car. I'm gonna send you the bill for my eye surgery, mate, because that is just next level. I hope you put this car in quarantine directly after taking this photo because this should not be allowed to be witnessed on public roads. There is something severely wrong with people in this world, and they're called Tesla owners. And the positioning of the car is terrible. This is just a terrible photo overall. There's not a single part of this image I like. I never want to see anything like this ever again. Let's see what's happened here. That car spontaneously combusted and the gas chamber, the toxic gas, it got out. And there was a photographer down the road, which is this bloke, and he was basically photographing it while it happened. He's no longer with us. No, I can't say that. That poor kid, gonna grow up and become a Tesla owner. It's just so sad, it's so unfortunate. In loving memory of these guys, let's give it an edit. We're going for that toxic gas look. That Tesla gas, it's gotten out. There's some parts, the red highlights, it's resonating the color of the car. Bring some clarity out here. And I just wanna see what happens if we fuck around with our white balance a little bit. Bring it into Photoshop. I just wanna get rid of these people over here. Generative fill. It does such a good job sometimes. It's just insane how good. Make selection. Oh, we could see what fill does. Good old Phil helping us out. I hate the edit. Why would you let me edit my photo like that? That looks terrible. I definitely should not have gone for the red highlights. I should have gone for something else. Oh yeah, that's right. It was a Tesla gas. It was a Tesla. It wasn't me. It was a bit of the gas leaked in here. So before, after, whatever. It's not even that bad to be honest. It's kind of cool. It's different. It's quirky. I specifically ask when you send me your pictures in. You know what? Let me just prove to you why you shouldn't send me JPEGs. Let's just say, oh, I want to bring some, actually, we could actually bring some highlights back. Oh, I want to bring some shadows up. Yeah, we can actually bring some shadows up, so that's all right. Well, myth busted.
Don't you dare send me a fucking JPEG though, I swear to God I'll neck you.
It's not the end of the world, especially when it's shot during the day. A JPEG night photo with much less detail in your shot, probably not something you want to be editing. I just think this photo could have been orchestrated a little bit better. To have two cars in the frame, great car by the way, you have to then consider how two cars are going to look. So when you're framing up one car, you're trying to work the car into the location and then compositionally, how is that going to be working? When I'm shooting two cars, now I have to take into consideration, how can I get the best frame for two cars while still showing off each car while maintaining a good composition? We don't want to be cutting off the other car with the first car in frame. It would have been better to move the Lexus a little bit over so it's perfectly in line with this peak, and then having the R8 in line with this peak while leaving some breathing room in the center so we can show off both cars. But at least that way, we would have given both cars breathing room in the frame and it would have been a totally different photo. And also, chuck the lights on. Tell them to put their foot on the brake. That can actually be a pretty cool shot as well. When the car has its lights on, it actually helps give your photo a bit more substance. It's about this point in the video where I like to ask if you have been enjoying these kind of videos to please subscribe to my channel because we do these every month. That's greatly appreciated. That portrait photo, it's just an unnecessary, like I don't care about this. What is that? And I don't, what is all this then? I don't care. KSA is Saudi Arabia, so this is probably some oil money vehicle here. Is it dusty? I know the photo's a bit noisy, but do you think the car, yeah, it looks like someone's gone over with their finger because the car is so dusty. Hey, sharp though, it's a sharp picture. Mate, just hose down your car before you take some pictures of it. I mean, how hard is it? Get the hose out, plug it in, give it a little rinse. It would have done wonders, but now I'm just looking at a dusty Lambo. I mean, the story here you're trying to tell me at the moment with this dusty Lamborghini is Oil Prince has come down from his $1 billion apartment. It hasn't been started for fucking years. That's why it's got so much dust on it. You've gone and jump started it, driven it 5 meters forward, and then you've framed your shot up with Mr. Wonky Magoo over here. Didn't even get the whole car in the picture. Is that the story you're trying to tell me here? Because that's what it's looking like to me. Mate, I don't know who taught you how to take photos, but your photography teacher, he needs to be put down. What is that? What is this? I don't want to be seeing that shit, bro. Now, this is a really good example of photographing a dirty car. I mean, look at that. It's filthy, right? But we can see how it's happening in our frame. It's not a dirty car parked on the side of the street that you're taking photos of, or it's a dusty car just sitting in a car park. We've got a rally car here giving us clouds of gravel, smoke, and dust, which looks awesome for our shot. So I think I'm going to give it a crop like this. Probably bring some exposure up, a little bit of clarity, a little bit of texture. But I want to see what super resolution does. Sort of helps. Maybe a denoise will work better. I think we'll go for a denoise. Focus is just slightly missed, but that is very forgivable. I mean, to be honest, if you're shooting this for Toyota or for a magazine, it's not forgivable. You got to get your shot. You got to get it in focus. It's got to be right. You want to be anticipating that the car is going to be coming around the corner here, and you know you want to take your shot there, and that's where it's going to be focused. It's actually focused on this pole. That's what it got in. Let's try a radial filter. Maybe another one from this side. Do you want to see what some dehaze out? And then a linear gradient at the bottom that we're going to darken. Bring some saturation up, bring some greens out. Just like to go through all the colors and just push the sliders around, see what each slider is sort of doing. In our shadows, I want to have a bit more of a warmer bump to it. So let's just put some oranges in, a little bit orange red tint to it. And we can do the same for our highlights. A little bit of orangey yellowness in the highlights too. I feel like this photo is shot in Australia. I mean, those trees look Australian, but I could be wrong. Definitely love the warmer tone. I actually wouldn't mind seeing what a radial filter, if we just grab one over here and we select it over the center part of our image, mainly focusing our center part of the radial filter on our car, inverting it and dropping the exposure. I actually don't mind how that looks. Then that way we have way more central focus on what's happening here in our picture. Wonder if we can turn our headlights on. Oh yeah, that sort of worked a little bit. That looks pretty cool. If we come into our blue channel here of our tone curve and we bring down the center, that gives us a bit more of that yellowy look to it, which I really like. And we can even bring down the highlights of them as well. I think it's time to bring it into Photoshop. So I think once we get rid of a few distracting elements, this is going to be a really awesome picture. Make selection. Just want to see if we do just a basic fill. Is that going to do a good enough job? Yes, it will. And I don't know about this part here. We'll have to see what happens. Oh, I really don't want to take away too much of this area here. So I want to be really accurate with what I'm taking. Make selection, fill. Probably work with that. I like to use a lower opacity when I'm working with textures. So that way I'm not making too many jarring adjustments. Just taking all parts of the texture here to help blend it a little bit better. And maybe the grass here as well. It's not that noticeable, but I like to be thorough. Nice. Oh, that looks so much better. I am very happy with that. Let's hit Command S. Maybe one final adjustment. It could use a little bit of a highlight boost here in the tone curve. Here's our before, our Lightroom adjustment, Photoshop adjustment. I am very happy with that. Another proud picture. This is art. That's what I'm talking about right here. That is why we all work so hard. I'm sitting here for hours editing, but when I see a picture like this, it's just worth it, you know? Get that fucking Mona Lisa out of here. Got a frame and put that one up there. Marlboro Advanced, refrigerated Marlboro Advanced. It ticks all the boxes of photography, composition-wise, lighting-wise. Like you've got lighting, there's the light right there. Obviously, you can see. Emotionally, it's disturbing. It brings me happiness. It's sad. It's funny. It's just got everything going on right here. And I just think this guy deserves a fucking People's Choice Award for this photo. I almost want to quit photography now because there's no point taking any pictures. After this picture was taken, photography is now pointless. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If this ain't the most American thing I've ever seen. Okay, before we get into our next roast, I just want to address something because I actually got the absolute shit roasted out of me by you guys because I thought Alberta was in the States. But It turns out it's in Canada. Look, I'm sorry, all right? I'm not Mr. Worldwide. I dropped out of high school. But you know what is worldwide? Our giveaways. Yes, another plug. I'm giving away a prize every single day for the month of December up until Christmas Day to our members only. Apart from the Christmas Day prize, which is a Sony A1 Mark II that will come with pro-grade CF cards and this 16-inch MacBook Pro, which is open to anyone who has one of my digital products on my website, bought from Black Friday onwards, or again, unless you're a member, you're also entered into the running. If you want to know more about that, it's all linked in my description. Hope to see you there, and back to the roasting. It's like this old truck rolling coal on this massive highway. Great colors as well. Really cool photo actually, and a perfectly in focus roller. You gotta be happy with that. You get a lot of points for that. Where even are we? Alberta. I've never been to Alberta. I could imagine that it's just this. This is just the perfect advertisement for Alberta. I think the only thing that is missing is a flag. Shot by Tyler. If that ain't an American name, Tyler from Alberta. Oh, I'm so excited for this. Come on, ChatGPT. Do me and Tyler proud. I want to be specific. Make the entire sky of this photo the American flag. It's doing something. Ah, get plus.
You fail me yet again.
ChatGPT.
Good old Photoshop will have to do it. Can we select something else? Select sky. Need a capital A on that. American. Come on, baby. What are they doing to Tyler's truck? Let me fix up your truck here. Add American fighter jets. Didn't put the capital A. This photo already looks edited, by the way. Like from straight out of camera. It looks incredible. There we go. Get that flag back in. Rigatee to my eye. Before. Really didn't need any adjustments. After. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can thank me later. No worries. God, look, just happy to be of service, you know? A wise man once said, shoot through. But not like that. I mean, that's not aesthetic at all. This looks pretty gross, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of colors going on here. Not the first object I'd be thinking of shooting through is just this random blocky rock formation, whatever's going on there. To be fair, as well, just to cut you a bit of slack, the G-Wagon is basically a 2.5 ton rectangle on wheels. That is exactly what you would have thought when setting up this shot. Hey Tom, please confirm in the comments. We all want to know. But you know what? I think for the edit, what would actually help is if we just desaturated all that and darkened it maybe. Linear gradient from the top. Let me come back to my original brush tool here actually. I just think that desaturated look is just what we need for this picture. Careful not to cut too much into the car here. I want to change the color in the sky a little bit. Bring out a bit of saturation. I want to go for that sort of desaturated icy look. Radial filter over the car here. Invert that. Bring that all down. Tract it a little bit from the sky. Our sky can be nice and bright, that's fine. I feel like this part of our rock formation here is still really bright. So I just want to see if we can, yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, that's good. We get rid of all those greens. We just darken it. Whatever problems we have, we just brush them away. I'm trying to see here, maybe we can bring the shadows up on the back of our wheel here. Fake these headlights and fake turn them on. Boost some highlights and some exposure in them. There we go, it looks a little bit better. I also just want to darken our windscreen here. I think that looks pretty cool. I think that can actually help. Sorry, windscreen wipers. You just got deleted. How's our paint looking? That's in our greens, isn't it? I feel like it's in the aquas. We're gonna click Y on our keyboard, come in here, and let's just match the greens. Look, I think I really saved that photo just then. We didn't touch anything. I think that was only selective adjustments and some colors. Let's have a look at what our masking did. How many masks? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it literally says right here, 8. Sometimes I question why the fuck people watch my videos. I'm actually such a fucking dumb cunt. we got 8 masks here. Bang, bang. Look at that. I'm actually really proud of that. Can someone say that they're proud of me? Because my dad isn't gonna say it. It's an NEF file, it's a Nikon, I can see the grain from here, it's during the day, and we're only at 800. Fuck, that really sucks, bro. Really quickly, just to go through why this picture is not good. There's a lot of elements here that would have made your photo a lot better in this same conditions that you were shooting in, right? Clean your car before you shoot it, wheels turn the wrong way, chuck the headlights on, invest in a polarizer so you can cut out those reflections, and while you're at it, maybe get rid of the Nikon. Gonna have to chuck a denoise on that. You shouldn't have to be using denoise during the day. Wow, that is such a big difference. Fix up those things next time you go out and shoot, and you'll be on your way to getting better shots. I get why we do portrait photography, and we all know why we're shooting like that. We're doing it for Instagram. But what's happening when we're shooting portrait is we are creating unwanted negative space. Call me old-fashioned, but fuck portrait photography. Not like portrait photography, but like shooting portrait. Anyway. This is actually a pretty cool picture, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm only saying that because you've only got like a multi-million-dollar car in the frame. If it was anything else, it'd be such an average photo. Things I'm noticing about this picture is we are shooting shadow side. It might have been a better idea to go on the other side, the side that the sun is facing onto the car. That would have allowed us to get more detail out of the paint color. Both styles of shooting shadow side or from the light side, there's no wrong or right way to do it. It's just a matter of preference. For me, when I shoot shadow side, I'm going for more of a silhouette, darker look. Rather than light side, I'm going for more of a professional commercial look, making it more about the car and less about the location it's in. Since we're shooting shadow side in this picture, might be a good chance to try a bit of a darker edit. Straight away, I'm gonna bring some exposure down and I'm just gonna slide my white balance across to see what that's sort of doing. Let's bring up our selective adjustments here. Let's try and do a sky mask. And I'm gonna take some saturation out of the sky. I'm actually just purely fucking around at this point. I don't really know which way I want to take the direction of this photo yet. That looks pretty shit. That looks pretty shit. Forget the sky mask. You know how I said about 30 seconds ago that if it wasn't for the car, I think this photo would be pretty average? Well, I still think it's kind of average, so I don't really want to edit it. Moving on. I don't really want to edit that either. There's a lot going on here. And you know what? For the most part, I can actually forgive a lot of the photography elements that's happening here. It's not the Kansas State University or the time of day that concerns me. It's not even the settings or the spec of the car. I can turn a blind eye to that. What has actually ruined this photo are these Balenciaga shoes. Not only has it ruined the photo, it's also ruined my day.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Let's have a little guess of how much these shoes are worth. Balenciaga runners. It's obviously going to be something ridiculous. Here are his shoes. $2,000 fucking dollars just to make it look like your little brother scribbled on your shoes. I will never understand it. Someone get this man a straitjacket and some medication because you need to go to the padded cell. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing those. In fact, you've actually lost your shoe privileges, so we're gonna take those off you, mate. Too ugly for this channel. I don't want to be seeing any of that shit around here. Take shoes away. Place with bare feet, mate. You're on the Foot Falcons. You don't get to wear shoes. Okay, it's actually good. Oh, it's actually so good. What the fuck? There you go. Mate, you're not paying $2,000 for shit. Oh, I'm sorry with that. That's all right. You're welcome, guys. I fixed it. I know exactly where this car park is. This is a rooftop car park in Netherlands. I actually shot there a number of years ago, and I love this place. I think it's such an interesting location with all like the glass that surrounds the place. But you've done a great job of not showing us any of that and just getting the ground. You've pretty much got more ground than car and location in this photo. This is another perfect example of where a landscape photo just would have worked so much better. I do like the lighting that this location gets during the day because the ground is super white concrete. It acts as this natural reflector as well. So most of the times the photos you can get here are just super clean. I would love to edit this photo, but unfortunately I don't like the spec of this Porsche, so I'm not gonna edit it. Silver car, black wheels, and red accents. I'm sorry if I have to be the first one to tell you this, but that ain't working for you. That's not a nice spec. Silver wheels with the red, maybe? But I don't know. I don't know what the big deal is with trying to put accents all over your car. I mean, just leave it, okay? Put some silver wheels on there, maybe lower a little bit, nice exhaust, a little bit of a tune. Perfect, not much more. Ooh, that's fucking annoying me. Anyway, it's a quick fix. I just fix it up real quick because I cannot stand looking at that. Same with these ones while I'm at it. The more distractions you take out, it's like the more that you start to see. I could spend all day doing this. Yeah, you fucking thought you'd get away from me, little cheeky gun, eh? I like the look through. I like a good top-down shot. And I think it's just such a great way to get a different angle on a car rather than just shooting eye level or a bit lower to the ground or rolling shots or something like that. What's actually happening here is LED lights are constantly flickering when they're on. However, when you're taking pictures, and especially at a really high shutter speed, when the LED is flickering, your camera captures when it might be off. When you're on a shoot and you find this happening, there's a couple things you can do. shoot at a higher burst rate. Just keep spamming it until you get one with both sides in. The other way is lowering your shutter speed, which may not always be ideal for the condition you're in. Put the ND, like set it to 4 or 6 stops or whatever you need. But in this example right here, this is the cheapest and easiest way to do it, and it's just painting it back in. So we open up our brush tool here in Lightroom, make a little dot, very carefully go over the light and increase our exposure. And we're gonna do the same on this side. Super minute detail, but it's the details that really make something great. Okay, now I'm gonna destroy this picture with an edit. So I like to bring my exposure down, keep the highlights where they are, boost up my mid-tone sections, bring down some shadows, and let's try a little bit of fade. Invert it so it's affecting everything except the car. A linear gradient from the top, and I'm gonna bring our exposure down a little bit so it matches the rest of our lighting evenly. I'm gonna bring a little bit more texture. Now, I would like to see what it looks like if we bring a bit of dark green in the shadow. Maybe import even 5. Fuck, I do love a good dark moody shot, but that might be a bit too dark. I'm gonna drop my exposure 2 stops, bring up those highlights a bit. Select subject. I'm just gonna take some saturation because there was a bit of blue on the roof there. I'm gonna bring a radial filter from the top and increase the exposure. Maybe it doesn't even need to be like that. It could even be something like that. And a linear gradient from the top, and I'm gonna darken that there. And another linear gradient from the bottom. Darken that there. Let's try a little bit more fade. I'm a big fan of spacing. And one of the things I'm noticing here is the spacing from the front of the splitter to the fence is only this much, but that doesn't match the top part of the fence here and then to the rear wing. I would have liked to have seen both the front end and the rear end have a similar amount of spacing. I think that's just one tiny small detail that I think would have made your photo a little bit more pleasing to the eye. Before, after. A little bit dark, but I do love a dark moody edit, and I'm actually pretty happy with that. We've got here a 911 Carrera 4S, and you've somehow made it look like a Craigslist ad for a used refrigerator. What does it actually sell? What is that? Can we translate that? The stamp and the letter. So a shop that buys and sells stamps. Great. And you park a Porsche 911 in front of it to reflect that. I mean, the lighting here is flatter than the earth, according to a conspiracy theorist. The car's black wheels here, if I made the exposure any lower, it looks like the car's just fucking floating there. Is it a hovercraft or a UFO? Please, if you own a nice car like this, where it has a retractable wing, just leave it down. It's meant to come up for a reason at a certain speed. Don't go around the city parking it. Like, it looks wrong. The car's paint is really dark, and you've got sort of a dark, dull backdrop thanks to the lighting. And I'm not a fan of just straight white wheels. They work for like Civics, Type Rs. It doesn't suit this car. It just looks like it's trying too hard. You were trying to make it look aggressive, and then you just gave up halfway and you were like, this is good enough. That's what it sort of looks like. I think what this photo is missing mainly is like aggression to show off the car. Like there's no real energy. It's just very bland. The whole point of a rolling shot is to show off the car on the street, like its street presence. It just looks like regular traffic on the way to a Monday morning commute. I want you to watch any ad from an everyday sort of car. Car ads from like Kia, Toyota, Hyundai. And I'm not talking about watching ads from expensive cars, because we know expensive cars are always going to look great. And when you dissect those ads, when you watch them and you watch how they do their rolling shots, they always manage to show off the street presence, the wow factor that the car has. Next time you see that and you see a rolling shot that you really like, take a screen grab and dissect it. What's the environment? What road are they on? Where are they? How does that reflect the car? Why does this shot look good? Try all those things next time and then send me a shot. This photo is awesome. Okay, I love a Liberty Walk GDR. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of wraps, but I think this graffiti wrap with everything going on, it's chaos, right? And it works. There are 2 things here that I think would have made your photo 100 times better. One of those things is shot portrait. And I get it. Hey, look, we live in modern times now. Instagram, Reels, you gotta shoot portrait. I get it, but it's a fucking Liberty Walk GDR, not a selfie. Shoot landscape. What do you care about more? Do you care more about Instagram likes or taking a great picture? We have just the most brutal amount of negative space at the bottom and top of the photo, and that really takes away from what's happening here. The other thing to complement that is shooting a bit lower. I'm assuming you were taking this picture maybe from a 4-wheel drive, because that's why it looks so high up. I guess your camera car is your camera car. You take what you can get, right? But having a lower shot closer to the ground really gets that essence of speed and aggression. It comes from a filmmaking trick, is when you have the camera and it looks down onto the subject, it makes the subject look inferior. Whether it's if you do it the other way, where your camera is low and it looks up, for example, you know, you have Batman standing there, which way you're gonna shoot him? You're gonna shoot him from a low angle or you're gonna shoot him from a high angle? You wanna make Batman look inferior and insecure and scared? Or do you wanna make him look tough and aggressive and like someone you don't wanna fuck with? That's pretty much the same as what's going on here. So next time, where you can, especially for cars that are super aggressive like this, a lower shot, landscape will really sell it. I actually kind of like the warmer tones that are going on with the car. A bit more yellows and oranges into our shadows, midtones, and highlights, all of the above. Obviously, this is way too pungent now. It looks like someone threw up. So I'm going to reduce some of my yellows and a bit of the oranges to give them more of a muted look. Time to bring some shadows in, really get that night, like grungy look to it. Might actually take some contrast out and it'll bring some shadows up, something like that. Okay, I'm gonna bring a hint of aqua in. So we're gonna play a bit more into the purples, which will help bring our reds. And then we tie it all together with our yellows to give it that orange glow. Let me turn this light off for a sec. Things fucking getting serious over here. I need to concentrate, okay? And I can't do that with a massive fucking light in my eyes. I'm gonna boost my vibrancy a bit of clarity, make some texture out. Select subject, invert subject, so we're getting everything that's not the subject, and get it off the wall as well. So I just want it affecting the road. Exposure down, clarity up, hit auto mask as well, and see if Lightroom can do a better job of just getting all the white highlight parts. And it's doing a fucking terrible job. Increase some saturation. I wonder if there is a bit of detail left in there, hey, but that looks a bit weird. Let's go over our taillights here. Let's try a radial filter now over the whole car. We'll invert it, bring some exposure down. So we're getting really dark and moody now, but we're not gonna be affecting the car. And now we're gonna get another mask, which is gonna affect our car. And I'm gonna bring some saturation up. Maybe we can add just a hint of warmth. A little bit of exposure on the right side of the picture here. Oh, hang on. Let me get this back on. Oh, now that I've got my final picture, I'm very interested to see what happens if we generate this into a landscape picture. So let's just go like a 16 by 10. Gonna click generate, and that looks kind of shit. And then generative fill, let's do the other side, see what happens. Oh, that would be, I don't know what this tunnel looks like, and the colors are pretty fucked, but you get the idea. If this was landscape, now imagine if we shot it a bit lower. That's a fucking banger right there. First off, let me say that this photo is awesome in creativity. The concept of having these samurai stormtroopers, what even is that? I'm not a big enough nerd to know what the fuck that figurine is. You've made this photo really come to life, even though you're shooting something that's inanimate, which is impressive because that's not an easy thing to do. Having the sparkler actually simulating a sword fight with the sparks flying off, it's like genuinely very creative. But I think the photo could have been sold a lot better if you didn't have your hand in the frame. If you could have angled it a different way, maybe just a bit more time could have been spent on how you actually positioned this. It would have made for an even better photo. I also think if we just reset it here, I think it's a little bit too dark. I think if you had some sort of background, it would have sold the picture a bit more. I don't want to say make it more believable, but just make the picture a bit more immersive. But I do think you're onto something here with this sort of stuff, so keep up the great work. Successfully avoided the roast. We've got this beautiful Carrera GT and the photo is incredibly sharp, but I don't know, it just feels a bit meh. You've got one of the most iconic Porsches ever made. I feel like the photo just doesn't really reflect that. And you've shot directly into the sun and blown out your highlights here. What's with the dry bushes over here? Doesn't really add anything to the photo. It just sort of looks like the car's been abandoned in a desert parking lot. Probably waiting for someone who actually knows how to photograph the car. Oh my God. There's a lot going on here and I have a lot of questions. Who modifies a car like this, first of all? I'll never understand it. It looks shit. Why is the door open? Why is it parked outside in and out? And why is it parked in a handicap spot? This is what's happening here. I figured it out. The car itself is handicapped. So where are you gonna park it? I mean, I'm surprised it could even drive anywhere to begin with, considering the fitment and how low this thing is. It makes sense. It's undrivable. You've ruined a perfectly good car, so where do you park it? And you know what's really interesting about this picture? If we look closely, see this lady here, she's not actually walking, right? It might look like she's walking into in and out. She is escaping. Because, I mean, I would feel embarrassed even just being a bystander, accidentally being caught in this picture. You're like an accessory to the murder here. That's what's happening. I particularly like how the headlights really stand out, giving our subject, the truck, a really big presence in the photo as well. Like nothing's really lost. But I really don't think this photo needs all that much done to it, to be honest. Just a bit of a dehaze and maybe a crop in. This is exactly why you buy a truck, to do shit like this. I always love when people actually buy something and use it and do cool shit like this. That's what it's all about. Again, it kind of works as a portrait, but I'm a big fan of landscapes. And it's also better for just viewing on YouTube. We could really play into that sun glow here. If I get a radial filter, bring up some shadows, increase our warmth. Could do the same on this side too. Drop the exposure a little bit. We could even bring another linear gradient from the bottom here and drop the exposure a bit more to create even a bit more focus onto the car. I feel like our linear gradient on this side could even be a bit more warmer and saturated, because I feel like there's more orange glow on this side than that side. Just make the whole fucking picture orange. Chuck a little bit of purple in there so you get a bit more of that darker orange, which I really like. There's like a very specific orange that really works. So we make sure, let's bring a bit of highlights down so we're not blowing anything out on that side. Actually, that might be our initial radial filter. Just bring some highlights down. What happens if we bring a little bit of a green tint? Oh, that's disgusting, never mind. I think that's really all we need. Before, after. Before, after. Right, what do we have here? This looks like some modern day photography. Some bullshit TikTok trend that
doing this cringe
someone would have seen and tried to copy. I mean, it kind of does look like it has the lighting of an interrogation room from like a crime drama. But the twist of this episode is that the photographer has brain damage. I mean, what we've got here is just a smear of shadows and highlights. It's like you asked your camera to have a nervous breakdown. That's what I'm seeing here. I mean, I feel a little bit dizzy looking at this picture. If your goal was to disorientate the fuck out of me, fantastic, great work. If I'm really honest, I do kind of like the picture. It's different, I will give you that. If you guys didn't know, this is a Nissan. Just in case you didn't figure that out from this picture, this right here is a Nissan Patrol. I can almost hear the thought process of this picture.
Oh, bro, I've got a sick idea. We're gonna park my Patrol outside the Nissan dealership. Never been done before, brother. Never fucking been done before. Oh yeah, bro, that's such a sick idea.
You've got a four-wheel drive here, a car that's meant to be going along sand dunes, tearing up a mountain, but instead of shooting it there, what have you done? Park it back at the fucking dealership. What's next? You're gonna park it at the fucking bank where you got a loan for it? Fucking photograph it outside. Cars on grass. Don't do it, no matter how bad. It's like an addiction, I swear to God, for some people. It's not good for your health. It's not good for your photography career. Don't park cars that have no business being on grass. Don't put them there. It doesn't make any sense. But you've got a beautiful vintage Porsche here. It's not a fucking lawn ornament. It belongs on the road. Yeah, let me park my Porsche next to this shit heap building and make sure you get my Fujitsu air conditioning unit in. That'll really sell the picture. I also see that you're from Romania. Now I'm even more upset, okay? Romania has some of the most beautiful, windy, hairpin roads in existence. Why couldn't you have shot it there? I mean, I don't know like the whole geography of Romania or where you're from or how close you might be to that whole mountain chain, but it just upsets me even more that this is the best thing you could do in your country. This is the best location you could figure out when you have so many other options. I think that's what upsets me the most here. I really like this picture. I think the model and the choice of car the way it's been shot, the lens choice, 35mm Sigma. It just works. Everything here just works. The soft sunlight glow on her face, a very nice warmth feeling you get when you look at this. So I'm gonna try and bring that out a bit in the edit. Let's start with the eyes, a little bit of highlight just over the pupils here. We're gonna get a radial filter from the right side of our photo and increase our temperature, a bit of saturation. Not a huge fan of these bright greens, so I'll bring a little bit of saturation out and a little bit of luminance. Slight fade in the tone curve, and I wouldn't mind actually getting the left side of my photo here a little bit brighter as well, or it could be darker. We'll get a radial filter through the center of our picture, increase the exposure, get some shadows going. We don't want to mess too much with the skin tone here. I'm going to go into the blue channel of our tone curve and bring it down a bit, give it more of that orange glow. Might bring a bit of luminance up. Linear gradient on that side doesn't really work for our shot. No, that's so much better. I don't know why I put that there. Bring some clarity out, give it that really soft glow to it. But we can go over our model with a bit of a brush tool and just keep a bit of texture in her details. We don't want her skin going like greeny yellow. So I'm gonna bring some purples in and a little bit of saturation. Add a little bit of contrast in. Can even drop the exposure a little bit. I honestly somehow don't mind the blown out highlights, but we can mute them a little bit. I just like to go around the wheel, just like this, and just see what's sort of working. Don't mind that little bit of a purple undertone actually. I feel like some indie films have this really strange green color grade to them. I think we're gonna play into that here, something like that. One more for our highlights, which is gonna affect our sky. They can be a bit more yellow. Or a bit of grain could actually work super well for this picture. A little bit more roughness, just subtle enough for it to make sense. One more radial filter over the whole image, which will be inverted. And then I'm going to subtract the radial filter away from the sky. And I'm gonna decrease our exposure just to create a really subtle vignette around our picture. I think a little bit more warmth. There's our before and after. I might have gone a little bit too hard in the saturation, but it works. I am not really much of a portrait shooter. I don't shoot a lot of portraits. I don't edit a lot of portraits. So I'm really happy with that. But if I have to dish it out, I also have to cop it. So feel free to rate my portrait edit. You've got a BMW here, supposedly the ultimate driving machine, and shot it in a way where it looks ashamed to be in your photo. There's no life to this image. There's nothing that represents what the car really is. There's no speed, there's no power, there's no aggression. I mean, you probably could have taken a better shot with your fucking eyes closed, to be honest. I don't know why, but this picture just makes me laugh. It just looks so awkward. What am I looking at here? I don't know if it's the way that the tree is or the skew of the lens, but it just looks so stupid. It's like you tried to take a nice, peaceful picture, but what it looks like instead is one of those shitty paintings above your bed on like a $30 motel room. I actually shot this GDR a while ago. I was hunting for this Koenigsegg just driving around in Germany. It was in the Nürburgring. I think it was in a Gira R, just cruising around. And I was trying so hard to find it and photograph it. And I had the opportunity and I missed it. And this GTR rocks up with some of his mates as well. And I ended up getting some really cool shots. So Skyline Suki on Instagram, go check him out. Really clean car. That is a terrible picture. Okay, right there. But it almost looks like it says Toyota. It's a bit messy. There's a lot going on here. It just looks like urban decay.
Too much radiation. We'll have to go around.
Smashed window, this patch of grass here, the difference in the ground, and your model looks like she's about to say, are we done yet? Like, she does not look like she actually wants to be there. And I mean, who can blame her, really? This is like the most budget Fast and Furious scene I've ever seen in my life. There's some good and some bad to this photo I want to dive into. So let's start with the good. Killer roller shot, really low angle. I like that it's shot landscape. That's nice for a fucking change. You've really captured the speed, 1/25 of a second I see it shot at, which is a really nice shutter speed for rolling shots. You really don't actually need to go that fast to get that sense of speed. That lower angle really just makes this car look like it's on the hunt. I do feel like the green hills really clash with the location, especially we've got this sort of cobblestone wall here and sort of takes away from the aggression of the picture. I do like a rolling shot where it's angled slightly as well. Before we get into any selective adjustments, let's just see what we can even do with our colors here. Can we make it believable enough that it looks like it's part of the wall is what I'm trying to go for here. Touch of clarity and texture. Select our subject, invert it, and let's get rid of everything that isn't the road. Bring our exposure down a bit for the road and a bit more clarity. And I'm gonna take a bit of saturation out of the road as well. Get our focus onto the car a bit more. So I'm gonna try linear gradient and see, is there any details we can bring back with the sky? It's too overpowering on this side. Oh, fuck, this is difficult. Okay, we'll come back to the sky. Let's give this photo some shadows. So I'm gonna bring a bit of fade, crush the blacks a little bit, bring down my shadows, mute the highlights a little bit, and bring up my midtones to help give it that pop. Maybe a hint of dark yellow, hint of dark green. A small little adjustment I like to make in the color grading is bringing up our luminance of our midtones and highlights. I think that helps give a little bit of pop to your photo. Wow, that does a pretty good job of selecting the sky. I'm just trying to see, is there any way we can get some detail? I don't want it affecting our subject at all. Reapply some of our radial filter with a big feather radius. Small detail as well. It's gonna take me a second to do, but I'm gonna darken the windscreen because it's too bright compared to the rest of our photo here. So bear with me 1 second. I will try it on the window here as well, but I don't think it's gonna have the same effect. Fuck, it looks so jank. Yeah, that kind of works, I guess. Wow, I did not expect this photo to get to this level, but I'm really liking where it's going. What if we actually try a radial filter at the back here? Bring the exposure down even a bit more, highlights up, keep giving it that pop. I still feel like it looks a bit HDR-ish, and we can fix that by just chucking a bit more fade and lowering our exposure a bit more. Shadows can come, oh, that's what we need. The shadows can come down a bit. Oh, I'm fucking liking this. We've got black wheels, the worst color for any wheel, but whatever. Can't convince everyone. Like, look at this. It's just a fucking black hole. Why spend all this money on wheels? Wheels are so expensive. What is the point? You may as well put steel rims on it. I am really loving how far this photo has come. I could keep editing this all day, to be honest. Before, after. Yes, it's very dark. It's very moody. It looks like the front cover for a Blacklist boss from Need for Speed. Coming from that to that, I'm super happy with it. This car looks like it's one more scratch away from becoming scrap metal. I'm not a Civic fan. What do you want me to do? I don't like him, okay? Actually, it's not even that I don't like him. The 1% of Civics that are actually clean and done right. I can respect that. But it's everyone else who modifies Civics that just lets the team down. This being a perfect example of that. And the fake crew sticker, it's like you can already tell from a distance by reading that this car's already a shit heap before you get even close enough to see the rust. Most old Japanese cars, you want to photograph as dark as possible and as far away as possible because that's when they look the best. At night, from a distance, in a dimly lit place. At least that was with my old car. But instead, you've taken a photo of this car in the harshest lighting that is highlighting every possible dent and scratch and imperfection. The front bumper doesn't fit, the lights don't fit, the grille doesn't fit. I mean, fuck, I'm surprised this thing even can drive. I would have loved to have sat in the boardroom meeting when they were designing this car. This car just looks like it's confused about its own existence. Like it doesn't even know what it wants to be. I don't understand how someone could walk into a dealership, walk up to this car and be like, yeah, that's the one for me. I'm buying that. It's either that or the car salesman deserves a fucking Emmy. Solar panels, nice one, very futuristic, unlike the car. Actually, it works perfectly for the car. I think the location now is actually a 10 out of 10.
There's not many rules when it comes to photography. Apart from what you might learn in school, right? You'd learn about shutter speed, aperture, ISO, exposure triangle shit, right? But even still, you can push boundaries and really depends on what you're shooting. And a lot of art and photography is up to interpretation. That doesn't mean go crazy, shoot everything on 10,000 ISO. You'll definitely take the worst photos of your life if you do those settings, by the way. If there was to be one mandatory rule in photography, it would be getting your shot in focus, all right? What is that? Honestly, what is that? Look, you sent me another picture. What is that? That's a complete miss. I can't even see the number plate and where you're from. I can't even roast where you're from. Maybe you got something in the water where you live and it affects your cognitive ability. Create new mask. Select subject. We're gonna invert that. So it's affecting everything except our subject. Lightroom's done a great job because it's like, look, mate, your car's brutally out of focus. But you know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and I'll still do my best subject trace for you. How about that? How does that sound, you know? And that's really nice of Lightroom because he didn't have to do that for you. I sure as fuck wouldn't have done that for you. Clement, yeah, what I want you to do right now, I want you to send an email right now to Adobe. I want you to thank them. Go, hello, Mr. Adobe. Thank you for making such a forgiving subject AI selecting tool. Thank you so much. Because look, that was very kind of them. I'm just having a bit of a play around with my colors. I've made a radial adjustment, so I'm thinking maybe we could do something with that. So I'm just brightening it up a bit. I wouldn't mind doing a selection over the road as well. Let's darken the road a bit and let's take some saturation out of it. Do a radial filter over the whole image, mainly affecting the middle of it, and just bring some brightness up, some shadows out maybe, highlights down, some saturation up. Maybe I took too much exposure down here and I didn't affect the car enough. So let's try that. Let's try another subject selection here. Again, Lightroom being very generous. And we'll add a bit more contrast and a little bit more saturation into the car itself. Yeah, let's play into those reds and those yellows, maybe something like that. Midtones, what's affecting the midtones? Okay, it's more like the car and that center bit back there. That can also be a bit warmer, and some highlights. What's affecting the highlights? The road at the back there. So really a lot of the photo is affected by shadows. And what if we did, just as one last final adjustment, we just darken the windscreen here. Let's see what that looks like. See if that helps our situation anymore. Now, I got Topaz not too long ago. I know they were advertising with like refocusing, their sharpening abilities and denoising, but I haven't noticed a huge difference compared to what you can do in Lightroom with the AI denoise, the super res and the raw details. Is the number plate crooked? I only just noticed that. Okay, add enhancements, sharpen, and they have something called refocus. So let's see how it does. Strength, 100. Oh my God, no. It does help a bit. That is a pretty substantial difference from that to that. It is definitely has been refocused. Just looks a little bit AI-y, but from a distance, that is a little bit better. Oh, thank you, Topaz. Were you drunk when you took this picture? I don't even know where to begin, to be honest. Why is the car parked like that, first of all? Are you walking on an overpass? Is there someone in the car? No, it's locked. The mirrors are folded in, the lights are off. It's parked on the side of the road. It looks like it's broken down. Just would love to know the backstory of this. I feel like I get these photos, I get sent in, and then I tear them apart here on the internet, and it's on there forever for everyone to see, but I might not be getting the full context here. If the car is broken down and has parked there, different story. But I'm sorry, if you have told the owner of that car to park it there and you've ran up on this overpass and shot down onto it, and that's the photo you've produced, that is tragic. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say here. The whole point of being a photographer is to showcase something, you know, to capture the moment, to capture, I'm not saying you're not capturing a moment, you're definitely capturing a moment here, right? You're trying to capture the best image possible. This is not a reflection of that. It's like the equivalent of trying to sell a multi-million-dollar mansion and you sell it by photographing the garbage bin out the back. You somehow manage to insult both the car community and the entire photography industry in one photo here. I don't know if I should be talking about this or just calling the police because this is criminal. Sorry, Ethan, you gotta do better than that. The person sent me this photo. He sent this photo in alongside the screenshot from when I shot up at Macedon with the XJ. And he's got this, he's definitely one-upped me with a beautiful Toyota Hiace. What an incredible car. From Western Australia as well, which if you don't know, pretty much the opposite side of Australia to get to Macedon. It's like almost driving across all of America or all of Europe to get to this location. I'm assuming he's from Perth because no one really lives anywhere else in Western Australia, unless you're from Broome, but I don't even know if they've got an internet connection up that way. This is a really cool photo. Obviously doing a road trip around Australia, and how cool to get to Macedon in autumn. It's a shame that it's overcast though, because this spot, when the sunlight hits it in autumn, is just a million times better. So, welcome to Melbourne. Good amount of detail in the shadows. Let's get a radial filter going from the top here. Expose that a bit up that way. Bring the shadows down, highlights up. Well, you should probably turn the headlights on, hey, so let's just do that quickly. We'll do one mask over the headlights just to brighten them first. Make them a little bit more yellow, because they're probably halogen. And then bring the feathering right up. Nice. Okay, this should be the easiest subject selection ever because it's basically just a rectangle. Lightroom would have loved that. And it did an amazing job. For the first time ever, it did the most accurate subject selection on a car I've ever seen. Do a cheeky invert and let's bring that down. Let's bring some saturation up. Get a bit of tint going. I want to see what happens if we bring a linear gradient from the ground that way and we take some saturation out of the ground here. Let's bring a bit of fade into it, crush the blacks a little bit, bring the exposure up. Let's try and get some of these colors popping. So we're going to bring the yellows across, bring some red saturation up and some red luminance up as well. I'm going to bring my tint across on my camera calibration, really play into those reds and maybe boost a bit of saturation as well from everything except the blues. Clarity and texture can stay where they are. We drop some shadows a little bit. Yeah, bring some shadows down and some highlights up. Probably do with a linear gradient on the right side of the photo and we bring a little bit of exposure up with some shadows. There's not a whole lot I can do about the sky up here, hey. Yeah, let's just keep it bright. That's fine. Could bring a little bit more yellows into the shadows here. Let's see, what are our highlights doing? Make those pop a little bit and our midtones pop a little bit. There we go, before, after. Before, after. Bit of a simple edit, but we make it pop. This photo looks like it belongs on one of those conspiracy theory forums. It's just got that look, you know? All those conspiracy theories, like, they're all shot on this kind of camera, you know? Like, even the way that the color science is, just in the raw photo or the JPEG or whatever, just the way that it looks. Actually, no, it's worse than that. I swear to God, I've seen better quality from some of those Bigfoot sighting videos compared to this. This is worse. We're in 2024. This is a modern car. I didn't even know you could own cameras this shit anymore. If it was any blurrier, it would almost qualify for like an abstract painting. That's actually genius. You know what you should do? You should take a photo like this. It's so undeniably bad, but then you print it massive, huge, and you somehow get it into a museum and you wait for some pretentious art snob to come across and buy it and you sell it for big bucks. Wow. What a masterpiece. I love it. And they try and figure out some artistic meaning about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be looking at one of the greatest scams of the 21st century here. I respect anyone who goes out in the rain because obviously it's not really a thing that you want to put your camera through because it feels wrong to do. It feels wrong to get expensive equipment you work so hard to get and you work so hard to keep clean, but you do get incredible photos out of it. If I'm going to be brutally honest here, I don't think the rain is helping this image that much. I think there's a lot going on here. We've got the car, we've got the forest, we've got you shooting through an underpass, and we've got your subject here. A lot of things in this picture are fighting for attention and it's clashing. You've got two subjects here. You have your model, Jason Statham's 7 Series from Transporter 1. This spacing right here, I would have loved to have seen the car come to an end. If you got your mate to take a step to the left or you even took a step to the right to allow a bit more of that spacing to happen, that would have created so much more breathing room for the picture. That's a really small detail, which goes a long way because at the moment, your mate there, he's standing, he's got his hands in his pocket, he looks like he's about to steal the car. If Jason Statham's in there, your mate's fucked. Right, so you took my car, yeah? You slapped the wheels of a fucking shopping trolley on it and you parked it out in the rain to look all mysterious. Mate, that's not the Transporter. That's the breakdown. Oh, that's the other thing. No headlights. The headlights would have been better. If we could get the headlights on here and maybe create some beams, that would have been nicer. The hazard lights on is a bit whack. Let's just try and fuck around with the color wheel here. I love the color grading wheel so much. Maybe some yellows in the sky. I love a warm thunderstorm where you can go outside, you can wear shorts and a t-shirt, but it's raining. There's nothing like it. It's awesome. And I really want to try and recreate that. And we can boost some luminance there. Let's get a little bit of fade going. And I love the matte finish usually. I'm just going to make some really small adjustments on the tone curve. We might come back to that. Sometimes I just really love to bring down
this to create a bit more warmth. I think we need some selective adjustments. Let's bring a radial mask over the top here. Boost the exposure a bit, bring out some contrast, keep some saturation in there, and let's get some clarity out, see what that's doing, and we'll make it a bit warmer as well. Maybe we'll go for a 2x1. We need to play around with a bit of the greens here. Bring some saturation out, we'll bring them over a bit more yellow. Do like a bit of luminance there. So it's the yellows and greens that are really affecting the grass here. Let's bring some luminance up in those as well. Let's get our shadows a little bit warmer. Let's take some clarity out, bring some texture up. And I feel like we need a bit more brightness on this side. So let's just do that. Let's bring it up a bit. Maybe bring a bit of shadows out as well. Maybe we need a longer gradient. I don't really want it affecting the left corner here. So let's just subtract it with a brush. Let's just take it out of this corner. And what if this is actually just completely dark? What does that look like? Try and shift some focus towards the car. I'm not super happy with that. But again, bro, if you just spaced it properly, if you just got your mate to move over, this edit would have been so much better. It's your fault, not mine. This has got to be some kind of joke now at this point. Surely you're trying to take the worst photo. I mean, it's a beautiful car. Is it a touring or is it a sedan? I can't tell. It's so blown out there. I can't tell. Oh no, it is a sedan. Why the fuck do you send these pictures into me? What do you actually expect me to do here? Edit wise, whoever took this photo and sent it in, you're going to get a knock on the door from Guinness, because you currently hold the world record for most eye surgeries needed after looking at a photo. Far out. Maybe that's for the next photo comp. Next photo comp, the theme is worst picture. Do we like it or no? I'm going to write it down anyway. That's a contender for sure. That's really bad. We got some complaints about the last photo comp because apparently there were too many quote unquote professionals who already had good equipment who entered their photo and won. And it's not because they won because they were professionals or had good equipment. It's because a lot of the photos that were sent in were like this. Mate, that's not gonna win. I think it's a really great photo. I like the bike as well. But I couldn't help but think that this photo could have been improved a lot by the shutter speed, because right now it looks like you can't really tell how much movement is happening in this photo. And I think when it comes to anything motorsport related or when it comes to vehicles moving, I think the slower the shutter speed, the better. But obviously you may not always have the luxury of that, and panning shots are difficult, especially around when the subject is so close to you on a wide lens. It's very difficult to get that correct. But I thought it could be cool to show you how, if you do get a photo like this, to show you how to add some movement in your photo. So yeah, like I said, the pen tool is the best way that I like to select my subject. It is the longest way to do it, but it is the most accurate way to do it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and select around the subject. Okay, there it is. Make selection, save the selection, call it Ducati bike. And I'm making a new layer as well. And then while I'm at it, I'll just get rid of this interior piece as well. I'll just quickly mask it out here. Oops, create a mask, switch it to black in front. Looks a little bit rough, but just for the sake of this tutorial. So we've got our separate layer of the bike, and now we're gonna load the selection that we just saved. Load selection, Ducati bike, okay. Make sure you select it on the right layer, on the original layer of the thing, and content aware fill. That's not perfect, but that's good enough. So right there, we've pretty much got rid of the bike. So now we're gonna make that all one layer, everything we've made. So by pressing Shift, Option, Command, E, and now we've got one entire layer of the bike missing and then a separate layer of the bike itself, right? I'll make a new layer of that. And we're gonna open up Filter, Blur Gallery, and I like to use Path Blur. And Path Blur creates these like little lines here. So we're gonna get these lines and basically just draw them roughly where the road is as well. We're gonna follow the lines of the roads. And we're just gonna make a whole bunch of them. So the more lines you can put in, the more accurate your blur is gonna be. And just keep it going the whole way around the sky as well. Okay, and then yeah, we can also change the speed of it as well, about how fast we actually want it to go. But there gets to a limit where it starts to look a bit unrealistic. So yeah, let's just try it at 50%. And then click OK. Bob's your uncle, Jack's your dad. And then now you've got this blurring effect happening. However, we notice on the wheel here, the wheels aren't spinning, right? We might actually create a second layer for our subject as well, so we can always mask and go back. Blur Gallery, Spin Blur, and I'm just gonna drag that over the wheel area, and I'm just gonna change the rotation of this, maybe spin it around that way, whack that on, and then we will create a mask because a brake caliper doesn't actually spin, so we can get the brake back there. And there we go. There's before and after. Bang and bang. So there we go, back in Lightroom now.
Just gonna whack a preset on it, get some exposure down, shadows down, maybe some highlights up. I might even darken the road a little bit as well, actually. Subtract it from our subject, keep that nice and bright. Before, after. This preset is from my V4 pack. If you want to download my presets, you can head over to my website at North Borders, or you can click the link in my description. Each preset and each preset pack comes with either installation guides on how to use the presets. On the V4 pack and the Mega pack, they come with their own tutorials for every single preset in the pack to show you how to use the presets to the best of their ability. Plus, they also come with their own raw files from me if you want to practice your editing on that. So if you want to get those, there's a link in my description, or you can head over to northborders.co. Look at that, mate. I'm fucking Picasso. Perfect. This is a sick photo. It's a little bit shaky at the back here, but that's all right. This side of the car, this quarter panel is nailed. From Sweden, that's cool. RX-7 in Sweden's going to be a bit rare. I couldn't imagine many of those being up in that part of the world. Can someone confirm this for me, actually? I've heard in Sweden, to get a speeding ticket, the camera needs to pick up your face. If there's no face in the picture that the speed camera picks up, that means they don't send the fine. That's what someone from Sweden told me, and he was racing through all the tunnels when I was with him in Sweden. No problem, the speed camera doesn't, they're not going to send me the fine because the camera does not get my face. A good Swede accent. If you're from Sweden and you're watching, can you please confirm that or not? Because if that is the case, it must be nice, because we have the strictest speeding laws here in Australia and they're fucking bullshit. I'm gonna bring some aquas in here and some red highlights. I'm gonna play into more of the aquas on the red channel here. Probably keep our highlights nice and bright. Keep our shadows down, our whites down, blacks down as well. The green's actually starting to affect the wheel here, so we need to change that. Brush tool out and brush over the wheel here. Click Y and then T to get our toolbar up. And we're just going to create this split, this Y split. And that way, this is the easiest way to get your color back to the original. Something like that. Yeah, I think so. Nice one. All right, we get a radial filter. We're going to go over the entire ground here, but we're going to subtract it from our subject. I'm going to darken the whole road here and also bring up some clarity. And then I'm going to get another radial filter from the bottom here with an even bigger spread on it, something like that, and darken it even a little bit more, like that. Portrait's sort of pissing me off, actually. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. That's a lot better. But I've just noticed the tail lights, they're not tail lighting like they should be, so I might bring some saturation back in there, bring some purples. Those wheels haven't really convinced me yet. I think they're still a bit off color-wise. Shift M, going to create a radial filter from the top here and bring some highlights up as well. Oh, fuck, it looks shit. You want to know a fun fact? I got ChatGPT to analyze this photo and it told me that 5.37% of the image is owned by this man with his coffee cup. Mr. Man Bun with his morning coffee managed to get almost more real estate in the photo than the pink hurricane. I don't know what you want me to do here. You guys send me photos in here. JPEG as well. Great. Thanks, Sean. Sean with a W, right? Maybe spell your name fucking correctly and then maybe I'll edit your photo. Sean with a W. Fucking Jesus. There we go. How about that? You know, I don't know what you expect me to do edit-wise, you know. I'll be putting lipstick on a pig at this point, you know. I'll be polishing a turd. She's a pig, mate. There's nothing we can do. Proper bush pig, that photo. I can't say exactly what a bush pig is, but if you know what it is, then that's what this picture is. Damn, look at this shot. That's got to be Scotland, surely. Don't try and tell me that ain't Scotland, because that is the most Scottish Highland thing I've ever seen. Scotland forever! So many JPEGs. How did I end up with so many JPEG pictures in this episode? I think we can still work with it. Honestly, a JPEG is not even too bad. If the photo's correctly exposed and it's during the day, you can work with a JPEG. The only thing that annoys me is we can't do a denoise, which would have helped us here, but maybe we can chuck it into Topaz and see what we can do. What's that over there? What is that? For a second, I thought it was the head of like a deer, like antlers. I don't know why I thought that. Just chilling. Let's try and make these colors a bit more cohesive. So we've got a lot of like yellow green over here and then a lot more stronger green over here. When I think of the Scottish Highlands, I always think of that luscious green. Let's try and bring those yellows across a bit more to the greens, and we'll bring some luminance up in our greens as well here like that. See what happens if we bring a little bit of fade in and we crush the blacks, and we bring some shadows down like so. Keep the highlights nice and bright. Let's try a linear gradient from the top. Let's bring the exposure up a bit and a touch of saturation and a bit more of a green tinge. Oh, nice. It's already a huge difference. Let's see if we can't do anything about our car here. I don't think we're gonna have much detail to work with. So we may as well just play into the shadows here. Keep the highlights nice and bright. Get the blues going a bit more. And just wanna see what this looks like. I love a nice dark windscreen. Just a little bit darker. Let's see what we can do color grading wise. Oh, I like playing into those aqua shadows. Some greeny yellow highlights and midtones. What's that affecting? More or less the sky. I don't mind that. I don't mind a bit of a green highlight in the sky there. That's looking pretty nice and lush. Take a little bit of the green primary out. Let me just try real quick as well. I just want to see what this does. If we bring a brush tool on this side, just gonna go really rough just to get an idea. And we try and focus it a bit more to the greens. Bring a bit of saturation out, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Before, after. I like that. It's nice and simple. Let's export that. Export with previous. And what if, oh, maybe we can just denoise the subject itself. I don't think the whole image needs a denoise. What if we try like just 10%, just a little bit? Probably need a bit more. Okay, I think 20 is a sweet spot then. Yeah, not a huge difference. Look, to be honest, I feel like Topaz can be a bit of a hit and miss. That'll do. I like that. I'm happy with that. This is the worst example of spray and pray. Oh my God! There's no way you can convince me that you didn't just spin around 40 times, make yourself incredibly dizzy, hold your hand over your eyes, and then take a photo. I don't give a shit if you photographed it on an iPhone. I've taken better photos on the Pentax. I don't like the lighting. I don't like the background. You know, actually, I don't mind the car. You know, it's actually, the car is fine. Fucking black and white, call it a day. That's actually a lot better now that it's black and white. Now I like the picture. Maybe it was just the colors I really hated. Maybe we just bring a bit of exposure down at the top there. Oops. What happens if we bring some exposure down there? Just crank that shit. Get a bit of fade going. Get a bit of grain going. Straighten that bitch up. There we go. That's better. All right. Oh, whoa. Don't fuck with the white balance on a black and white image. Ooh. I'm actually super happy with that. This is not a photo I'd usually edit, but I wanted to show it off anyway. I really love this photo. I just think it looks awesome. It's a very unique angle of something really awesome happening. A little bit Warp Magoo going on over here. A lot of the photos I've edited today or attempted to edit today is not usually something I would edit. And to be completely honest with you guys, I have definitely struggled in today's video when it comes to editing. Honestly, I'd fucking just do that temperature across to more of the oranges, a bit more of a warmer look, and just call it a day. It could probably use with a bit of a saturation bump on the car itself, like our reds and our oranges. Some of the greens could come out and maybe a little bit of fade, a little highlight boost as well. And we can make that a little bit more matte. Something just really simple. I wonder what a bit of grain actually would look like on this. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna double down on the grain. Maybe a radial filter from the top here. A bit more of a highlight boost. Keep the shadows in, I reckon, and keep our rule of thirds on the tree here. What does it look like if we bring a little bit more oranges in? And from the bottom here as well, from the shadows. What do we think? Before, after? Because I feel like the before, because of how the sunlight's hitting the plants here, I like these little fern plants as well. I think they look great and they're really nice to edit too. But they look a bit HDR-ish. So I took out some of the highlights by using like this part here, the tone curve, to make it a bit more dull. And that way it's got a bit of a flatter look, but it sort of works with the photo, you know? Maybe a bit of texture still can come in. And a little bit of clarity can come out, and a little bit of dehaze can come out. And the vibrance saturation is good where it is. And I kind of like, especially during the day when the sunlight's hitting it, and I think because of all the dust in the area, you do actually get this little bit of diffused light happening. And I kind of like it when the greens have this dull look to them. Yeah, something like that. I'm pretty happy with that. Before, after. I'm sticking with the grain. That is an ugly car. Who the fuck allowed that person to spec a Porsche? And the Cayenne Coupe, I don't know. I do like the Cayennes, but the Cayenne Coupe has always looked just a little bit awkward to me. In like baby puke green as well, with black wheels. Oh God. That is not very nice to look at. Maybe it's just the angle as well. because I love the new design of the Porsches with their new taillight design on all their new lineup. But I don't think anyone was like, fuck yeah, finally a KN coupe. But then sure enough, people buy them. People buy them and people spec them like that. They must know something that I don't, because I don't know why. You work hard. Fuck yeah, I've made some money for myself. You know what? I'm gonna buy myself a Porsche. I've made it. You know, I'm finally ready. They're gonna help me spec out a Porsche. They order that. That's the car. That's the car they want. If there was something you could have done differently, maybe gone up the car park and shot through one of these, I feel like that would have been a pretty interesting shot. You know, like if you were shooting from above on the other side of this ramp and shooting through, basically so you could get less of the car and more of the location. I think that's really the problem here. The shadow range is really good. I like to see that. We love a good raw photo. Bring some exposure down here. Bring some highlights. Keep the shadows down as well. Let's try and get a radial filter from this side, and then we'll do a subject selection over the car here. It's done a pretty good job. Bring some color back into it. We'll get the color just right. Don't worry. That's pretty good there. Something I really like to do is we've selected our subject like we've done here, and we make a duplicate copy of the subject and we invert it. Now what you can do in Lightroom, inside the selective adjustments, they give you a tone curve now, which is really cool. So you can really have a play around with the colors of your location without affecting the car. So you can really go into selective adjustments. So I think because it's an interesting color of the car, why not just make the whole location a bit more interesting? So let's bring that down, bring the highlights of the reds across a bit. That can stay where it is. And yeah, let's go for that matrix green actually. That looks pretty good. I mean, it looks shit, but that's why it's good, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's the whole point of the car, yeah? And now we can go into the tone curve and affect our whole image together cohesively and bring some shadows down, a little bit of fade. What does it look like if we bring a big linear gradient and give it a big grade and give it a lot of room to have its effect? I want to sort of just darken this area right here, something like that. And we'll bring a radial gradient across the whole image here, mainly affecting the car. We'll bring a bit of shadows up here, maybe a touch of saturation as well. Let's go for a 16 by 10. Just crop it in a little bit. Bring a bit of clarity. Gonna boost the luminance of our midtones and a little bit on our highlights here. And I reckon we'll call it there. Here's our before and after. One more time, before and after. Interesting edit for an interesting car. Hello, I'm 15 years old and started doing photography just a couple months ago, and I would like you to roast my photo. I want to get some constructive criticism on my work, and I give you permission to go as hard as you want. All right, you little virgin, let's fucking roast your photo right now. Let's have a look at this. So you sent this, hang on, did I read that right? Photo comp entry. If you entered this into the photo competition, you are missing a brain. The recent photo comp, the theme was movement. Where's the movement? You see the photo comp, you see the prize we had up for grabs, you saw the whole video of me explaining you to get out there, you know, get your creative juices flowing, go out and go make something awesome. And then this is what you decided to make and send in. A completely static shot of the front right corner of the car, or left corner of the car, depending on which way. Don't roast me for that. Right, the only movement in this photo is me moving it into the bin. This is a cool shot. Love the atmosphere here. Car looks like it's either driving over the bridge slowly or it's just a shaky shot. I can't tell. I don't want to bring too much shadows down. Highlights to midtones up in the tone curve. Flatten the highlights a little bit. Think a tinge of aqua. I think some greens and blues can honestly come out a bit. And we'll sharpen up those reds a bit. Can even go across the taillight here and just make sure the whole thing is red. And also this right side of the photo, it's sort of dipping here in the highlights, going into sort of a darker color. Just want to see what it looks like if we bring the whole thing up. Or I also don't mind it a bit darker as well, just a little bit. Hint of dark green in the red channel, just the tiniest bit. We've still got a little bit over here. I think this could be a little bit brighter. What actually happens if we bring a bit more dehaze out and just really get into that fog? Radial filter on this side, bring some dehaze in there, bring some clarity out. And then we make a subject selection over the car and we bring some texture up. Probably use a little denoise as well. Before, after. Carter snaps. What's that? NEF. I know you're shooting on Nikon. I'm well aware of that. And legally, by law, I have to roast you for that. I have this little voice in my head that actually likes this picture somehow. I never thought I'd actually be saying that myself. Mikey G, aka North Borders, likes this picture shot by Nikon. You suck. What's happening to me? Like, am I turning into a Nikon shooter? Well, I've achieved my full form. Got ya. Cool pics. Nikon. You have something in your foreground here, but you also have an even amount of spacing for the water on this side as well. Plus you've got your subject who's pretty much through the middle of your frame here. And I like the shadows. I like the time of day you've shot it. I like the angle you've picked. It's just a nice, clean looking composition. But bro, honestly, if you want a discount for a Sony camera, just shoot me a message and we'll hook you up, all right? You can't be shooting Nikon these days. It's just embarrassing. Wow, this is a really cool shot. In the snow, a brand new 992 GT3 RS. I just want to quickly show you how easy it is to use Lightroom presets. So I've got one here called Car Park Night. And let's say, for example, you don't really like the pinks in the sky here as much. So that is all pretty much affected in the color grading wheel here. So I can come over to my highlights and I'm just going to bring that down ever so slightly. And then I'm going to create a subject mask over my car here. Bring a little bit of exposure up and a little bit of shadows up. And I'm going to click Y. I'll bring a little bit of saturation in. I'm just going to get the color of the red right, which is just a little bit towards the negatives there. Straighten the photo up properly. What we could even do as well is get another linear gradient, just like this. We'll subtract it from our subject, so it's just going to affect the road. And we can even bring the exposure down a little bit. And then we can bring a radial filter, a bit more purples and yellows in to the frame, something like that. A little bit more saturation there, and maybe some shadows up. Maybe take a bit of clarity out, keep some texture in, and there you have it. There's before, there's after. That's generally how I like to use presets. You chuck it on, get your base edit, and then go in with selective adjustments. So if that's something you're interested in getting, I'm gonna leave a link in my description, or you can head over to my website, northborders.co. Oh my Lord. Do you think you could actually get any more people in your shot? Like genuinely, why even bother to go photograph car events anymore if this is the photos you're gonna take? Crocs, boat shoes. This guy's fresh as fuck though. This chick decided to steal all my nonna's tea towels and sew it onto her pants. Yeah, you're just doing boomer photography at this point. Forget about it. I know what you forgot, mate. You forgot to shoot this photo in RAW. How many times do I have to say it? How do JPEG photos keep ending up in this series? I mean, to be fair, it's not actually a bad photo. It's a pretty good photo actually, and it's exposed correctly. This is the wing of an R8. That's a Gen 1 R8 wing, I would know. Even though it's shot in JPEG, and I should be roasting you a bit more for that, it looks like it's graded already, but I have not touched this at all. You want to hear a funny story real quick? I'm going to roast myself now. I did a job for Lexus. I shot this exact car and I took this photo of it rolling through a tunnel. I'd taken a similar shot before for Bentley and I photoshopped their speedo to be saying like it was doing some ridiculous speed, right? And they loved it. So I was thinking I took a similar shot for Lexus, obviously, because I liked that photo. And if Bentley liked it, I was like, oh, surely Lexus would like it as well. And so I also did the same thing on the speedo and they posted it because they loved the picture, but I forgot to tell them that the car is doing like 300 kilometers an hour at like 7,000 RPM, which I don't even think these cars can actually go that fast. And then this journalist picked up on it that Lexus had posted this picture of their car doing this insane speed on public roads, and they wrote a full article about it. So every time I see one of these cars now, it reminds me of that time where I got Lexus into a lot of trouble. See if I can touch this up a bit. I just put a little radial filter over here with a bit more warmth. Crush the blacks in, bring the shadows back in a little bit. Maybe a little bit more orange in the shadows. And maybe we can have a bit of green in the sky, a bit of aqua green in the sky. And let me help you out here. Get rid of that sensor dust. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna push it any further than that. If I start doing any more, I'm gonna start ruining your picture. Oh Lord, please give me strength. Fuck. What's that? Why? That doesn't look good, brother. Why is half of the tree in your shot? What are you documenting bark?
With bark characteristics this unique, it would be a shame to include the horrendous Tesla Cybertruck.
If I was to photograph a Cybertruck, which I think I'd actually enjoy photographing a Cybertruck as much as I hate the car, it'd be better to shoot this in the city, no? Look, the photo's not all that bad. I just think like next time, if you're gonna shoot through something, maybe like tree branches could have been better, not like just an entire tree on the left side of the image. It kind of just looks like a quarter of your sensor just died. There we go. I haven't edited a portrait shot in a while. This is definitely a very cool photo. Looks very cold wherever you are. The red's a bit harsh on the face. Where to begin? Well, I'm gonna edit our model here like a car. Duplicate and invert mask as well. Maybe the backgrounds could have a bit more aqua to it. Is there any way of fixing those skin tones? I'm not talented enough to bring back the proper skin tone. So a bit of texture, a little bit of clarity. Actually, you know what? I only want clarity in our background here. So mid-tones up and our highlights down a bit. Bit of fade, crush the blacks. Got to get the 2x1 going on this. That's gonna look nice and cinematic now. Let's get a brush going with a huge feather radius. Can go over this light. From this street lamp, I'm just making it look like there's a little bit more light falling down, which isn't really working in my favor. Definitely need a denoise here. I'm gonna come into my calibration. I'm gonna switch it to the bit more of a green tint because I love that look. And I think I just wanna darken our background a bit because we've brought it up a bit here. Or maybe there's too much contrast in our subject. I feel like there's too much of a disparity between our subject and our background. She almost looks photoshopped in there. That's the only thing I would say. I think a secondary light that had a natural color to it, just a regular white light, would have really made this photo better. I think this is an amazing photo though. It looks very cinematic. Looks like it's straight out of a movie scene. There's before, after. I'm actually very happy with that. That actually kind of inspires me to shoot more portraits because I would love to take more photos like this. Good work, MX Low Vision. There's some strange usernames in here today, but great work, man. So this photo was sent in to our photography competition. And if you didn't know, we just finished hosting a photography competition. Congratulations to all of our winners, by the way, for taking home these insane prizes. And if you missed out, don't worry, we'll be doing more competitions soon. But this was one of the photos that got sent in, right? The theme was movement. I'm a bit confused as to what's going on here. So we actually have some videos that got sent in for the behind the scenes of taking this photo. There's so much to unpack here. Not only did you just almost set yourself on fire, why do you even have a sparkler in your mouth to begin with? And because you've got this sparkler in your mouth, you can't count yourself down. So you just go like, I don't get it. What the fuck's going on here? Mate, no wonder this photo didn't make it into the finalists. It doesn't make any sense. Can someone actually decipher this photo? Because I am actually so confused as to what the message is behind this picture. Are you spray painting someone's shed? That's illegal. That's graffiti. That's vandalism. Hey, I submitted these photos for the comp. These are the before edits, but I'm also sending a raw as I combine multiple photos for the mirror. It would be great if you tell me what I could have done to be one of the finalists. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm not having a go at you for trying. I want you to try and get out there and take photos and have fun with it. And you're clearly having a lot of fun with it, and that's great. Everyone who was a finalist in the recent photo comp we did, every single one of those pictures, there was a clear understanding of what was happening in that picture, and there was an emotion and story behind each one of them, okay? I don't get that from this photo. I don't even get a little, nothing, not even a little wiggle down there, nothing, okay? But it does look like you had a lot of fun getting glass into your fingertips and almost setting yourself on fire and vandalizing some poor guy's shed. This is a cool shot. A lot of sensor dust. My God, bro. Holy shit. What aperture? F20. We don't shoot F20 on mirrorless because this is what happens. Unfortunately, with a mirrorless camera, every time you take off the lens, it's just going to cover it in dust. I think what some of the newer Sonys have now, and I think Canon do this as well, is that they actually have a little sensor shutter that closes and then it can reopen. That's a great way to minimize sensor dust, but obviously I could imagine that's pretty expensive to do. Let's bring some exposure down But we'll bring our highlights up first and our shadows down a bit of contrast out. And actually, let's crop in our photo a bit as well. Let's go 16 by 10, or actually maybe a 2 by 1. Norway plates, that's cool. Shout out to Norway. Let's get some tones going. So I'm gonna bring up my midtones and highlights, down my shadows a little bit, tiniest bit of fade, boost the saturation for our greens. Let's add some color tone in. So we're gonna make just a basic S-curve on all of our color channels here, like that. Okay, obviously very vibrant. You can see the tone curve. We've got our tones in, that's for sure. A bit too vibrant. Bring some of that down, maybe a little bit. I'm now thinking maybe we go for like a darker green. We've got a lot of blues in our mountains here and some of it affecting the car as well. So I'm gonna bring out quite a lot of blues and darken them as well. I'm just gonna fix this quickly because otherwise we nuke the blue in this number plate and that's gonna stay blue. So we'll keep that original. And also while I'm at it, let's add a radial filter over our headlights here. Duplicate, make them a little bit more warmer actually. I'm gonna add one over the windscreen here. So I want to darken the windscreen. Doesn't have to be super dark. Now let's come into our inverted mask that affects everything. And let's have a play around with this. Saturation wise, that can come out a little bit. Highlights can come up, shadows down definitely. Bit more yellows, a darker yellow look. I like that. Keep some blues in the highlights. Play into those greens a little bit. We're gonna bring it up here. Mask for the sky here. By the way, there is no correct order to do this. I like to just go ahead when I'm editing and I just build on this. Oh, okay, that's look good. Let's try this and just move a whole bunch of sliders around. There's no right or wrong way or like particular method to edit. I'll bring a bit of blues back in the sky for the edit. And I'm gonna add another brush. I do love my selective adjustments, honestly. They make the world go round. Saturation out, darken the road a bit. Some shadows down overall over the whole image. Another selective adjustment. I know, we just keep stacking them on. We'll have a radial filter over this. Bit more light coming through over there. Some shadows up on this side. Maybe a bit more warmth. Maybe just some clarity out overall. Bump the saturation a bit. Maybe even bump the vibrance a bit. We don't want to overdo it though. I don't want to have that too much of like a HDR boomer look, you know? So maybe bring a bit of saturation down. Maybe the grass is a bit too lush, you know? It's like no grass is that lush. Maybe something like that, you know? Bring it down a bit. The yellows obviously play a big part in our greens. We'll bring those down a little bit as well. Slight tinge of blue in the shadows. A little bit of orange in the midtones and highlights. Edit in, open it in Photoshop. Oh, you thought we were done? Nah, son, not today. We ain't fucking done until I say that we're done. Look, yes, you can do this in Lightroom, but I don't like the clone stamping in Lightroom. I just don't. So I like to bring it in Photoshop. Let's get rid of all this sensor dust. Can we spot it anywhere else? Now is the time to tell me. Chat, tell me. I think that is pretty good, ladies and gentlemen. Let's save that photo. This is one of those photos that I could just keep editing at. This is a really phenomenal shot. That's our before, after. Super proud of that one, actually. This photo right here actually tells us a lot, okay? I'm no professional geoguesser, but I can tell by these double yellow lines here, I'm gonna guess that this is England. And if this is England, I think that even though this photo is underexposed, that's the original, and it's shaky, I think this captures England perfectly. When you think about England as someone who is not from England, like myself, you think about, I don't know, Big Ben, beautiful architecture, the royal family, double-decker buses, Harry Potter. But then you get there, and you get to London, and that's like a small pocket of London where you get all those things. The rest of it looks like this. Shit weather, shitty streets, it's cold, it's depressing, you might get stabbed, you might get your phone nicked by a roadman. Hey, is this sounding accurate or what? It's this is England, bro. This is a raw moment, what you've got here. You know, I think is funny as well about this photo, this email that was sent to me, the email header is raw photo, but it's a JPEG. I'm starting to think now that you don't actually understand what I mean when I say, please send me a raw photo, okay? Let me show you, okay? Let me show you real quick. Right, so you get your camera here, right? And you go file format in your camera. It's set on JPEG and you switch it to raw. That's what I mean. You might be sitting there going, why switch it to raw? Because just fucking do it, bro. This is not a tutorial channel. Just shoot on raw, far out. It's not that hard. This photo doesn't need much editing at all, but that is so cool. Guess this is America, I think. Is that American flags? Yeah, I think they are. That looks like so much fun. Honestly, I barely even need to touch this photo to make it look cool. It already looks sick, but I think maybe we can get a radial filter on this side. Get the lighting nice and even, and maybe even a linear gradient because this side's a bit more dull than the right. Bring some warmth into it there and some purples. What if we just crop it in like crazy? Sometimes it's all about the crop. Instead of a denoise, I actually want to see what a super resolution can do here. Look at that. That's actually a pretty big difference. Even this little number plate on the back here, you can see, definitely makes it a little bit easier to read. This new noise reduction feature on Lightroom has been absolutely incredible. What a game changer. I don't think I like the crop. I think I like it how it was, original. Maybe a little crop, maybe like a 16 by 10. But now I've somehow made the sky purple. So select sky. Let's bring a little bit of aquas and blues into there. Maybe a little bit of saturation can come out. What if we darken the sky? What does that look like? Can actually pull a fair bit out of it, actually. With our shadows, it's somewhere in between the orange to yellow. And maybe the same for the midtones, somewhere there. Some luminance up. And the same for the highlights. With a little bit of the sky. The highlights is mainly what's in the sky, so let's play a little bit into that with the little aquas here. Maybe a bit of contrast can come out. Before, after. I'm pretty happy with that. I mainly want to go do that now. That looks like so much fun. But I think I'd actually prefer to drive rather than be photographing, to be honest. Because you got to stand there and just get covered in dust. Where I'd actually rather be covered in dust driving one of these instead. Far out. Let me get a glimpse of what I'm looking at here. Are you kidding me, bro? So what, you just decide to use the loading zone of your local hardware store? Is that what it is? Is that your photo shoot location? All right, let's just go down to Bunnings. We'll go shoot the GD2s at Bunnings. Get a snag. I need to get some new spanners at Home Depot because I'm a fucking spanner. And while I'm at it, let's go shoot the GD2s in the loading zone. Is that the thought process or what? Am I bang on the money there? I bet I am. Mate, I'm actually surprised Porsche have not done a Ferrari and sent you a cease and desist for this photo. It's just, it's atrocious. I think one of the main thing is when you're shooting a car, you can't let the rear wing get lost in the backdrop. It's better if you have something more minimal, like skyline or something, for example, where you can actually see the rear wings. Because at the moment, you can't even tell the size of these aftermarket wings on these cars. Not to mention the road is getting way too much attention in your photo. I can't even straighten this image properly. Like I have to do a 16 by 10 maybe, and I still don't have enough room to really try and straighten up and fix your photo here. This photo, look at this roof line here. The cars are now straight, but now this roof line looks all wonky. This is just a mess. This photo is so poorly composed. I think they'll actually study this in the future in like school books. There's no hierarchy. And what I mean by that is there should be an even spread for most insane car to like least insane spread out in your photo. So maybe this should have been more of the hero car, more of the hero focus. And then maybe this one and this one, or the other way around. You know what I mean? Whereas this car is blocking part of this car, and this car has way too much room in between. And then you've just got dog cages back here for no reason. The lighting is flat. I'm not inspired when I look at it. The photo is more crooked than our Prime Minister. I'm giving you FS. Fucking shit. Wow, this is an interesting shot. Car's also moving here. I reckon we could also go for a 2x1 crop because we've got so much ground here, it's so unnecessary. But sometimes I get it when you're shooting through the viewfinder and you're looking at the car and you're trying to track it. Sometimes you're not always being aware of how much composition you're getting in your shot, but that's definitely something you need to remember. Another Nikon shot that I actually like, you know what the law is, I have to roast you, but this is actually a really cool picture. So we're gonna go for a 2x1 crop here. I'm gonna decrease my exposure, but I'm gonna grab a radial filter and bring it up from the top here because I want the light to be falling down. We open this, I'm gonna subtract it from our subject so it's affecting everything but our subject, and I'm gonna bring down our exposure. I'm trying to decide if I like the green or not, and I don't think I do. It'd be cool if it was a different color. The green might be something that we have to work with here, but it's definitely way too saturated. So I'm gonna bring it down a bit. Luminance can come up a bit because I do like a little bit of brightness. Yellows can come down a bit. These blues make a huge difference. What happens if we push a bit more yellows into the frame? We mix it with a bit of dark purple and a bit of red and maybe
this needs to be a bit darker. Oh, that's what was missing. This needs to be a bit darker and a new one can come through the center here. Let's find our subject selection here. Take some saturation out of the car itself, but make it a bit cooler because we want to keep its original silver color. Gently go over all the tail lights here and bring up some saturation and do the same on the little hubcaps here. So that's what Lotus is famous for, their yellow logo. Bring down the blacks a little bit. Shadows can stay where they are. Contrast out a little bit of texture, take a little bit of clarity out. Last but not least, chuck a denoise. Okay, there's our before, after. Very happy with that, actually. What do you want me to say here, bro? It's whack. The Porsche salesman there, right? It's Monday morning, right? He's had a massive weekend. He's ready to sell some cars, right? Opens the door, 8:30, Monday morning. He's hungover as shit. He's standing there. You're at the dealership. You're there with your iPhone. You're a little car spotter, aren't you, Daniel? I know you are. This poor car salesman's like, fuck's sake. Obviously can't say no. Lets you come in. And this poor car salesman's standing over here and he's watching you go like this. Oh, look at my photo. All I wanted was to hold the moon. And now this poor guy in the background, wherever this man is, I'm sorry. I hope you're well. I hope you're eating good. I hope you found some pants that fit you. But if this video somehow finds you, I'm sorry. What you've done here is you've put Godzilla in my photo, okay? I just wanted to hold the moon. And now I'm holding Godzilla's butt crack. So thank you for that. You put a whole galaxy above me. And why is his ass glowing? It's just got molten lava coming out of his butt crack. Thanks. Why do I look like Mr. Beast there? I swear to God, that no upper lip smile. That's actually not even funny. We love a good sun flare. That ass crack's gone supernova. This one's actually so good. It's so subtle. Imagine this poor guy's like turned around. He actually sees that I'm holding a Polaroid of him with his ass crack out. This is a really cool photo. 992 GD3 in a beautiful spec. And also incredible framing here with the plane, the lighting, the car, the location. Even you got really lucky with your conditions as well. Just the whole photo is really, really cool. I'm gonna take some yellows out. But now that I've done that, I don't want it to affect our bronze wheels here. I'm gonna bring the saturation in back to the wheels. I'll actually zoom in a bit more. I'll press Y on my keyboard just to make sure we've got that color just right. Do some basic adjustments, highlights, shadows, whites, a little bit of texture. This photo would look great with a bit of clarity. Something else that I've noticed is we've got a lot of shadow here and nothing here. And so my eye is really getting drawn right here to this light spot of our runway. So I'm going to bring a linear gradient up and just bring all the exposure down. And just by doing that one little adjustment, we've now created so much more central focus to the car. I really want to see now what a radial filter is going to look like on one side of our photo. Now I'm going to have a tough time deciding which side. Do I want to keep the wing darker as well? Yeah, I think I want the radial filter coming from the right side into left. So just giving us a little bit of an effect from the right side of our photo. Take a bit of clarity out. We will try and create a little bit more bloom. Let's try and turn these headlights on. Now, I know the Porsche have this matrix system with 1, 2, 3, 4 lights, and I never know which one to turn on. And we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And on this side, we've only got 1, 2 that we can see. I think I'm doing more damage than good here. Just turn on your goddamn headlights next time so I don't have to do this. I really want to bring up our midtones here. Usually what I like to do is get a matte finish on my highlights, but because we have a lot of texture in the sky, I'm actually going to go the other way a tiny bit and get a bit of a sharper look in our highlights. A little bit of fade, play into those shadows a little bit more. Not too much though. I'm going to get another radial gradient that'll more or less affect the central part of our photo, add some texture. Let's see how good Lightroom does if I just select sky. That's actually done a very good job. It doesn't matter if it was touching a little bit of our subjects here, because I just wanted to bring the exposure down of our sky a little bit and a little bit more saturation in. I just wanted to bring some luminance up in our blues, which is the brightness of the color. And last thing I'm going to do is in the blue channel here, up a little bit. So we just get an overall global dark blue effect over the photo, something like that. There's before, after, before, after. Pretty happy with that. So this is the before photo and the after. I like how you've tried to AI this car out over here and you've put like some mountains in the back. You haven't done the same to the other side. Like that just didn't deserve to get mountains. I understand the angle you're trying to get, but you're also not centered perfectly behind the car, which kind of defeats the purpose. If you're going to take a photo of the back of a car, you're either trying to get a back 3/4 or just a dead straight back shot, not whatever the fuck's going on here. But this edit is nuked. Like this is the most disgusting car edit I've ever seen. I don't know what's going on here. You should not be allowed to have an Adobe subscription. Okay? Do not edit your photos like this guy. I saw this photo and I really wanted to try and give it a bit of an edit. When I go to edit any photo, I always like to scroll, put like a preset on, which helps me give me a base in terms of what colors and which direction I want to go for my photo. And then I usually put that on and then start my adjustments from there. I want to edit these ones from scratch today, but if you are interested in getting any Lightroom presets from me, I've got them all linked down in my description. Each preset gets their own walkthrough tutorial to show you how to use the preset to the best of its ability on what kind of photo. And all the packs also come with raw files from me if you want to practice your editing on any of my photos as well. So the first thing I like to do is get our exposure right and also see what we're working with. Take some highlights down, shadows up. Something else I've really loved to do with my photography recently is really build that into the surroundings of my photo. So the location here is nuts. Had a beautiful mountain chain in the back. I feel like this photo could have been a lot better if there was more location and the car was smaller. But let's get a base edit going on first. Put a linear mask and we're going to subtract it from our subject. This car is white, so it did a pretty good job, but let me get a brush in as well and just fix this up a little bit more. And we're going to darken the exposure of the ground, bit of clarity on the ground. And usually with these edits, the only part of the image that actually has any clarity is sometimes the car, because this car has some sharp edges to it, so we can add some clarity and some texture on that, and the ground. The rest of the photo I actually like to take clarity out of most of the time, especially for a nature photo. Bit of clarity in the ground, bit of saturation can come out as well. Another linear gradient we can put over the sky, start darkening the top there a bit. Select subject. Get a brush, subtract it from the mountains back here. About 30% of the saturation out of this just to get the original white color and some highlights, bit of exposure up, and like I said, some texture and some clarity. Some shadows can come down as well. Duplicate and invert our car mask so it's affecting everything apart from our car. And I'm going to adjust our white balance to more of a colder tone. And while I'm in the inverted mask, I'm going to come into our tone curve, some dark aqua / greens to the shadows and a bit of reds in our highlight. I'm going to come into our HSL and change the blues to a little bit more aqua, just slightly. Nice, subtle, and simple. That one's pretty nice. Edit in Photoshop, edit, paste the moon. Let me get the center of the photo first with a ruler. And I'm just going to change the blend mode to lighten. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur, 1.5. And just put a little moon in. I really just want to see what Photoshop can make if you stood a little bit further back and you had more landscape in your photo and less focus on the subject. I feel like that's the best we're gonna get. Looks like a panoramic shot at the moment. Beautiful. Okay, so obviously this is AI generated, but for the sake of my point I'm trying to make here, this is more or less how I would have shot the photo. The car is further back in the photo and there's more landscape around your whole image and it's less focused on just the car like the original photo here. I think the car is way too close. A huge part about photography is getting that sense of scale. I obviously don't know the location that you're in, but it looks like you have a lot of space where you are. So it looks like you can easily take at least 10, 20 steps back and really use more of the location to your advantage. And that's actually more or less how I would have shot it. There's before, after. Dean McMaster. What a name. Dean. I don't know about that, man. We're trying to keep it PG over here.
You do get some points for the Ford Cortina with the MILF sticker. Why does this photo look like security cam footage? And the whole edit, the HDR edit, you can tell the HDR because you can see the clarity around. When you get in this line in the back of the sky here, and that's not good. You don't want to be getting that in your photos, and it just makes me very uncomfortable. But no, sorry, this photo is extremely ugly. Please stop photography immediately. Oh my God. Where is that wheel touching? Look at his face. He's like, no. He's so proud of what he's done as well. Oh my God, the level of disrespect. I would go to jail if you did that to my car. Someone actually tried to steal my car the other day actually and smashed the lock with a screwdriver. I've had to get a whole bunch of security stuff done to it now. If you're not from Melbourne, at the moment, we have so many cars being stolen at the moment because if you're under 18, there's no consequence for stealing a car, essentially. Our bail laws are way too relaxed. So if you're like 15, you can go and steal a car, get caught, pay the bail, and get out the next day, basically. It is actually fucked. If I caught that bastard trying to steal my car, or if I caught someone doing this, I would go to jail for manslaughter, 100%. And this guy is he's about to do the same. He looks like he wasn't ready for that. Ah, that makes so much sense. You're all from Belgium. The least intelligent part of Europe. I will be honest, I think this shot does go pretty hard. I think it just needs a crop and get all that shit from the bottom. It needs some light from the top. It needs some darkness from below. It just needs a fat black and white preset on it. That's all it needs, bro. This shot goes so much harder now that it's black and white. And to be honest, it's a good looking car and it's a good looking bike. There's not much I don't like about this photo. I actually think it's pretty cool. Nah, well done. It's just funny. I really want to say that this is the worst photo we've ever had on this channel, but it is somehow not. We've had worse. If you've seen some of the other episodes, we've definitely had worse than this. If some of you remember the Hyundai photo that was sent in, the one that looked like a Bigfoot spotting, I think that's got to be the worst photo we've ever had. I feel like this has got to be pretty close to the top. It could possibly even be on the podium. What's so funny about these pictures, and I've also been there as well, you've had like this idea and you're trying to conceptualize it. I think that is one of the hardest things about creating in general and photography is having the idea of your shot and then making that happen and actually getting the result you had from your brain into a final photo. That's really difficult to somehow channel that. And that's why this is so funny. You definitely get a point for trying, but when it's so bad, I mean, there's nothing about this photo that gets you any credibility points. It's terrible. The only point you get is you've actually gone out and tried to take a photo. I think it's time to put down the camera, mate. You've managed to get more rocks and dirt in this photo than anything else. So I feel like you would like geology though. So maybe get into that. This is such a sick photo. If I was going to get a McLaren, this would probably be the color I'd get it in. The McLaren orange is something else. It's such a nice color. Let me straighten up your horizon here. UK plate, so I'm guessing this is like somewhere high country, surely. Duplicate and invert our mask. Bring some exposure down. There's some pretty yucky colors in the sky here. I don't know if anyone follows Mark Scene Media. He's the photographer for Top Gear. Just go check him out on Instagram. He shoots the most ridiculous cars. I feel like this is a photo that he would take. Yeah, I feel like some shadows could probably come out of the whole photo. A little bit of clarity, a little bit of texture. What I'm stuck on is I really don't know what to do about this back here because it looks so dull and bland. That's why I don't know if we should go darker or brighter or even bother like trying to fix it and just go for tones only, which is now probably what I'm gonna do. Probably put some mid-tones in it. Maybe I could at least make the greens and the yellows all the same color, and we can take some blues out as well. Keep the orange where they are, and the reds don't really affect much to it. It's literally yellow. The whole image is yellow and orange. Maybe there is a touch of blue we can put into the sky, make the sky a little bit brighter as well. Sometimes you don't even need to touch the color, but just bring up the luminance a little bit, which is just the brightness of the color. And that can just make such a big difference. Add a little bit of dark blue to like purple in the shadows here. And last but not least, pretty much the whole top of this car is just glass. Look at this guy's just loving life. That's the best job ever, honestly. So I'm just finishing up the windscreen here. You don't have to do this. This is a very subtle detail. I'm just gonna put some shadows back into the glass. I'm actually very happy with that. It's nothing too crazy. It's subtle, but not over the top. There's our before and after. Very subtle edit, but it's good. I used to take photos like this when I was just starting with photography. I was getting into night photography. Me and my mates we'd be out at all hours of the night. I always sort of have my camera with me. And I used to always take photos like this because I just thought it looked so cool. It was dark, it was ominous. This is a photo I took. It's a self-portrait at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I ran down into the train tunnel. Oh, so stupid. The trains weren't running, by the way. I probably would have shot this when I was like 15 or 16, which is 10 years ago now. I'm turning 26 in a couple weeks, so this photo is probably a decade old. Keep it up, honestly. Keep going. If you like this sort of style and you want to keep taking these dark, ominous photos, like, just keep playing into that, honestly. As long as you ain't doing this. If you... Sorry, man. We're really tearing this guy apart. But as long as you're not doing this, you'll be fine. This photo was sent in. Before I started filming this video, I actually had to give it an edit because it took me so long to try and edit this photo because I really wanted to see what this picture would look like without any people in it. So I gave it an edit and then I tried to Photoshop out every single person in this photo. So this is before, this is my edit, and this is after getting everyone out of the picture. Please do not look at the AI generated GTR or the AI generated Golf Light as well. That is definitely an eyesore to look at, but this poor GTR has got two different headlights and the strangest bonnet mold ever. So definitely don't look over there, but hey, that's the best I could do. Okay, I'm not as good as some of you guys helping me out with some of my Photoshop edits. This is the best I could do. I did get a lot of people out of the photo and I feel like it could have actually been a really cool shot. And that's why I don't really go to car meets to take photos anymore, because there's just so many people. You know what I do at car meets now? I like going to car meets, and usually a lot of people, especially anyone who has a modified car, they like to have their Instagram sticker on it. I like to take a photo of that, search them up later and DM them and say, hey, loved your car, saw it at the meet today. Do you want to go out and take some photos? Especially if you're socially inept, that's probably the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, you could actually just go up and have a conversation. So that's what people do, and ask them if they want to go out and take their car out for a photo shoot some other time. But I actually feel like this spot could have been really cool as well, because I actually like the brick wall. I feel like an older classic car could have been so nice here as well. But it's actually a good shot. I kind of like what you've done, you know, you've actually tried to compose it, which is why I wanted to give this photo a chance and trying to edit some people out of it. Hey Mike, the Hyundai guy here. Hope you like this one. So this guy has actually sent in a photo before. He had sent in this photo of this Hyundai. It has got to be one of the worst photos we've ever featured on the channel. He's now released his second piece of artwork and he sent this to me. Now I'm really starting to like the series of photos that he's sending through of just really low budget conspiracy looking photos. His first photo had that Bigfoot sighting look to it, that real UFO spotting charm to it, or just low quality horror movie eeriness. And this photo as well that he sent in, it just embodies that again. I think he's a real true master of his low quality shit photo craft. Your photo is so terrible that it's good. You've got me. I'm captivated by this. You've got this guy over here. You're not even sure if he's facing the camera or if he's facing away, because there's not enough detail to determine which way this guy is even facing. And honestly, if we zoom in here, he looks like he has the biggest ears on the planet. But are they ears? We don't know. Is this guy even human? We don't know. This character here looks like one of those people that if you blinked or if you looked away, he'd just be gone. You know? I actually really want to give it a bit of an edit. I think we can bring some highlights down. And I think all it needs is that horror movie green and maybe some of those reddish highlights, something like that. Can even darken it a little bit. And we can bring a linear filter. It just affects our sky. You know, is it early morning fog or is it pollution? We don't know. We don't have enough information on this photo. Bring some saturation out. Can't get too vibrant and it's perfect.
Honestly, this photo actually would have been a lot better if he was standing like a little bit over here. Maybe I can even do it. How many can we make? This is, you're seeing a proper conspiracy now. Oh my God, this is terrifying. This is terrifying. Now it needs to be even, oh, this is actually terrifying now. We're actually creating a horror picture. This is what I'm talking about here. You bring me more photos like this and we'll keep putting them on the channel, mate. Well done. Have a look at the before and after duplicating and cloning himself. There we go. Before, after. Oh my God. This is just one of those photos. I would just love to know the thought process behind it. Are you trying to take a panning shot? I don't have the emotional intelligence to understand the deeper meaning behind this photo. The only thing that's sharp in this photo is the sharp presence of regret. I just know that she's there and she just cannot wait to leave your photo shoot, bro. I mean, it doesn't even look like the car wants to be there. And I mean, who can blame him? I don't want the car to be there either. I mean, a red Porsche. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love a good Porsche. Mazda know how to do a red. Ferrari know how to do a red. Maserati can do a red. Porsche cannot do a red. A red Porsche, black wheels. Who is buying this? It's either a 14-year-old to spec this car or we have the greatest car salesman on planet Earth right here. You're never taking photos with this model again, bro. If you sent her this photo or even showed her this photo, I don't even need to roast you. There's no point. You would be getting roasted in her group chat right now. This is a really cool photo. Great conditions as well. I do love a good foggy photo. Yeah, it doesn't need a whole lot. Let's just create a subject selection first and we'll also duplicate and we'll invert that. I don't know about the color of this car. Let me just fix up this mask here. Bring some exposure down, blue tinge. We got to have a linear gradient from the bottom. Make sure we select it from our subject. Darken that ground a bit. I'll bring a radial filter from the top here that's got a huge feather radius, and I'll bring up the exposure and some of our shadows. But overall, we will drop some shadows overall in the whole picture. We'll bring our red channel down a little bit. Let's try a bit of a darker, moodier, dark green edit. So I'm just gonna do a few adjustments to the tone curve here. Touch of fade as well. Probably have a bit more of an aggressive look on the tone curve. Yeah, maybe something like that. I feel like a 2x1 would be really cool here now. 2x1 definitely goes a lot harder. I'll probably add a little bit of clarity. I don't want dehaze. I want the opposite. I really want to play into that fog. Yeah, maybe I can bring some luminance of our midtones and our highlights up a bit. Just slightly tint our highlights with a bit of warmth. So we got before, after. Well, I didn't actually end up changing that much, hey? Yeah, I probably could have done more to that, hey? Well, I guess I didn't want to overdo it. Plus, we've got other photos to get to, so I don't want to take up too much time just editing this picture. I have a question for you. If you have all this car park space, all this space to work with, why cover up the car with this bush? You know, actually, to be fair, it doesn't look too bad. I like the colors, like the silver with the pink bush, whatever this is called. It actually looks great. If you had more of it around, it would be great. But because you just have one little bush here, an empty parking lot, the rest of the photo is so uninspiring apart from this bush. And then you have this massive stop sign here. There's so much clashing, so much that makes it look like an ugly photo. There's only one thing we can do to fix this photo.
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay? No more!
Wow, this is an epic photo. Oh my God. That lake is like glass. You should definitely have this photo printed. That is such an awesome photo. Maybe it could use just a little mask here. If we just darken the ground a little bit, bring some saturation out, maybe one from the sky. I'm not gonna touch it. I swear to God, I'm not gonna touch it. Probably bring some shadows down. I just did that to look at the photo. Okay, maybe I will touch it. It just needs a few little fixes here and there. Bit of saturation. I do like a little bit of fade. Select sky. And maybe, yeah, I don't think it needs a dehaze, but I'll just bring a little bit of clarity out. And in our blue channel, just get a tiniest bit, maybe even just down the bottom here, just the tiniest bit of orange. Maybe we can mix it with some purple just to get a bit more of that dark orange yellow. Or maybe we could even try it in our global. Maybe just the shadows need a
bit of warmth in them. Not too much, like a super subtle amount. Okay, I swear to God, I'm not touching it anymore. I'm not gonna touch it anymore. I'm really scared to ruin this photo. We've just come into the calibration. I'll just have a little play around with some of the sliders here. Just to see what's what, see what's going down in this. Why are my sliders fucking up? I swear, I'm not even doing this. Like, I'm trying to pick the top one. My Lightroom's like lagging. Look at that, you see that? I went to go pick the bottom one. Anyway, well, there's our before and after. I just had to touch it up a little bit. I really didn't want to change too much. And we also, okay, now you've got me started. You actually got me started on this. We need to fix up a few more things now, but this is looking amazing. This is such an awesome photo. So now you definitely need to get this printed. Let's just quickly bring it into Photoshop. And then I swear to God, I'm not touching it anymore. We gotta fix up a few things, a few distractions here. Fix that up. Get rid of the boat over there. Hey, doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of being out in nature? This guy's on his phone. What's he doing? He's got a chair out. Oh, that's gotta go. The matching beanie. Oh yeah, sorry, you've gotta go. And the portion of the rock you touched as well is gotta go. You are gone. That's done a terrible job. Content aware fill, I swear to God, does the worst job at removing things. And even before I even touched it, hang on. If you've ever used content aware fill, it's gone, yep, you want this part of the photo to be gone? Yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna grab part of the bumper here of a car, the ground, and only these parts of the tree up here. And then I'm gonna make that for you. Thanks, Photoshop. Maybe it does it on purpose, so you have to use generative fill. That's a much better job. I think I like number 2. Let's stick with that. These with the Band-Aid tool. You know, whatever. We've got other photos to get to, so I'm just gonna, this one's gonna have to be a bit of a rough job. Whatever happens to this after I lift my finger off the mouse, we're keeping it. I don't know what this rock silhouette is, but it's in your photo now. Okay, we're gonna save that. Bang. And there it is. So there's our before and our after. Before, after. Honestly, phenomenal shot. Absolutely phenomenal work. Well done. Almost famous. Great username, great photo, great location. I love it. Keep it up. Oh, far out. This photo's begging to be roasted. I hope that's not a real tattoo. That is atrocious. That tattoo looks like something that would be etched into a school table. Sometimes I really wonder what makes people get certain tattoos. Like, don't you find it interesting? You look at someone who's just got what you think is a terrible tattoo, but to them, they just love it. And you're just standing there looking at them like, why would you get that? And don't get me wrong, like, I think tattoos are cool though. I think they make for great photos, but why on earth would you get 420 tattooed on your leg right there as well? And not to mention, this photo is so unflattering. This is just, it's just disgusting. There's not a single nice thing about this photo. It's just like, I feel like I'm about to see someone's nut hair hanging out here. Like, don't take photos like this, bro. Just don't. Like, don't take photos of your mate's nuts, like with his 420 tattoo out. I've met a lot of people in the photography industry, and especially when you meet photographers who are beginners, sometimes they've just got a knack for it, and you just know that they've got the eye for it. And if they keep going and they keep shooting and they keep taking photos, they're going to be a super talented, successful photographer. You, my friend, are not one of those people. If you're taking photos like this, I don't think you should continue. The only thing you can do with this photo is delete it. So that's what we're going to do. I thought these were a really cool set as well. Like, this is such a cool photo. We've had a photo like this on the channel before, actually. I really wish you tried to take these photos as panning shots, especially now that I know you've had plenty of opportunities to take this photo. He's obviously gone around more than once. I've actually got a photo here up on the screen of something a little bit similar, of not only one, but 2 of my mates riding at the same time. And we tried this panning shot about 15 times. I had to just keep going around until I felt like I got it. Because at the moment, it kind of just looks like he's just there, just leaning. He actually does kind of look like Deadpool. You should put some fake swords off the back of him. I think that would actually be pretty cool for a photo shoot. I want to have a look at some more photos, but I just really want to chuck a quick preset on it. Something like that, a little bit warmer with a 2x1. And then we just got to fix up these reds here just to increase the saturation a bit. Very nice, look at that. And maybe we could actually bring a radial filter and some shadows up with some highlights up here as well. And that's all it needs. But great work, man, keep it up. Yeah, so this is one of the cinema presets from my V4 pack. If you're looking at getting any presets, I sell them on my website. It's all linked down in my description. They come with walkthrough tutorials, and they also come with raw files to help you practice your editing. So if you want to get those, they're all linked down in my description.
Oh! What is that? What is that? Oh! Why would you do that? Oh, my eyes. My eyes. Oh. Oh, my head. What happened?
Sir, you've been in a coma.
What, me? In a coma?
Yes, so we did some brain scans, and that photo you saw before put you in a coma.
What, that photo from before?
Yes, unfortunately there won't be any roasting for 6 weeks.
What? 6 weeks? Nah, I don't believe this shit. That's not gonna push me down. No, you fucking do this.
Alright, we're back. I'm glad that's over. Oh, a portrait. We don't do a whole lot of portraits on the channel. Feel like a landscape could work better. Yeah, I think a landscape's gonna work a bit better. So let's stick to that. If we zoom in here, something I learned actually is if we get a brush tool and we go over all the highlighted areas of the eyes, bring the highlights up in the highlighted sections of the eye, it just helps give the eye a bit more of a glisten. It's very subtle. We do another brush tool over the actual eye itself. I think she has green eyes. Also bring some highlights up and some saturation. We've got to be careful to not go too overboard on eyes. That's definitely something I've learned. Otherwise, you don't want to give people cat eyes, but you also want to try and bring out the natural color of their eyes as well. Something else I like to do as well is just do a brush over the cheeks and the face. I guess the only time I'm really editing portraits is for thumbnails. Try and bring a little bit of clarity out, and we'll create a subject selection mask, and we'll add some saturation back in and maybe some warmth. Duplicate and invert. Can bring some exposure down. I really want to try this new function, lens blur. So apply, gonna analyze the photo, a bit more of a lens blur. That's crazy. And then you can also pick what kind of blur do you want. Definitely not that one. Probably something like that. We don't need too much as well. I think how much it preset was a bit too much, maybe around 30%. You can also pick the focus range. It's really interesting. Oh, and then you can start to brush it. That is so interesting how it works. That's before our lens blur and after. Before, after. Incredible stuff. Love it. Such a great new feature. Let's try a radial filter from the sky here, probably on the right side of her face. And it just brings a little bit more of a haze from the right side of the photo there. Something like that, maybe. A little bit more warmth, not too much. That's the key to editing portraits. It's just a little bit here, a little bit there, smaller details go a long way. And maybe we can come into our tone curve here, maybe some mid-tones, and bring that down a little bit. We'll come into our tone curve. Which way of highlights do we reckon? The tiniest bit that way. Bring some shadows down. I reckon we'll call it a day. We'll do a little denoise, probably don't need 44%. We'll just do a slight enhancement. All right, and there we go. Here's our before and after. I'm so happy with that actually. Before, after. That's super clean, minimal. I mean, the lens blur isn't perfect down here, but I'm happy that we tried it. Mate, this is why we need abortion clinics, okay? This photo could even be the poster at an abortion clinic of why you might need an abortion. Some decisions just should not be allowed to be brought into our world, and a Lambo door charger is one of them. There's only two cars that get to have Lambo doors, Lambos and Honda Civics. You know, it's just one of those things where it's just so funny. Like I don't know, like an animal wearing a little hat, like a monkey wearing a hat. You know, you'll allow it. It's funny, you know. He shouldn't be wearing the hat, but he gets to wear it because he's a little monkey with a hat. That's what Lambo doors on a Civic is. We'll accept that as a society, but it wouldn't catch me dead putting Lambo doors on a Charger. I want to know now, do the back doors open like regular car doors? Or has he also done the same mod to the rear doors? Because if he's done it to all four doors, then I'll allow that. I think that's fine. This is a pretty cool roller. I think your composition's slightly off. The 16mm is a very bold choice. You probably could have focused a bit more on having this road in the background. Like always, I understand why people shoot portrait. It's for Instagram. I do it sometimes. I get it. Better if you send me a landscape because then everyone on YouTube can enjoy it more. Because most people who watch YouTube videos are watching on a computer or TV or whatever. But at the same time, it still looks great because we get the essence of speed in the photo. But next time I would have shot something a bit more like that, to be honest. But it's still not a bad photo. I like a bit more orange in the trees, something like that. The blues can come out a little bit, and let's bring some highlights up and some shadows down, and a nice healthy amount of yellows in our blue tone curve here. And I'm gonna mix it with more warmth from our highlights. And I'm gonna come into our color grading here, and same with our highlights. A bit more warmth in our highlights, plus some luminance can come up too. Before, after. One more thing I'd probably say is maybe try shooting it the other way, coming back next time, because obviously we've got the sun over here and it's casting a shadow over this side of the car. So that probably would have been nicer to also have a bit more sunlight on this side of the car as well. Maybe we can add a radial filter on this side too. I don't want to see all this in the car. I don't want to see all of this stuff. Shh. Go back into the darkness. I want to make it too bright. A little bit of texture. Maybe some clarity can come out. It's unfortunate because it just looks so warpy. I don't know if this, oh, actually does that help a little bit? Maybe, feels like that helps a little bit. Try to make it a little less warped for you. Other than that, it's actually a really nice photo and great conditions. This is what I'm talking about. This is a car. It works in the scenario. It works in a location. Just fix up a few of those other things next time you go out and you'll have yourself a really awesome shot. Maybe it could have some shadows could come down. Oh yeah, that's what it's missing. Sorry, my bad. There's our before, there's after. All right, we have this bike photo sent in. Actually came with a little email here. This is my first bike and my first attempt at photographing a bike. So easy on the roast. If you actually see this, it's thanks to you that I started photography, and it's thanks to you that I'm continuing with this fantastic hobby. You do a great job of making videos, and I appreciate your work that you do for us. Thanks a lot, mate. Ah, that's such a nice message. Honestly, it's comments like this that push me to keep going and to keep making videos each week, which can be a bit of a struggle. And it's nice to see that the videos I'm putting out actually have some value to them as well. So it's, sorry, I'm just choking on all that bullshit you just said, because there's no way you watch my channel, bro. You're a fucking imposter. I've never said in any of my videos or given any advice at any point that would make you want to take a photo like this. Get the fuck out of here with your fake email. No chance you watch my videos, bro. Get out of here. This is a really cool photo. Great location. Awesome car. Don't know about wide body kits. I don't know, when I was younger, I loved them. I thought they were awesome, but now I just think they look a bit tacky, especially with the bolts in as well and no wing on the back. I don't know how I feel about that. But anyway, let's get some shadows up and some highlights down so we can see what we're working with here. Probably bring a bit of clarity out, bit of texture out. Let's bring some highlights up. Let's get some masks going. So one over our subject. Nice. We'll duplicate and invert that. We're also going to do one for our ground here. This one's just for the floor, and we can also subtract that from our subject. And we'll also get one going from the top here too. Make sure that's not touching our subject either. So the first one, that's just for the color of the car. So I'm assuming it was like more of a silver gray. Bit more of a hint of a blue there to get that bluey silver back. We'll also decrease the exposure of our entire background and also make that a little bit cooler too. And darken our ground a bit and add a bit of clarity. We can keep our highlights bright, decrease some exposure from the roofline as well. I just really want to see what happens if we get a radial filter and push that across the whole city skyline at the back here. Maybe dehaze a little bit as well. Touch of dark greens in the shadows mixed in with some dark blues. And I'm gonna just adjust the blue to a little bit more of our aquas and bring some luminance up. And I might also boost the oranges a little bit across to the reds and also bring some luminance up. Touch of dark green could be nice. Same for the midtones. Just go around and honestly just see what sort of helps complement the photo. Bring up some luminance. Denoise always looks great. I love Lightroom denoise. I think I say it every episode, but I just love it. I would love to know where this is shot, by the way. This location is so cool. Lastly, I just want to see if we come over to our calibration here, push a bit more purples into it. And you know what? Maybe we're missing just a touch of fade. I feel like we could also bring the blues over a little bit more too. Maybe I could fix up the crop a bit. That's probably what it needed. I needed to bring some shadows back down. Bring down some yellows, bring up the luminance of them. Also try and bring some details back out of our wheels here, especially down the bottom. So I'm gonna try a bigger feather radius on our brush, maybe even the side skirt here as well. And let's just try and bring some shadows and a little bit more detail out of the dark parts of the wheels here. All right, let's have a look at this. There's our before, after. Before, after. I'm happy with that. Well done, great photo, fantastic location, cool car. Dutch plates. I love the Netherlands. My girlfriend's Dutch. I love her. I love the Dutch people. You have plenty of other great things in your country. Modifying cars, please just stop. I don't know who needs to tell you this, but Dutch people are just not great when it comes to taste and cars. You guys just collectively have the car culture of a 13-year-old. Picture a 13-year-old boy, you give him Gran Turismo or Forza Horizon 5 with an unlimited budget in that game, and you ask him to spec you a car. Black wheels, black bonnet, Lamborghini Aventador. It just, why would you paint the hood black? Now the car just looks unfinished. It looks like it's come straight from the panel shop. The photos got good and bad points as well. I like the location. The Netherlands has heaps of great photography locations. What's funny about it is it's completely flat. There's not a single hill or mountain. Great for farming, not great for canyon runs and mountain roads because I don't have any. I guess this is the best you're gonna do. So I'll allow it. The car is on grass, sort of. It's on like a grass path where cars do drive. When you think about taking photos of a blue Lamborghini Aventador, this is not the place I would picture you taking the car. I think that's why it looks so wrong. The blue and the green with the dark textures of the forest in the middle of the day, it just doesn't work. It doesn't matter how cool the car is, if it doesn't work within its surroundings, it looks off. This is a really interesting photo. There's so much going on here with the lighting and the prism. Is this a chair? If we've already got a lot of the aqua and red, we can just play into that. So we can come into our tone curve, the red channel, bring in some aqua shadows and some red highlights. I mean, honestly, you barely even need to touch this photo. Just the lighting alone just makes it really awesome. I think I'd still prefer a landscape though. Maybe we can bring in a radial filter from this side and a linear gradient from this side, darken the bottom here. Oh, maybe I do like the original because you've got these other lines here as well. I just hate this chair. I think maybe it's a bit too much with the prism. Yeah, I actually don't know what else you'd do to this photo. I mean, it already looks really cool straight out of camera. Yeah, I just think there's a bit too much clashing here. Like the prism's cool. I get the effect we're going for here, especially with these lines here. Like this is really cool. If there's only a way that you could do like sort of more of these lines would be really sick. I just think whatever the prism's reflecting here and the chair as well is such an eyesore as well. Apart from that, it's a really cool photo. I like the backdrop as well, like the graffiti roller door, whatever that is. The model's outfit is cool. Her glasses are great. There's a lot of positives to the photo. I don't know what else you'd do. That's for you to figure out, but you can't be having this chair. Oh God. Why does this look like it's shot at my local aquarium? Just outside of this body of water is a whole ring of school children looking in with the teacher over there, contemplating her early retirement. And you got Melissa from HR escaping her shitty 9-to-5 job with her cosplay fantasy of being a mermaid. And those fish look extremely concerned. I do wonder if we can actually help the situation a bit more. I'll bring some radial filters in a bit. Maybe we straighten her up a bit here. Does it need a dehaze? I don't even know where this is shot, but I'm like almost certain that this is in an aquarium. It does not feel like this is an ocean shoot. I don't know why I think that, but it feels like that this is shot like you've just literally bought like a $7 admission to the aquarium and jumped in. That'd actually be so funny. Oh, could you imagine? How much trouble do you think you'd get in if you did that? They'd definitely kick you out, but how would they get you out? How would they stop you in the moment from taking the shot? You know, I wonder if they'd call the cops. It just needs a bit more of a aqua tinge to it. Less greens probably. The greens can come out
maybe some yellows. Let's play around with our highlights here. I feel like if it was a wider shot, maybe it could work a bit more. I don't know how much I helped that photo. I will say you do get some points for effort. I actually don't mind this photo. It's a little bit over, but it kind of works for the photo. Honestly, the only thing I would change about this is the color of the yellows. It's like a pretty yucky, like poo yellow. Like it sits on the yellows that's too far to the greens. So all you need to do is just bring it across to the oranges a bit and maybe bring some saturation out. That's a way nicer color to look at. That's honestly the only thing I would change. This photo is so degenerate. I can't be mad. I want to roast it, but it's great. What I will say though is if you wear these shoes, that's enough. You've told me enough about yourself if you wear these shoes. I don't even know what shoes they are, but I see people wearing them and I'm like, why? Why do you wear these shoes? He's pixelated as fuck, but you know exactly what kind of person he is if you're wearing these shoes. He's all right. That's fine. I'll get to know this bloke. That's a huge red flag. Ladies, if you're watching, you meet a guy and he has a pair of these shoes, just run. All this photo needs is a black and white filter, and I'm gonna bring it into Photoshop here, and we're gonna copy this, and all it needs is one of these, BMW E46, and like maybe a dark red. Bang, save that. How good's that? That is better. That's all you need. There's our before, after. At least the grain. Thanks for supporting the channel. And back to the video. Wow. Look at this photo. Oh my, that is so sharp as well. This is a really, what is that? NEF.
All right. Hi, Michael.
Hi.
Welcome to the clinic.
Thank you.
I applaud you for taking the first step to allow me to better support you. So,
No worries.
tell me about what's happening recently.
Yeah, well, it's actually happened to me a few times recently, but I don't know. I keep seeing Nikon photos that I like, and they're good. It just keeps happening.
Get out of my building.
What?
Get out of my building.
Okay. Why?
You're wasting my time. You're wasting everyone's time. You're wasting your time.
I'm wasting your time.
What do you mean by Nikon, huh? So
Well,
what are
it's a
these
problem for me.
what are these Nikon jokes, huh? They're getting old.
Well,
they're
no,
terrible.
No, they're not.
They are fucking terrible.
No, they're
You are
not.
wasting
They're
everyone's
great.
time.
Everyone
Come
loves
here.
them.
Yeah, wasting your own money, mate. Do you know how
No.
expensive this shit is?
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
they're trying to help me.
No, mate.
I'm here because
There's nothing to help.
Oh,
this
I
is
want a
not a
refund
problem.
then.
No, I'm taking your money. So get the fuck out of
No,
my
you're
building.
not getting. Okay, you know, I'm gonna leave, but not because of what you're saying. It's just because. All right, you're wrong. All right, no. This is way too heavy on the greens. On the bike specifically. I'm not sure what we've done with the highlights as well, but it just looks washed out. I love going heavy on the greens. I love a good dark green edit, absolutely. But this is a little bit too much. I think when you're doing an edit like this, you want to try and create some separation from the background to your subject. Next time you can use a subject selection
and then duplicate it and invert. So you have one for the background that you're gonna edit and one for the subject. So that way you can edit both your subject and your background separately. But this is an awesome photo. I'm pretty sure the motion blur is photoshopped by the looks of it, but I could be wrong. Maybe it is legit. Maybe it's just the way it's been edited looks a bit funny. But regardless, you can definitely take photos like this at even a slower shutter speed and really get that cool effect in it. But I wanted to talk about something about this photo and the other photo that you've sent in. I had a photo comp not too long ago and the theme was movement. And one of the judging criterias was atmosphere/emotion. And that is one of the biggest things when it comes to photography. Everything that is in your photo counts towards that emotion and that atmosphere. These two photos are a really great example of that, because for this photo, I don't really get the same feeling and that emotion as I get from this photo. I'm not really talking too much about the editing style, I'm talking about the actual photo itself. You're so much closer to the subject, you've got a faster shutter speed, so more's going on, and you're using a wider lens. It's at nighttime. I really feel like I'm there, and I really feel like there's more of a story behind this photo. Even though they're doing the same movement, they're on a bike, they're doing a stunt, they're doing a wheelie, but this photo just has that sense of action, it has that emotion to it. That right there is so difficult to do sometimes with photography. It's about creating that expression and getting that emotion into that one frame. It doesn't mean that you have to stay up late and find someone to do wheelies and stunts for you. It can be anything for photography. But I just want to use this as an example for you to apply that to whatever photography it is that you want to do. Figure out what that can be. This right here is exactly the path to go down to becoming a successful photographer. So figure out what that is for you. Emotion, atmosphere, that feeling. That is what photography is all about. So thanks for sending these two photos in. They were really awesome. Last year, Lamont and I went over to Taipei, which is a really cool city, by the way. And we stayed at this hotel, which was a very nice hotel, by the way. And we were actually walking out of it, and we walked across this park to go and catch the bus. And as we were walking, I'll put a link in the description if you want to check this out. But if you go to this exact location and go see latest date, September 2024, bang! There we are. I made it to Google Maps. And that blur is not doing anything. That is so obviously me and Lamont. And you can like subtly see that we've got sunnies on as well. So what happened was we walked around the corner and we saw this bloke walking around. I think you can probably see you can see just a little bit of his hair here. And he's got this massive Google backpack on. Like he's got a massive backpack and over it, it's just got Google Maps just all over his backpack. It looked like this. This is what it was like. And it was this massive arm that came out of the backpack with this huge 360 camera on it, like the size of my head. It's so recognizable. Like you walk, you see that and you immediately just want to run over to it, which is exactly what Lamont and I did. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that with you. I'm very proud of that, honestly. Well, this photo is kind of interesting because as you can see here, you've kind of just missed the focus on the car. That's only half the problem. The other half of the problem is the guardrail in the photo. Half of the photo is a guardrail. What are you doing? Who taught you how to take photos? How are we getting worse at photography in 2025 when we have infinite tutorials, AI like ChatGPT, you can ask it whatever question you want to help better you at photography, and we're still taking photos like this.
Hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
You gotta wonder, like, what is the thought process here? As much as I like to give this photo shit, which I did, and I will continue to, I gotta be honest with you, I did take a photo very similar to this back in the day. A long time ago, it would have been 6 years now, start of 2019. Okay, this is my photo from 6 years ago, and this is yours. So not only are you terrible at photography, you're also copying as well. So you got no originality and you still suck. So like, what's the end goal here, bro? I don't know what I was really thinking here with this photo. I was just in this phase. I shoot through, do this. I don't know. Like, I guess I can understand where you're coming from. I would never think to do something like this nowadays. So
That's why it just looks so funny. But I have done it, so I guess what can we say? We learn from our mistakes, basically. This is actually pretty cool to see. I feel like I don't get many night photos sent in. It's not easy to take photos at nighttime. I get why it can scare off a lot of photographers because, you know, you're worried about high ISOs or you're using tripods. I can literally see a tripod right there. I also don't blame you because you're on a 13mm. You're bound to get everything in. I'd love to be able to get more night photos and edit night photos because that's what I feel is something I like to edit as well. I like to shoot a lot of night stuff. I like to edit a lot of night photos. So it's great to see other people have a go at it. But anyway, we have a lovely M3 here, E46. It can probably stay in that rule of thirds, to be honest. Let's do a subject selection. I'd probably start every photo like this. Yeah, what I just did was duplicate and invert. Come into the red channel here of our tone curve. Bring this down to a bit more of a darker green. Could probably drop the exposure a bit. I love a dark, moody kind of photo. Some clarity out, but in saying that, although it's dark and moody, we probably could have some detail on just this side of the photo. So I might just do a radial filter and bring some exposure up just for our right side of our photo. So at least we can see a bit more of the location. But it's dirty, it's grungy, so I could probably use with a bit of clarity because that kind of makes sense here. I'm worried about this yellow because it seems like a really hard color to get right. Probably do with a little bit of crushed blacks and some fade, some shadows down. We can push the highlights a little bit. You know what, I wanna try something here. You see it like these reflections here. If we press K and come into our brush tool, get our feather radius and just go over some of these highlights. Some stuff like that, here. I'm just gonna bump the exposure and highlights ever so slightly. I don't know what that did anything. We'll come down to the wheels here, brush tool again, and just make sure we're getting only the wheels. And we'll just bring some exposure up on them. Not too much, like we don't want it too crazy. We want to make sure everyone knows that there's silver wheels. So we can do that. Give it a tiny bit more blue tinge with some saturation out. That can really help sell the fact that they're silver. Can bring some highlights up there. Don't forget about our center cap here and bring some saturation back just into our center cap. Yeah, those shadows can probably come down a little bit. Let's try a radial filter from the left side of the photo now. Highlights can stay down. I'm just gonna bring the exposure up a tiny bit and a little bit of saturation. Let's see what a 2x1 crop looks like, because it's always nice. 13mm as well is like a pretty cool lens to use at this spot. Maybe a touch of blue. And the last thing I wanna do is open up in Photoshop. Just see what happens if we remove this thing, because it's kind of an eyesore. It's like bright, and you just look straight at it. It'll have to do because I don't have time to fix it. With this tripod, see what happens if I just do that. Whatever, it's good enough. And while I'm at it, I may as well just fix this little dot here. You know, I just start going over all these little specks and it's just so satisfying just to get them all out with the Band-Aid tool. Oh, I forgot to do a denoise. That's the only thing I don't like about the denoise. It has to be a raw file. Let's do a little bit of manual noise reduction. Well, there's our before and our after. Nothing too crazy. I could probably go deeper into that. Maybe we extract a bit more color from it or do a bit more with the lighting, but that's cool. I don't think a cemetery makes for a good location. I don't think it's in good taste. Personally, I would be so embarrassed if I was like on this shoot. I just hope no one saw you do this. Like imagine mourning someone that you've lost. You're at the graveyard. You're there, you're standing over someone's grave, someone that you love, and then you just hear and you just look over and there's some dickhead in his Porsche and some kid hops out and they start just taking photos. The level of disrespect. It's just, I get the cherry blossoms, you know, I understand where you're coming from. Like I can understand the thought process, but I just don't think a cemetery is a good photo location. Just please don't do that. This is a pretty cool shot. It's like a masquerade party or something kind of vibe. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty cool with the red velvet. I think we can really make the red pop, probably keep the exposure pretty low. I want to see what happens with a subject selection, but actually, no, it doesn't. That's a terrible job. Just get rid of that. Let's bring up some exposure. She looks a bit pale, so we might need to bring a little bit of warmth. Maybe it's the purples. Yeah, we need to blend the temperature and the tint. I really want this red to pop though, so I kind of just want to do that first and bring some luminance up. Maybe a bit of yellows can come down. I feel like masking is gonna be our friend here. I really wanna see what happens if we bring a linear gradient on both sides and we just darken it a little bit. We just darken both sides a little bit. Even this side could even be a bit darker. And then I'll bring in a radial filter, which I just want affecting her face. So I'll bring up some exposure, bring some highlights down, some shadows, a bit more warmth.
and tint like we did before. And I'll also bring some clarity out, and maybe we can just touch up her eyes here a little bit as well. Do that a bit. And we'll also go over the eye like that with some highlights and some whites, bring that up a bit, and a little bit of exposure, just to brighten the areas that have any sort of reflection on them. And it only really works from a distance because it's super subtle, but it sort of just helps the eye glisten a little bit. I actually want to see what happens if we bring the exposure down. I feel like it only needs to affect the inside part of the curtain there. So I should have just done a brush over the inside, but whatever. Guess this works. The highlights need a little bit of a boost, and maybe we could actually bring some fade into it, like something like that. Oh, it's hard to know which direction I want to go in. I just want to see, what do the midtones do here? Maybe some cooler midtones and some like dark red / purple, something like that. And then let's just spin the wheel with the highlights. Mainly what's being affected is her skin here. So we could probably bring some oranges, sharpen a little bit. Oh, and a denoise. I always forget about denoise. Enhance. I'm actually pretty happy with that. There's our before and our after. Maybe the red could have been a little bit more dulled down to match her lips a bit more. Ah, some Rimix. The rim job Navira. I like rim jobs. Look, man, I'm gonna be honest. This photo just pisses me off. The cars are great. It's not because these are electric or something. I have something against electric cars, which I do, but it's not because of that. You could have waited 3 seconds. This car would have been out of your frame, and you could have asked this guy, oh God. Oh, this photo just keeps getting better. What is that? Don't walk around with the strap on. If you're gonna shoot on it, don't let everyone know. You do not want to be caught like this. No. Get a different strap, bro. That is the Nikon that everyone makes fun of, okay? When we're making fun of Nikon, we're making fun of this camera specifically. It's just jokes, man. I mean, it's just complete cyberbullying, but it's just jokes. It's just jokes. You could have waited for this car to go, and you could have just asked your mate to, you know, excuse me. It's not even his fault, poor guy. It's like, he's got a hard enough life as it is. It's your fault as a photographer. Maybe you're thinking, oh, why is he making such a big deal out of it? Like, just Photoshop it. You could just easily Photoshop that out. Just get rid of that, Like, what's the big deal? I'll tell you what the big deal is, all right? I'm lazy. I don't want to have to Photoshop shit. If I can wait and I can sort of control the frame in that sense a bit more, I'm going to do that. But now I need to do unnecessary Photoshop because you wouldn't wait 3 seconds. You know, actually, let's do the maths on this. You want to get technical? Oh, it's Sven, you got me started. So you asked this guy to move 2 seconds tops. This car's about to turn. Another 2 seconds. Let's be generous. Let's call it 5 seconds you could have waited to then take a photo that now you wouldn't have to Photoshop. And by you, I mean me. And on top of that, it's also Saturday, bro. I'm filming this on a Saturday. I want to go and hang out with my friends, all right? So fuck you, Sven, you piece of shit. Sending your photo in, making me do all your work for you. The term fix it in post is getting thrown around so loosely nowadays. Oh, I'll just fix it later. I'll just Photoshop it. Who cares? We have AI. We have generative fill. Who cares? But if you can avoid it, why? That's you, fucking caveman. Even with AI, let's put a timer on it right now. The loading bar of generative fill is taking longer than what it would have taken you in real time. Do you see what I'm getting at here, bro? That actually did a really good job. Okay. There's no saving this car. All right, it's gonna have to do. So unless you're immortal or have some sort of hack on having more lifespan, why on earth would you want to waste your time doing that when you could have just waited? And possibly even made your shot even cooler. If you took another step to the right, you could have got all 3 cars in as well. I'm chucking a preset on this and calling it a day. Chuck that on, bang, object select, select that because we've got a lot of shadows to work with here. And I feel like we need to straighten it up a bit. That was edited with a preset from my mini pack. So if you're interested in getting any Lightroom presets, they're all linked in my description. This photo is gonna be hard. A Nikon photo, I'm well aware. I'm trying not to roast Nikon as much these days. Apparently, that's what my psychologist said in the last video. Got into a little argument actually, but never mind, don't worry about that.
No, mate, there's nothing to help. This is not a problem.
Obviously, we need to bring some exposure up big time. Let's bring some shadows out. The focus is good. It's not amazing. I don't really like the photo. It's not because, I swear to God, it's not because it's shot on Nikon. I'm actually being serious.
Stop the cap.
Maybe it's just because I would just never shoot this photo. I just think maybe it's just messy. It's just clashing somehow. I don't know. I also just don't want to edit this photo. This is not my kind of photo to edit. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is not my kind of photo. If I edit this photo, I feel like I'm just going to make it worse. There you go. Deep down, that's my insecurity. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Is that is this underneath a car? You're using the underbody of a car to frame the other two cars. I can't say I've ever seen anything like that before. That's a very, very unique angle. It's a shame about the cone though. I think that actually ruins the photo now that I think about it. Why would you not just pick up the cone? Dude, this is just like that other photo. I thought this photo was kind of cool. I was about to give you some points for creativity just then, but now that I've seen this cone that could have easily been moved, which completely ruins the photos, yeah, I know, I'm not really feeling the same way about this shot anymore. Looks kind of shit now, if I'm honest. Get out of here, bro. Stupid username as well. Okay, wait, hang on. Let me envision this right now. So you're telling me you're gonna crawl underneath a car, you're gonna get on your hands and knees, you're sticking your bum out in the air, you're lying there in the mud with your camera, probably in some oil as well, dripping from this car, right? Getting right underneath it. You'd go to all that effort, but you won't move a cone for your shot. I just don't understand. Like, it's not even an AI thing because AI doesn't know what to do when it comes to cars. Let's actually even try. I guarantee you it won't know what to do. Remove cone. See? Told ya. It's got no idea what this car is. AI cannot do cars. Yeah, that's a Subaru, bro. Yeah. That would have actually been not bad. I could have paid this out. If you had a 2x1 crop and a little bit more breathing room for this car, it wouldn't even be getting roasted. It would be getting complimented. It'd be brutally or gently complimenting your photos, not in brutally roasting your photos. So that's the difference right there. All right, there's a lot to unpack here, okay? From the owner's perspective and the photographer's perspective, how do you have an Enzo, park it behind what looks like some sort of train station. It looks like some old train station. If you have an Enzo, you'd be rich enough to afford a proper professional photo shoot with your car. But of course, trust the billionaire with the Enzo to exploit some 15-year-old kid with some shitty camera and some kit lens to get some free photos of his car. Guarantee you. And I can say that because I actually got exploited by a billionaire who had a Ferrari Enzo and multiple other cars who fucked me over big time. And that was many years ago, and I can't say his name because if he ever sees this, he's a billionaire and I'm not. So I would get the absolute fuck suit out of me. So I'm not going to say his name. I got approached by him when I worked at a car dealership. This is when I was just starting out. And he goes, I need some photos done of one of my cars. I'm like, okay, great. One of them was an Enzo along with Lamborghini Diablo, an SLR Mercedes McLaren, a Brabus SLR Mercedes McLaren, which apparently is super rare. And he was like, just let me know how much it's going to be. And at the time, I was really young, so I thought of the biggest number I could possibly think of charging someone, $6,000. And obviously he just looked at me and was like, okay. I knew it was going to be a lot of work. That's why I charged like a shitload of money. It was almost 18, 20 hours of just shooting to get all the cars in the position and get through them all. And then to edit all these photos took another however many hours. Luckily, I got $3,000 deposited to me up front. And then he tells me it's the old 356 Porsche. It was this really nice dark green. And apparently I didn't get the exact green color of it right in the photo. Naturally, you could imagine, I apologize. So sorry, no worries. Happy to, re-edit the photos, which I did. Send him the photos. He's like, nah, not happy with it. Are you not happy with the way I photographed that specific car or the color or the edit? Or you want me to reshoot it? I'm trying to do everything I possibly can to make this guy happy. And then he just ghosts me and does not pay the other $3,000 that I'm owed. And to make this even more unreasonable, all he wanted from these photos was to set up a fake car dealership so he could get the special car dealership plate. If you have this dealer plate, you don't have to pay tax on any of the cars. The whole thing was just fraudulent, just so he could save some money on that. Bro, you're literally a billionaire. And I know he's a billionaire because he sold a company here in Australia and it literally lists on the top 200, this dude owned it and he wouldn't pay me $3,000. And I see this photo, just to bring it all back. Sorry, I know I sort of rambled there for a bit. I just want you to know what I learned from that date, if you could take anything away from that, is make sure you get a deposit at least you have something for your time. There's not much I could have done being an 18-year-old kid going up against a billionaire. At least I got something out of it. Oh my Lord, that is awesome. I've actually been to this part of the world. I know exactly where that is. That's Swing Arm City in Utah. It looks like it has moon craters everywhere. It has this natural ashy color to it. It's such a unique place. It's so awesome. One of the hardest parts about editing someone else's photo is that usually when I take a photo, I know why I took that photo. I can think back to some kind of emotion I had when I was shooting it, or what it actually looked like for me when I was taking the photo there. And that sort of helps sometimes drive the direction of how I want to edit a photo. When I get sent a photo and it's completely random, and usually I want to go through other photos and have a look at other people's shots as well. So I'm kind of on a time limit. It's really hard to get an understanding of what direction I should go with the edit. But look, actually, before we even start, this is a great example why you shoot raw. See all these highlights up here? You can bring most of those back apart from the sun here. Obviously that's gonna be the brightest part. We just have so much more data to work with. I wonder if the Band-Aid in Lightroom will actually, no. Nope. Whatever, I'll just do it in Photoshop later. I wanna put a radial filter. I want to accentuate some of that sunlight, mix it with some purples, a lot of orange, maybe some saturation, maybe bring some highlights down just a tad, and some clarity and some dehaze out of it, something like that. I'm gonna drop the highlights a bit in our sky. I wanna bring some shadows down, maybe bring some of the blacks down. I'm gonna leave the clarity for now, because what I can do instead is get a linear gradient and just put the clarity in the dirt, because that's the grungy part, right? The sky is soft, clouds are fluffy and soft, that's fine, but the dirt is rugged. So that's when clarity is a great use. Now we can bring some tones in. So just do a classic S-curve. I like to have highlights that are a bit more muted like that, and some shadows down. Touch of fade, something like that. I'm just gonna make a small adjustment in the red channel, and I'm just gonna paste that across. Yeah, I want a bit more yellow, something like that. And I just wanna see what another radial filter over the sky would look like. Something like with a bit more shadow. Might even need one just here as well, just to help bring out some detail here. Maybe some texture. Sorry, I'm just gonna play around with the oranges a little bit. Change some white balance. I do like the warmer tone, but I also don't want it too warm. Maybe some more shadows can come down just a little bit. Oh, a bit more darker orange could be cool. Let's try that. And the highlights, which is everything else. Maybe that's got a touch of blue there. This is getting too strong here, so some saturation could come down. Maybe some shadows could slightly come down as well, because I don't want that overpowering the shot. Sometimes a bit of an angle actually works. Like something like that. Usually I would do that properly in Photoshop. Look, that did an okay job. The clone stamp in Lightroom is usually pretty bad. Let me try and straighten that up a bit more. Maybe it's gonna be something like, maybe even angle it the way the bike is. Could be cool. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm looking for. Wow, that's an awesome photo. There's some unnecessary purples. Are they magentas? Oh, it's part of the orange. No, I'm pretty happy with that. There's before, after, before, after. I'm pretty happy with that. That's a sick photo. Thanks, Kyle, for sending that one in. Keep up the phenomenal work. And shout out to the dirt bike rider for doing that as well, because that doesn't look easy. Ethan Hansen, related to Chris Hansen, by any chance? I don't know if many people will get that, but that was a great show. To Catch a Predator.
Could you explain yourself? I'm sorry.
It's essentially a show about this guy called Chris Hansen. He worked for this newsline and he basically caught predators.
This 32-year-old guy wants to spend a Sunday afternoon chilling with a 13-year-old girl. What Manzi doesn't know is that I am waiting for him right behind that curtain.
Hey, how are you? I'm good, good. Would you have a seat right on that stool, please? Sure. Please. I know.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Please.
Put your hand behind your back.
Guys.
I think this is a pretty wholesome picture. You know, not the kind of photo I would take personally, but I think it's actually a really wholesome photo. And I think this is actually quite rare nowadays. I feel like I never see kids riding one of these scooters, like a push scooter. The fact that I have to even refer to this as like a specific type of scooter is kind of alarming. Because all you see nowadays are electric scooters. I mean, even I've got an electric scooter. I love it. It's great. I reckon this will actually be worth something one day. It's just like digicams now as well, which I'm also guilty of. I love these old Pentax digicams. I cannot get enough of them. But the funniest part about these things is that they were shit 15 years ago when they launched, and they're even worse now, where they're so bad that it's now cool to have one. I reckon the exact same thing's gonna happen here for these scooters. Give it another 20 years, and no one's gonna be making these scooters anymore because it actually would be cheaper to buy an electric scooter than to have one of these. Maybe we'll even see Japan get into the scooter market. You know, like when you ride it, it'll massage you or something, or shoot like a bidet at your ass, clean your bum hole while you're riding or something. It's a parkour shot. He must be flipping really fast to get motion blur at 1/250th. Photo's a little bit average though. I think I do have an idea on how we could make it a little bit better. Well, we have this photo here, obviously parkour shot. And then I saw this photo as well, which also a nice shot, but what I really liked about it was this wall here. I could see someone jumping off that wall. So what I wanted to do was see if we could merge the two together. So let me just take you. How has my life come to this? This is what I do for work. Make YouTube videos. It'll be fun, they said. I'm zoomed in 500% into some random guy's asshole, tracing it with the pen tool. Wow, what a time to be alive. That actually already worked better than I expected. Yeah, boy. Just make him massive. Just take a shit on that Ferrari. I can already hear people screaming, why didn't you use the subject selection tool? There's no way subject selection would have worked. Here, look, I'll do it right now. Remove background or select subject. It did an okay job. But now you've got to go in and sort all this out. I may as well just have got the pen tool out and just traced around it, get some more detail out like this, and just with a nice feather radius and go around. I don't know. Look, this way works for me. I'm happy wasting my life doing this, so whatever, just shut up. Leave me alone. Look, it actually works out pretty good because in the original photo here, he's already around a lot of greenery, and there's a lot of greenery in the background here too. So I'll just get rid of some of that. After all that, I don't know. I'm starting to think that this may have been a huge waste of time. I'm sorry, everyone. I thought this was gonna work. Look, if you wanted actual photography and editing advice, I don't know why the fuck you're watching my channel. I've got to be one of the worst photography channels to be subscribed to on YouTube. Like, the fact that anyone learns anything from my channel is just nothing short of a miracle. Couldn't figure out how to compress the RAW to send via email. Had to convert. Typical. A portrait of a friend that I took using a Sony. Oh, well, that's good. Please be nice and edit. Also, still love the vids and watch every single one. When people say, still love the vids. Ah, thanks, bro. Oh, man. Still love ya. No, thank you for watching. Honestly, thank you. It does mean a lot to me. Every single one of you actually that are watching, I do appreciate it. I love making videos for you every week. I'm gonna continue to do it for as long as I can. I've used you twice now for school projects. Ha ha! Japanese class project was to introduce someone who was an inspiration. Had to choose you, mate. Cheers. Thank you, man. That's really cool to hear. I'm very happy to be someone's school project as well. So, well, what it looks like to me is that you found some K-pop star from Temu, and she's now counting you down. She's giving you 3 seconds to take a decent photo before she throws you off the rooftop. That's the story I'm sort of seeing here. You've also missed the focus. You've got the zip perfectly in focus though. I don't know how to edit this photo. Like, usually when I edit a photo, I like to try and make it better. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that here. Try with some slight tone curve adjustments. I think I'm just gonna accept that it's overexposed. And obviously you sent me a JPEG as well. Maybe we can just have a little bit of a saturation boost, keep it something like that. Or maybe we can also do a subject selection and duplicate and invert. And maybe we can just add some warmth with just a blue channel here. Maybe just something super subtle. Try and get her eyes back. Maybe we can just bring something there. Maybe some clarity out. Japanese girls love to have the softest image possible, like that. That's the most Japanese edit. Swear to God. If you go on #Japan on Instagram and you see any girl post a selfie, they all look like that, with like the rosiest cheeks ever as well. Even the redness of the mask is like almost perfect. Now that's a Japanese photo. Bang, I think I nailed that actually. I reckon within 30 seconds, I could go on Instagram right now and find a photo that I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go right now. I reckon within 30 seconds, put me on a timer and go #Japan. Oh, this is actually, oh, okay. Damn, a lot of thirst traps. Let's have a look. What about you? Nah, can be softer, brother. What about you? Oh, getting there. Oh my Lord. Jeez. A lot of thirst traps here, man. Holy shit. This is crazy. What was the challenge we were doing again? Bro, if Faye watches this video, I'm fucking done, bro. I'm cooked. There you go. Found it. Bang.
There's the softness. You can see she's done a little bit of the rosy cheeks, but mine's a lot better. I don't know what point I was trying to prove there, but Lamont, please cut some of that down. Otherwise, I'm gonna get into a lot of trouble. Guessing that's someone's 2-car solution. I think this is a pretty nice photo. I think this has a huge potential to have just like a really nice warm glow to it. If we do a big radial filter like this, just pretending to be our sun, keep the exposure where it is, to be honest. Same with the highlights, some shadows. I think what makes for a convincing sun flare is, first of all, you need to have the light there. It's really hard to make one completely fabricated. We can bring some dehaze out, and we can simply bring just some warmth from our temperature with a bit of tint. We can bring down our blue channel here to get something like that. And I should be able to mix it with some reds. If I do that, I get a really nice, authentic, warm, sunny glow. We can do the opposite now on this side. If we really want to sell it, we can darken it. Maybe we can even crop it in a bit more so we hide this yucky highlight burn. Another mask selection, objects, and we'll just gently go over this Porsche here. Just select him, be kind, Lightroom. Okay, yeah, good enough. Let's zoom right in. We'll click Y on our keyboard. So now we're in our split. We can see our before and after here, and we can make sure we're selected in the mask here. And I can just bring probably some of our temperature, needs to be a bit cooler, and bring some of our greens over. And we should be able to match the original color almost perfectly. So that way we know for sure we've managed to create a nice little edit over our photo, and we're not affecting the original color of the car, which is really important. That's also something you can do for skin tones as well. If you're shooting a model, especially with automotive photography, car owners will notice if they've got a nice color in their car. They chose that color for a reason. So they're gonna notice if their color of their car doesn't look like their car. I'm pretty happy with just that, man. That's a nice little way to get your photo to be a bit warmer. Maybe we can actually add in a little bit of fade, some more highlights, and a bit more of a matte finish there as well. And even just slightly move this down just a little bit. Bang, gotcha, bitch. Roast and edit the fuck out of this photo. It was my first time doing motorsport photography, so some brutal roasting might help out with my technique. Shit, I sent the JPEG. Don't kill me. Here's the completely raw file. I don't think you know what a raw file is. You can't just take a JPEG photo and change the file name to raw and it just magically turns into a raw file. It's not how it works. I can't believe I have to explain this again. Raw it's a setting in your camera. Okay, just search it up. I'm not gonna sit here and show you how to do it again. Just search it up. I've actually got a good analogy for this. It's like up badging. You see someone drive past in what's clearly a 3 Series BMW. On the back, you see there's an M3 badge. When I see that, I'm a car enthusiast. I know what an M3 looks like. I know what a 3 Series looks like, okay? I can tell what the difference is. By you putting an M3 badge on it does not make it an M3. And to make it even worse, anyone who doesn't know the difference, people who aren't into cars, they just see it as a BMW. They don't care what badge it has on it. You're not really catering to those people because they won't know either way. And anyone who is into cars will immediately know that that's not an M3. Who are you actually doing it for? I'll never understand it. So that's what this is like. You want to change this on your file name, you want to change it to RAW, but it's actually a JPEG. Whatever, man. I'm going to sit here and roast the fuck out of you. You're going to look like a dickhead. It's only at a disadvantage to you, okay? You're the one not shooting in RAW. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. You said this is your first time shooting motorsport. I'm not getting any motorsport vibes here. I'm getting parking lot. That's what it looks like. The car looks stationary. There's not much data on this photo, eh? Great RAW file. A lot of motorsport events. Everything does look a lot better at a slower shutter speed. If you can get that sense of speed across, that's really awesome with motorsport photography. And a motorsport photographer actually told me that once. He's like, I just try and shoot as much panning shots as I can when the car is moving. Anything below 1/50th of a second or slower will get you really good panning shots. So next time you go, try and shoot at a slower shutter speed, maybe for half a day or however long you want really, but I would recommend trying to do that next time you go out. Good luck, bro. Thanks for sending your photo in.